Macmillan Audio presents Dark Skies by Danielle L. Jensen. Narrated by Stephanie Willis and Devontae Johnson.
One. Killian. Killian dusted sand across the report, taking care not to smear the ink of what was already lackluster penmanship. Not that it mattered. The correspondence was nearly identical to what he sent the week prior, and the week prior to that. All quiet on the wall. No sign of Darren Scouts. No defections. Nothing but monotony, broken by the not-so-occasional game of cards expected in the weeks to come. It always took a concerted effort not to include the last part. This was the first command where Killian had been left entirely to his own devices, and it was about God's damn time. He was 19 and had been training his entire life to inherit command of the Royal Army. Never mind that he'd been marked by the God of War himself. Killian was born to lead soldiers into battle, and yet every time an opportunity arose, his father found some excuse for him to remain taking orders from someone else. For 3 years, that someone else had been High Lady Darina Fowlorn. It had only been when she sent Killian back to the capital, carrying a letter stating he was as ready as he'd ever be, that his father conceded on the matter. Killian had all of the space of a day to dream about glory before word arrived that the captain of the border walls garrison had toppled off the very piece of architecture he was supposed to be defending, resulting in an opening in his position. It was, in Killian's mind, a bad bit of luck all around. The wall blocking the pass between Darren and Mutamora hadn't seen worse than a skirmish in generations, and, in his opinion, as well as that of everyone else in the kingdom, never would. The jagged peaks of the Liratora Mountains and the grace of the Six ensured that while Darren and its 7th worshipping inhabitants were a problem, they weren't his problem. He'd have seen more conflict guarding the entrance to a palace privy. Killian softened a stick of wax over a candle and was in the process of smearing it across the fold of another letter when a horn blast echoed through the room, startling him. "The 7th take you," he muttered, glaring at the uneven glob of indigo as his good manners briefly warred with his indolence. The latter triumphed, and he pressed his signet ring against the wax, leaving behind the imprint of the galloping horse of House Calorian, less its tail. The horn echoed a second time. One blast of the horn meant something had been sighted in the pass, but 2 meant someone. Darren Scouts were occasionally seen, but not at this time of year when the snow was as deep as a man was tall. More likely, one of his men had spirited a bottle onto his watch and was seeing shapes in the swirl of snowflakes. Either way, Killian couldn't ignore it. The horn called again. Killian's heart slammed against his ribs as he grabbed his sword, not bothering with a cloak as he ran toward the door, the bells already ringing a call to arms. 3 blasts meant only one thing, and it was the reason the wall had been built in the first place. Ancient and austere, the garrison fortress was built with blocks of gray stone with only arrow slits for windows. The narrow halls lit with smoking candles that cast dancing shadows on the naked floor as Killian raced down 3 flights of stairs, the cold air slapping him in the face as he stepped outside. His boots sank in the muddy snow as he strode through the courtyard, noting the twang of bowstrings from above, the clatter of boots as men raced up the narrow stairs that switched back their way to the top of the wall. At the gate, his friend and lieutenant, Berkula, stood head and shoulders higher than the soldiers flanking her. All eyes were on what lay beyond the tunnel barred by twin portcullises, the opening of which was shadowed by high wooden scaffolding holding repair materials. At the sound of his steps, Berkula turned, the giantess giving a grim shake of her head. "Is asking to speak to you." It. Killian moved through his men, his eyes drawn through the gates to the woman beyond, snowy peaks rising behind her. She was distant enough to sidestep the arrow shots with ease, her movements too swift to be wholly human. At the sight of him, she extracted a white scrap of fabric from a pocket and held it up in the air. "Archers, hold!" Killian sheathed his sword and accepted a spyglass from Berkula. And silence all that racket. But Captain, one of his men protested, she's one of the... I know what she is. Marked by the seventh god, the Corruptor. As deadly as a dozen armed men and twice as clever. Her kind were to be killed on sight, but this was the first time he'd seen one up close. And Killian was curious. Good morning, he shouted, ignoring the exclamations of the soldiers around him. I'd invite you in for a drink, but I'm afraid I wasn't furnished with the key to the gatehouse. Is that the only thing stopping you, Lord Calorian? She called back. Killian's jaw tightened. It was no secret he was in command, but still disconcerting to have his name on the lips of one of the corrupted. Perhaps a sense of self-preservation. He raised the spyglass to his eye in time to see a smile work its way onto her face. She was lovely in the way of a poisonous flower, better from a distance. Likewise, she said. You've a reputation, my lord, and I'm afraid accepting that drink might have consequences. It was a reputation that he hadn't earned, but Killian had long since come to realize that denying it only made people more likely to believe the rumors. Consequences isn't the word most people use. He stepped out of the company of his men and walked closer. Privileges, pleasures, delights. God-marked lunatic, someone muttered from behind him. But Killian ignored the comment. Dangerous as she was, the woman was at least 50 paces away and on the far side of a wall 12 feet thick. What harm was there in speaking to her? If only hubris translated into skill, she replied, half turning her head, seemingly listening for something. Killian caught Berkula's eye, but the giantess shook her head. No sign of anyone else in the pass. There was only one sure way to find out, he called back. The corrupted tucked the white fabric into her pocket. We've no time for this. You need to let me through. She cast another glance over her shoulder and scanned the pass, snowshoes sinking into the powder. They're coming. There isn't much time. Uneasy murmurs ran through the ranks, but the spyglass in Killian's hand revealed nothing but snow, rocks, and the occasional tree. You must think me mad, he said, resting his elbows on the thick steel bars, through with banter. I know what you are and what you can do. And frankly, these gates haven't been opened in decades. I'm not sure if they can be. He glanced at his men. Anyone? His men laughed, but there was a nervous edge to it. I have no intention of harming you or your men, she said. Just the opposite. I want to help. I want to stop her. But I need you to help me first. Another nervous glance over her shoulder, and she took 2 steps closer to the gate. Stay back, Killian shouted, sensing his archers wavering and not wanting an arrow loose just yet. Please. There was more than desperation in her voice. There was fear, and it was driving her closer. Rufina has 10,000 men with her, and that is a mere fraction of her host. Who in the bloody underworld is Rufina? No closer. His heart hammered in his chest, the endless darkness of her eyes making him want to pull his sword or run. I've given you fair warning. I know her plans. The corrupted was walking toward them now, movement smooth and predatory. Let me through the gates, and I can help you stop her. Why would one of the corrupted want to help me, of all people? Because if she's victorious, I'll never be free of this curse. She was only 30 feet away. Killian's gut told him to hear her out, but logic said otherwise. His hand went to the pommel of his sword. I don't trust you. I know what you're capable of. 20 feet. I might be a monster, she said, but I'm not a liar. 15. She was corrupted, and the king's command was to kill them on sight. But to do so didn't feel right. Stop. She kept coming. And Killian had his orders. Shoot! He saw the 6 shafts protruding from her chest almost before he heard the bow's twang. Surprise blossomed across her face, and she stumbled forward, each step punctuated by another bow shot. Her eyes fixed on his. I'm not a liar, she whispered, then fell face first into the snow. No one spoke. Not a word. You should have heard her out. Killian's voice rasped as he said, Get me on the other side of the wall. You've made a mistake. But sir, she's... Something is wrong. Dead. Because of him. Now open the God's damned gates. They stared at him, unmoving. Every one of them were veteran soldiers. Most had seen war countless times, against Gindorn and Adukastre. Some, with darker skin like his own, had likely fought in the Giant Wars, which had taken place when Killian was still toddling around with a toy sword. But that woman, that thing lying bleeding in the snow, terrified them. Get me a rope. Something was coming.
2. Lydia. The litter swayed from side to side, the motion, along with the oppressive heat, causing Lydia's eyelids to hang heavy, the cushion beneath her elbow inviting her to rest her head. Outside, the voices of the citizens filling Celendrial's streets faded to a dull drone, and her mind grew sluggish as sleep beckoned. Adjusting the angle of her book so that the light shining through the curtains illuminated the script, Lydia read, wishing she were in her library with its doors open to the cool sea breeze. But she cared more for her father's well-being than she did for her own comfort, and left to his own devices, he'd have insisted on walking the distance between their home and the Curia, never mind the consequences to his health. Her eyes flicked to where he sat across from her, a letter held in one hand and several more scattered on the cushions between them, his distraction allowing her to examine his features. Unlike her own, Senator Appius Valerius's skin was the golden hue ubiquitous to those with Cell heritage. But in recent months that gold had turned puffy and jaundiced, and over breakfast she'd noticed that the whites of his gray eyes had yellowed as well. An affliction of the liver, the physicians had said while giving her bottles of tonics with which to dose him. Terminal, they'd said once they'd believed her out of earshot. Ease your mind, her father murmured, not taking his eyes from the page. I'm quite fine. As though easing her mind were possible. Her foster father was her only family, and even if they'd been bound by blood, she didn't think it possible to love him more. Desperate for distraction, Lydia twitched open the curtain, taking in the comings and goings of the city through the narrow gap in the fabric. They were heading to the heart of Celendrial, the men carrying the litter keeping to the shadow of the aqueduct high above them, her father's guards striding to either side. As they walked beneath a place where the system branched, the litter-bearer closest to her lifted his face to the sky, opening his mouth to catch the water streaming from a crack in the masonry. When he lowered his head, his eyes widened as he caught her watching. Apologies. Lydia smiled and waved her hand to dispel his embarrassment. And her own. It's a wonder the aqueducts haven't run dry in this heat. What misery should we have to rely on the river Savio? As you say, Domina, the litter-bearer replied. But instead of turning his attention back to the street, he eyed her brazenly. She tried to ignore the unwelcome scrutiny, knowing it was her appearance that provoked his curiosity. With her black hair, upturned green eyes, and ivory complexion, she was obviously not Cell, which made her rights to the honorific questionable at best. Do not gape at your betters, you idiot. The man next to him snapped, kicking him in the ankle. No mean feat, given the weight they carried. But Lydia pretended not to notice the exchange, directing her gaze to the great library. It contained the largest collection of literature on Wreath. Works from every province, on every subject, and in every language, living or dead. Lydia lived and breathed the place. Her greatest wish was to join the ranks of scholars studying in its hallowed halls, for her days to be filled with the smell of parchment and ink. Her most precious dream of all, for her work to be considered for inclusion into the collection. Never mind that she'd been inside only 3 times in her entire life. Women weren't precisely forbidden from the library, but their presence was strongly discouraged, and the idea of one being allowed to study would likely render those who controlled the institution either mute with horror or consumed by laughter at the audacity of such a thought. Lydia dreamed about it anyway. They rounded a corner, the towering arch of the entrance to the forum coming into view. But it wasn't the glittering gold of the dragon sculpture perched on top of it that caught Lydia's attention, but rather raucous male laughter. 2 men with buckets full of soapy water were engaged with trying to wash some graffiti from the walls, and the passers-by were all pointing and laughing at the subject matter. Opening the curtain farther, Lydia pushed her spectacles up her nose and squinted against the bright sun. The crudely drawn image was of a naked man tossing male infants onto a sea of spears. The enormous phallus that the artist had given the man the subject of the passers-by's comedy rather than the serious nature of the scene. Unsurprisingly, the man pictured was Senator Lucius Cassius. Even without his name scrawled messily above, Lydia would have known that much. The curtain snapped shut, blocking her view of the scene. "Blasted plebeians and their crude drawings," her father muttered, settling back down among the cushions. "What are you on the hunt for in the markets that can't be brought to you at the house?" "Something for Tariana, I think." "Oh? Have you heard from her then?" Lydia twisted the ring on her finger around and around, smiling as she thought of her friend. "No, but I rarely do until the Quincence sails into Celendriel's harbors." "Serves you right for befriending one of the Marin. They go where the winds and the prophets take them." The litter came to a stop before the steps of the Curia, ending their conversation, and Lydia accepted the arm of her father's guard, Spurius, to help her stand, then turned to assist her father. Now, my dear, please allow me." Lydia's skin crawled, and twisting around, she found Senator Lucius Cassius standing behind her, along with a pair of servants holding sunshades over his head. Perhaps in his mid-40s, Lucius was a man unremarkable in face and form, his golden skin loose around the jowls, which emphasized his weak chin. He wore the same white toga as her father, his dark blonde hair clinging to his neck, which appeared oily, as though his masseur had not toweled him thoroughly after a recent massage. All of those were secondary impressions, however, for it was his eyes that commanded one's attention. And they were eyes one would never forget. Small and deep-set, they possessed a depth of cunning and a dearth of empathy, and having them fixed on her made Lydia want to recoil. Lucius pressed a hand against the small of Lydia's back to ease her out of the way, leaving a sodden mark on the silk of her dress. My friend," he said to her father, taking his arm. "This heat is the purest form of misery." "Truly it is." Her father steadied himself against the other man, the servants with the sunshades pressing forward to keep both protected from the glare. "We'll have drought again if the weather continues as it has." A shout of dismay stole Lydia's attention from the conversation, and her eyes went up the Curia steps to see soapy water spilling down the marble, one man berating another for his clumsiness, The column next to them had been defaced with more graffiti, and Lucius's name was only slightly faded from their efforts.
"Nasty business,"
her father said.
"Have the perpetrators been caught?"
"Not yet, though I do intend to have strong words with the legatus of the 27th. The policing of our fair city is a position of privilege, but his men appear to be treating it as an opportunity for leisure." Her father gave a slow nod.
"Policing Celendrial requires a certain temperament of men. A legion that has seen combat, but not endured the trauma of heavy casualties. A legion with experience dealing with the Peregrini, and one with an appropriate reputation. The 27th is a good fit."
Unlike the other 2 legions currently camped outside the city, Lydia thought. Though it would explain the as-yet unexplained presence of the 37th and 41st.
"As always, Valerius, your counsel is good,"
Lucius answered.
"Perhaps I let my emotions get in the way of my good sense. In my heart, I know that it was the Peregrini's relentless abuse of my character that drove my late wife to her grave, so the sight of these baseless criticisms sparks anger in my blood, makes me desire to take action."
He pumped his fist in the air as though he might personally hunt down the perpetrators, and Lydia had to bite the insides of her cheeks to keep from laughing at the very idea of it. Then a shout cut the air, driving away her amusement.
"Thieves!"
A tall man raced across the forum in their direction. His pale, freckled complexion and the cut of his red hair suggested he was from Cyburn province, though he wore cell garments.
"You give me back my son, you cell vermin!"
He jerked the knife belted at his waist free, lifting the blade.
"You give him back or I'll kill you both! Take cover, Domina."
Spurius pushed Lydia into the litter with such force that she rolled out the other side, landing on her knees in a soapy puddle. Hard in her throat, she peered through the curtains, seeing both her father and Cassius had their backs against the litter, while Spurius had his weapon out, moving to intercept the attacker. At the sight of the retired legionnaire, the Cybernese man slid to a halt, his eyes wild.
"Put the knife down."
Spurius's voice was calm, and he cautiously set his own weapon on the ground.
"We can all still part ways peacefully." "Peacefully!"
The Cybernese man screamed the word, sweat and tears rolling down his freckled cheeks.
"You golden-skinned demons don't know the meaning of the word. You stole my boy away, stole his freedom and his life."
His speech was garbled with grief, but Lydia understood. As would anyone in the Empire. His child had been taken as part of the child tithes to the legions, gone to Campus Lessendor, where he'd be forged into a weapon and then used to enforce the Senate's authority.
"It is not theft."
Lucius's voice was frigid.
"It is the law. All must abide. I myself gave up my second son, and I bore my grief with honor, not by groveling like a woman in the middle of the forum."
Spurius's jaw tightened, and he held up a hand trying to silence Lucius. But the damage was done.
"You stole him."
The grieving father lifted his knife.
"And once you demons have beaten all that he is out of his veins, you will send him to slaughter his own people."
The legionnaires guarding the forum sprinted their direction, gladius blades gleaming in the sun, their expressions grim. Lydia clenched her teeth, not wanting to watch but unable to look away.
"Calm yourself, man,"
Spurius said, and Lydia knew he saw the other soldiers coming, knew that he had only moments to defuse the situation.
"That is not the way of it. You may yet see him again, but not if you carry forward with this ill-thought plan. He will no longer be my son!"
The man lunged, his eyes bright and fixed on Lucius and her father, and Lydia screamed. And then a blade sliced through the air. Lydia clapped a hand over her mouth, watching the Cybernese man's head roll across the stones, coming to rest against the steps to the curia. The legionnaire who'd decapitated him frowned, then bent to wipe his weapon on the dead man's tunic.
"Blasted fools!" Cassius shouted at them. "While you sat on your laurels, we were nearly killed."
"Apologies, Senator." One of them, a centurion judging from his armor, said, "We came as soon as we saw his weapon."
"Spare me your excuses. The 27th is done in Celendrial. Time you were sent somewhere that will sharpen you back into the weapons we trained you to be."
Spittle flew from Lucius's mouth. But Lydia's father placed a calming hand on his shoulder before addressing the soldier who'd murdered the poor man.
"You need not have killed him. It was poorly done."
"Apologies, Senator," the man answered. But to Lydia, he didn't seem at all repentant. Likely because he knew the punishment for allowing harm to befall 2 senators would have been far worse than harsh words. Rising on weak knees, Lydia held on to the side of the litter for balance, then circled around to the front. Blood pooled around the dead man, streams of it trailing away, following the straight lines between paving stones. One of the legionnaires picked up the dead man's feet, dragging him across the forum, leaving red streaks across the stone, while another caught hold of the head by the hair, tossing it after his comrade.
"You forgot a part."
"Show some decency!" The words tore from her lips, and the legionnaires turned to regard her with cold eyes.
"Apologies, Domina,"
the centurion finally said.
"I'll have him whipped as punishment for adding to your distress."
Lydia's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to argue, but her father caught hold of her shoulders, gently pushing her into the litter.
"Today is not a good day for the markets, my dear. Spurius will escort you home and then rejoin me." "Peregrini violence grows worse by the day."
Lucius gave a grim shake of his head.
"In what state is our fair city that law-abiding citizens and those of the gentler persuasion cannot go out for fear of being accosted? It is unconscionable. We must show a firmer hand."
"A matter for discussion," her father answered. But then the litter rose, carrying Lydia away from the conversation. "An unnecessary tragedy," she said, looking up at Spurius, where he walked within arm's reach, his steady presence a comfort. "You did well in your attempts to avert it."
"Not well enough."
"Is the 27th to blame for the violence?" Spurius had been a centurion prior to his retirement. Of a surety, he'd have his own opinions on the matter. "Is Lucius right to want to replace them?"
"They are not the cause, Domina. Only a consequence,"
he replied, face revealing nothing.
"But the Senate knows better what Celendrial's future holds and what sort of legion it will need to keep its peace."
Something was happening, Lydia thought. Then her eyes landed on the graffiti of Lucius throwing babies onto spears. Or perhaps it already had.
3. Killian. The wall dividing Mutamora from Darren was 60 feet high, but it wasn't the drop that concerned Killian. It was the bloody cold. The wind buffeted him from side to side, ripping at his cloak as he descended, his gloved fingers growing more numb with each passing second. Gods, he wished he were back in the south, or even on the coast, where at least he was in no danger of actually freezing his balls off. Anywhere but here. "It's still not moving," Berkula shouted from above. "We'll set you down now." Killian's boots sank into the snow, no longer in Mutamora, but in the enemy kingdom of Darren. Forbidden ground, and yet here he was. He pulled the snowshoes off his back, donned them, and then started toward the dark shape in the red-stained snow. They are coming. She wasn't moving, which was no damn surprise given that 6 arrows were embedded in her chest and her back was riddled with at least that many. But Killian still hesitated several paces back from her corpse, drawing his sword, watching for any sign of motion. Nothing. and yet he didn't move. There was rumor that those marked by the god of war felt no fear, that Killian felt no fear. But the dull throb of blood in his ears and the thundering beat of his heart belied that rumor. Killian knew fear. He just didn't run from it. The wind caught in the corrupted's blonde hair, strands of it whipping this way and that, her skin nearly as pale as the snow she rested upon. Her cheek had been scored by an arrow, a long bloody wound across an otherwise lovely face. A lovely face marked by the seventh god, marked to take lives, marked for evil. And yet she'd said that she was here to warn them. Feeling the eyes of his men watching him from atop the wall and through the twin portcullises, Killian took a step closer, watching the corrupted for any sign of life. Not listening to her was a mistake. Shoving aside the thought, he took another step closer, about to nudge her with his blade when the wound on her cheek caught his attention. Killian froze. The deep cut had started bleeding again, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, the edges were closing, healing. Shit, Killian muttered, and the corrupted's eyes snapped open. What she said stopped his blade a hair's breadth from her neck. "They're coming," she whispered, "from behind." "Rufina?" His voice was hoarse. "Who is she?" "She's queen. She's one of his." "His?" "The corruptor." The wound on her face had faded to a thin line. "I don't want to be like this. I try to fight it, but it's so hard. He stole me, and now he won't let me go." Such is the downside of making a pact with a god. There was no reneging, no changing your mind. Killian knew that better than most. "You think I agreed to be like this?" Her laugh was pained and bitter. "He's far more insidious than that." The arrows embedded in her body were rising, her healing flesh forcing them out of her body. She whispered, "His eye is on me. I can feel it." Killian lifted his head, giving his surroundings a quick scan, but there was only snow and rock, the whistle of wind, a guttural growl. His attention snapped down to see that the corrupted's eyes had pooled black, bloody flames circling the irises. Then she attacked. A blur of motion, reaching white hands. Killian was faster. His blade sang through the air, slicing through flesh and bone, and the corrupted's head landed with a soft thud in the blood-soaked snow. As the body toppled to join it, Killian turned and strode toward the gate. "Send 3 riders on our fastest horses to the garrisons at Blackbriar, Harrod, and Tarn," he ordered. "Inform them the wall is in need of reinforcements. No delays. Tell them to bring their healers." "Reinforcements against what, sir? She's dead." Killian turned back to the mountain range, the fiery orb of the setting sun casting long shadows through the empty pass. Nothing moved, but his skin crawled as though he were being watched. "I think we're about to find out."
4. Lydia. Lydia sipped from a glass of well-watered wine, listening to the Bardinese musicians playing softly in the corner of the room, while she attempted to calm her still-rattled nerves by reading a book. Within the hour, 6 of her father's friends would descend on her home, along with their families, and the servants were still rushing about ensuring the night would be perfection. Every surface was laden with vases of flowers from the gardens. The mosaic floors were polished to a high shine, the pillows on the couches had been fluffed, and the marble sculptures resting in the wall niches were devoid of even a speck of dust. Now that the sun was setting, the doors to the gardens were cast open, but the trees blocked the breeze from the sea, the air between the columns stagnant. Lydia had checked thrice to ensure all was in order, but in truth her duties wouldn't truly begin until the guests arrived and the gossiping ensued. Pressing her damp palms against the red and gold striped upholstery, She smoothed the thin silk of her dress, admiring the brilliant green. High-waisted, it was ruched at the bodice to give volume to her bust, the singular shoulder strap a mesh of golden wire woven through with silk. On her feet were delicate sandals with thin leather straps that wrapped around her calves up to her knees. Her wrists and throat were encircled with emerald, her fingers gleaming with tiny bands of gold, the large black diamond she habitually wore gracing her right hand. Her black hair had been styled in ringlets by the servants at the very last minute. It was the fashion, but her hair was not suited to it. Already it was losing its curl, her locks fighting their way toward their natural poker-straight state. Lydia glared at a limp curl in frustration, but there was no time to do anything about it. The thud of sandals against tile filled the air, and Lydia's father entered the room with one hand behind his back. He looked healthier than he had earlier, no longer dripping with sweat from the pain of his illness. Even still, Lydia gestured to the servant with the fan to put more vigor into his motions, the crimson plumage sending gusts of air across the room.
I trust the jeweler I had dispatched to the house departed with fewer wares,
her father said, perching on the couch next to her, arm still behind his back.
It was the least I could do after what you endured today.
Lydia's jaw tightened at mention of the tragedy in the forum. I'm afraid I was a disappointment to them.
I sent you the finest jeweler in Celendrial, yet within his chests you were unable to find a single hair ornament you liked?
Not one worthy of Terriana's hair. It needs to be something special. She expected her father to make some jest about her grasping for an excuse to have her accounts increased. But instead he sighed, his gaze fixed on the floor.
Perhaps you might consider spending more time with your other friends.
He meant the daughters of his fellow senators, though it had been years since Lydia had thought of any of them as friends. When they'd all been children, no one had cared much about her questionable heritage. That had changed when her friends began to heed the deeply classist nature of patrician society, where friendship had little to do with affection and everything to do with the advantages the relationship might bring. And while a relationship with her father's name was of enormous value to anyone in the empire, Lydia's less than perfect pedigree ensured that she'd marry far below her current station, if she married at all. And none of her friends saw any advantage in fostering a relationship with the future wife of a wealthy plebeian, and even less a spinster. I prefer Terriana's company.
It is improper how much you favor her.
Lydia sat up straight with such violence that the wine in her glass sloshed over the rim. How so? She is my friend.
A friendship that is itself improper. The daughters of senators don't fraternize with the lower classes. It looks ill.
Lower classes? Lydia stared at him, horrified to hear such words coming from his mouth. You speak as though she were some plebes sweeping the streets. Her mother is both captain and owner of her own ship, one of the most influential Marin ships there is. Never mind that Terriana and her family were richer and more educated than half the Senate.
Don't play the fool, Lydia. You know well what I mean.
I do not. A lie, because she did. But if he intended to espouse these views, then Lydia would be damned if she let him hide behind innuendo. Explain yourself. Her father gestured angrily at the musicians and servants, all of them promptly exiting the room, leaving him and Lydia alone. Then he rounded on her.
As you like. Terriana is not patrician, and she is not Cell.
Rising to her full height, Lydia stared him down. Neither am I. And no amount of pretense would make it otherwise. Not when every blasted person in Celendriel knew Senator Valerius had found her clutched in her dead mother's arms outside the gates to this very home. Had taken her in, and being the man he was, had given her not just a home, but his home, adopting her as his daughter. His eyes clouded.
It's different.
How? Lydia was shaking, barely in control of her anger. How is it different?
Because I make it so. My name, my power, my influence,
her father shouted.
And when I am gone, you will lose all of it unless you are wed to someone willing to provide the same. Because rest assured, Vibius will not allow you to remain in this house.
Lydia knew that her father's nephew despised her, though she didn't understand the intensity of his hate. She was careful never to cross him, yet Vibius's animosity toward her had grown with an alarming ferocity over the last year, to the point Lydia was afraid to be alone with him. It's uncharacteristic of you to speak this way, Father. I don't care for it. Tension thickened the space between them. Not vanquished until her father conceded with an exhaled breath of defeat.
I'm sorry, my dear girl.
He rested his elbows on his knees, head in his hands. An unfamiliar fruit, which was what he'd been hiding behind his back, now abandoned on a cushion.
My fear makes me speak to you in a way I should not. Please sit.
Lydia didn't move.
Lydia, you are nearly 18 years old, and it was past time you were wed. For there to be a chance of a man with a good name taking you for a wife, you must perform the part of a patrician girl to perfection, which is perhaps something I should have been training you to do all along.
He sighed.
Instead, I raised you within the framework of my own beliefs and notions which are not shared by most. Created an unsustainable world for you, never thinking that there would be a moment in which you'd have to step outside of it. And yet that moment is now, staring me in the face, the moment when I'll no longer be able to protect you.
Terminal. The physician's prognosis echoed through her thoughts. Terminal. Yet you wish me to cut ties with the only other person in the world who cares for me? Her father was silent for a long moment, as though he was considering his words. Then he spoke.
I know Terriana is like a sister to you, but know also that her mother is not warm to your friendship. Why else does the Quincense avoid the most profitable harbor on Wreath like it is infested with plague? The Marin keep to themselves, for reasons they keep to themselves, and to have a girl of Terriana's importance doing otherwise looks ill upon her. It may be the case that she has come to realize that fact, which is why you've not heard from her in so long.
It had been 6 months since she'd seen Terriana. A whole half a year without so much as a letter. Was it possible that Terriana, too, had decided Lydia not worth her time and trouble?
I have some prospects in mind for you, Lydia, but it would help if you made an effort to increase your desirability. Foster relationships with other patrician girls, for if they look upon you with favor, so shall their fathers and brothers and husbands, which will make you an asset.
An asset. As though she were a commodity to be used rather than a person with her own thoughts and hopes and dreams. Why can't you just arrange for me to leave Celendriel? Surely Vibius would be happy enough to see the back of me and would leave me to my own devices? Silence fell across the room, making the overheated air feel thick and unbreathable.
Perhaps he might have.
Her father finally answered, staring at the tiles.
But I'm afraid I erred in my ambition for your future.
How so? This was the first she'd heard of it.
A little over a year ago, I began to make discreet inquiries into whether cell law might be changed in your favor. Whether there was a chance of creating a circumstance where you could be freed from my name upon my death, and for you to inherit a portion of the Valerius fortune. Not the majority of it, of course, but enough to set you up for life.
Lydia pressed a hand to her chest, scarcely able to believe what she was hearing.
It became clear quite quickly that, such a thing was too revolutionary, that there would be no chance of pushing it through, so I let the idea go. I know not how, but Vibius became aware of my inquiries, as did some of his fellows. They took it as me attempting to disinherit him in your favor.
Her father shook his head.
He was incensed, of course, and despite my protests that my inquiries were not of that nature, he took my actions quite to heart. So whereas before he might have allowed you to remain part of this household in some fashion, now I fear he will make an example of you in order to ease the embarrassment he endured.
Vibius's hate of her made so much sense now. In trying to secure her future, her father might well have destroyed it.
Marriage is your only option, Lydia. Please do what you can to assist me in making the best match possible.
She was trapped. Giving him a stiff nod, she gestured to the discarded fruit, needing to change the subject. What is that? Passing a weary hand over his face, her father picked up the green and red oval thing.
It's called a mango. They're native to Timia province and ship poorly. But with the newly discovered Zenthier path delivering, we can have them and other Timian goods in Selendriel in less than a day's time.
He handed her the fruit.
I thought you might wish to try one.
I see you beat me to it, Uncle. Lydia whipped her head around in time to watch Vibius enter the room, his wife, Olpia, teetering along behind him. In one hand, he held one of the fruits, which he bounced up and down before tossing it at one of the servants who'd just entered, nearly hitting the poor man in the face.
Ran across Gaius Domitius lugging a crate of the things around like some sort of plebe merchantman. He told me the Zenthiar's been secured and trade is flowing. That's where his father is. Their holdings in Timia. But no doubt you knew that.
Vibius tapped his temple, while at the same time gesturing for Lydia to move.
Always the first to know, aren't you, Uncle?
Her father eyed him coolly.
I'm glad I still have the capacity to impress you, Vibius.
Able to transport man or beast countless miles in a heartbeat, the Zenthier paths were much studied but little understood. Crisscrossing the Empire, they were veins of crystal that ran through the earth, the genesis and terminus the only portions visible above the ground. Anything that touched the genesis was instantly delivered to the terminus, though a reverse trip was impossible. Crystal flowed in only one direction. Countless routes had been mapped, but there were still many Zenthier stems where the destination or origin was unknown. Path hunters frequently ventured through unmapped genesis stems, because if they returned to Selendriel with proof of where the path went, the Senate rewarded them with a fortune worth of gold. Most who ventured onto the unmapped paths were never seen again. Lydia joined Olpia on another couch, smiling at the girl who had the misfortune of being married to Vibius, kissing both her cheeks. Then she held up the fruit. Would you like to try it? Olpia beamed, her blonde hair in perfect ringlets that framed her round, golden-skinned face. Of course. I do so love exotic things. Lydia rather doubted that was the case, but allowed one of the servants to pluck the fruit from her hand. One ear for Olpia's chatter, the other for the conversation between her father and Vibius, an effort made more difficult by the return of the Bardinese musicians.
It's where the coin is, Uncle,
Vibius said, accepting a glass of wine and drinking deeply.
Now that the legions aren't muddying up so many of the Zenthier paths, we can turn them to their true purpose. Commerce! Where once we transported armies 1,000 miles in a heartbeat, now we transport mangoes.
The feel of Olpia toying with the bracelet on her wrist stole Lydia's attention from the conversation. You wear green so well, the other girl said. That shade always makes my complexion sallow, and every woman I know complains of the same. You're so fortunate. Lydia gritted her teeth at the veiled barb and smiled. You flatter me. Is that a new necklace? More guests entered. Her father's fellow senators and their families. Greetings and pleasantries filled the air, Lydia's cheeks growing sticky from the kisses of lacquered lips. Despite the servants vigorously waving fans, the heat of the room grew stifling, not even a whiff of a breeze flowing through the doors. The air became heavy with the scent of perfume and sweat and wine, made worse by the waft of cooking food coming down the corridor from the kitchens. A familiar scene, but tonight it was more suffocating than usual. "Try it, Uncle." Vibius's voice cut through the noise. "It's from Cassius's vineyards. At the rate he's going, he'll run the Atlians out of business." Lydia twisted on her elbow to see Vibius pushing a glass into her father's hand. Rising, she swiftly crossed the room. The physician said no wine. Vibius made a face. "It's well watered, Lydia. Calm your nerves." They said no amount of wine. Lydia clenched her fingers, trying to curb the desire to snatch the glass out of her father's hand.
"It's true,"
her father said, setting aside the glass.
"It seems my final days are to be so devoid of pleasure that I'll soon be begging for the end."
Clapping a hand to his chest, Vibius staggered sideways as though he'd been struck a great blow. "Do you hear him, my friends? Are those not words to break the heart?" Then he lifted his own glass. "I say, defy the bastards! Pleasure unto the end!" Then he drained his wine to the roaring approval of the other guests. "Father," Lydia tried to interject, but no one was listening to her.
"Physicians are such miserly sorts,"
Senator Basilius said, casting his eyes skyward.
"They'd have us eating lettuce leaves and dry bread and only water to wash it down if they had their way. What sense is there to living 100 years if it means living like that?"
"Hear, hear!" Several of the men shouted, lifting their own cups.
"Perhaps Vibius speaks some sense for once."
Her father retrieved the wine and lifted it in toast.
"Pleasure unto the end."
Lydia ground her teeth as he took a sip, reaching out to try to take the glass lest he drink the rest. But Vibius got in her way.
"You're a blasted mother hen, Lydia."
He flapped his arms, making noises like an angry chicken. Laughter filled the room.
"Quit pecking at him."
Her father waved a hand at Vibius.
"Enough. Let her be. She acts out of love, unlike you."
Everyone laughed, no one seeming uncomfortable with the fact that it was the truth.
"Lydia knows it's all in jest."
Vibius's arm slipped around her waist, fingers digging painfully into her flesh.
"Don't you, cousin?"
"Of course," she murmured, concern filling her as her father took another sip. But short of knocking it out of his hand, what could she do?
"Go back to your flock, little hen."
Vibius patted at her hip, pushing her in the direction of the other women.
"You can all cluck at one another."
He was drunk and performing for the other guests, but Lydia's cheeks still burned as she retreated, helplessness souring the wine in her own stomach. What would it be like to live with Vibius without her father to intervene when he got out of hand? Just how badly would he treat her as punishment for her father's inquiries? Was marriage the better option? "Lydia, is this comedic?" She lifted her head to find Ulpia holding her book up for all to see. "Pardon? Is it funny? I do adore a good comedy." It was a linguistics text. "I'm afraid not." Ulpia scrunched her face in a parody of disappointment mirrored by the other girls around her. "Do you have anything comedic in that library? You could read for us." That was the last thing Lydia wanted to do. Already her skin was flushed hot, her heart beating too rapidly in her chest, stomach twisting with humiliation and anger and distress. I'm afraid I have nothing that would suit. Of a surety, that will be one of the first things I remedy, Ulpius said, and laughter spilled out of the lips of the other young women in earshot. Laughter that was like pokers in Lydia's ears, because that was her library. Hers and her father's, and Ulpia would take it, change it, fill it with nonsense, and then likely never even step inside. A room visited by servants to keep the dust in check, nothing more. Fury burned in her chest, and Lydia snapped. Perhaps refrain from making plans to redecorate my father's house until he's actually dead? Ulpia's eyes widened, and she pressed a hand to her glossy lips. It was a jest, Lydia. Truly you mistake me. Vibius and I wish nothing more than for Uncle to overcome his illness. I'm sure. Peace, peace, several of the other young women murmured, and Lydia leaned back into a cushion, allowing the conversation to carry on without her. The noise in the room ratcheted up, dancers wearing cheap silk and plumes of feathers swaying between the couches, bare feet moving to the rhythm of pipes the Bardnese women played. Lydia could barely hear herself think, but she saw the way the other girls pressed together, mouths next to one another's ears as they gossiped. Then above the cacophony, she heard, "Are you well, Valerius?" Lydia turned in time to see her father double over, clutching his stomach in pain. But though she lunged to try to catch him, her fingers only grazed the fabric of his clothes as her father slumped to the floor.
5. Killian. As the sun set, the first drum beats rippled down the pass. Boom, boom, boom. There was no music to it, only a steady, familiar rhythm, the beat of men on the march. A glow appeared on the horizon, as though the sun had reversed its cycle around the world, rising up like fire. Only Killian knew the light was a flame of a different sort. Torches. Thousands of them marching closer with every passing second. The wall was thick with soldiers, the reinforcements from Blackbriar and Hard having arrived, and those from Tarn due within the hour. The men huddled next to smoking braziers, trying to keep warm in the howling wind that froze exposed skin in a matter of minutes, their heavy fur cloaks making them appear more animal than human. There was no conversation, no banter, only whispered words and Killian's occasional order, punctuated by the snap and pop of the wood burning beneath the vats of boiling water. 10,000 men. That's what the corrupted woman had said was coming. To bring such a host through these mountains was impossible, and yet there was no denying the numbers as they poured over the lip of the pass. A tide of darkness and fire flowing toward the ancient wall. Boom, boom, boom. Lifting his spyglass, Killian panned the approaching enemy, their faces barely visible beneath heavy hoods, glistening steel, held in their hands, and, where was not, wooden poles bearing a black banner emblazoned with a burning red circle. The sign of the seventh. "The sticks protect us," several of his men muttered, but they held their positions, hands concealed against the wind until it was time to fight. Boom, boom, boom. A horn sounded, long and mournful, and the enemy host stopped just out of range of longbowmen. "Archers!" Killian shouted, marking the flashes of motion among the masses of enemy. "Corrupted. Target those who move too quickly. We don't want them up here with us." "There are thousands of them," Berkelum muttered. "We're outnumbered 10-1. "The wall puts the odds in our favor," Killian replied. Even with 10,000 men, this enemy force couldn't win. The Darren army had no siege equipment and was exposed to the frigid wind surging down from the mountain peaks. And yet Killian's skin crawled like he was covered with spiders, his gaze drawn over his shoulder to the courtyard below. The fortress was protected by a half circle of curtain wall, 30 feet tall and 6 feet thick, with a gate made of steel-banded oak held shut by a beam that required 2 men to lift. The stables and outbuildings were made of equally sturdy construction as the fortress, soldiers moving among them as they prepared their defenses, the 3 white-robed healers standing at the ready. But his gaze drifted beyond them, past the clear cut at the base of the fortress's wall to the dark expanses of forest behind them, to the kingdom they defended. The horn sounded again, tearing his attention back to the enemy host as they hammered their weapons against their shields, the noise deafening. Then abruptly the thunder ceased. The army parted, a lone figure carrying the standard of the 7th striding down the path they'd formed. The individual moved with the awful grace of one of the corrupted, the soldiers cringing away with fear that was obvious even from this distance. Lifting his spyglass, Killian focused on the woman, the snug leather she wore making it no question it was a she. His eyes fixing on the black mask, rendering her face featureless. Rufina, instinct told him, and Killian handed off his spyglass in favor of his bow, pulling an arrow and knocking it without taking his attention from the enemy queen. They fight out of fear, a voice whispered in his head. Kill her, and this ends here. Narrowing his gaze, Killian tracked Rufina's progress to the front of her host, torchlight illuminating her long black hair, which gusted sideways with the wind. You only get one chance, he warned himself, aiming at her heart. Only one chance to catch her unaware. One chance to kill her. Rufina stopped, planting her standard deep in the snow, far out of range of most men. But Killian wasn't most men. He shot the arrow, the twang of his bow loud in the silence. It was impossible to see the trajectory in the darkness, and Killian held his breath, waiting to see if his aim was true. Yet it was impossible not to see Rufina's hand move with sudden speed, stopping his arrow inches from her breast. Lifting the arrow, she regarded it, head tilting to one side in amusement that radiated across the distance, like it was nothing more than a child's toy. Several of his men made the sign of the 6 against their chest, even as Killian shot 3 more arrows in swift succession. But Rufina snatched them all from the air, her shoulders shaking with laughter that caught on the wind, filling Killian's ears, the ears of his soldiers. Then she shouted, 1,000 gold coins to the one who brings me Killian Calorian's head. Her host shifted restlessly around her, and she laughed again. 5,000 to the one who brings him to me alive. Shit. Killian's heart hammered against his ribs. Thud-thud, thud-thud, thud-thud. Then he felt something shift. Here they come. Rufina snatched hold of her standard and lifted it into the air. With a roar, the enemy army charged past their queen, tripping and stumbling over one another in the deep snow. Those who fell crushed beneath the snowshoes of the thousands who followed, an inky tide crossing the white snow. Steady! Killian bellowed over the noise, watching the approach, waiting for the right moment. Shoot! The air filled with the twang of longbows, and a heartbeat later, the front ranks of the enemy fell, screams echoing up to the top of the wall. Shoot! Volley after volley. And then the enemy hit the wall, grappling hooks launching upward, indiscriminately catching against flesh and rock. Men screaming as the ropes dragged them down, even as the enemy began to climb those that held true. The Mutamorian soldiers drew their blades, cutting through ropes, dozens of enemy dropping to their deaths on the ranks clustered below, even as more of Killian's men poured the vats of boiling water down on their heads. Screams. Screams. But they kept coming. The archers among them firing up, arrows striking true. Killian sidestepped a blur of black fletching, but even as he killed the archer with an arrow of his own, he was turning, his gaze on the darkness outside the fortress's wall. They're coming from behind. The reinforcements from Tarn are here. The shout came from below, several of his men running toward the gate, From behind her? Or from behind him? Don't open the gate! Killian stumbled toward the steps, heedless of the arrows flying past him. It's a ruse! Don't open the goddamned gate! He was too late. His soldiers lifted the heavy beam, and as they set it aside, the gate swung open, and a man wearing the uniform of a Mudamorian officer stepped inside. In a blur of motion, he caught hold of one of Killian's soldiers, hand around his throat, lifting him up like a shield. Close the gate! Killian screamed, halfway down the steps and too far away to help. Kill it! Life drained from the struggling soldier's face, years compounding on years until all the corrupted held in its grip was the desiccated corpse of an ancient man. With a wild laugh, the corrupted tossed the body aside. Lifting his bow, Killian shot an arrow, the metal tip punching through one of the corrupted's flame-rimmed eyes, the creature dropping like a stone. Leaping off the side of the stairs, Killian hit the slush and mud of the courtyard, rolling to his feet. It's the enemy! Close the goddamned gate! His men were moving, but it seemed at a snail's pace. The only soldier near enough to close the gate staring in horror at the corpse of his fallen comrade. The cold air burned his face as Killian ran, closing the distance. You aren't going to make it. He pulled his sword as the gate flew the rest of the way open. Disguised daring soldiers surging through, corrupted in their midst. Killian carved into the first, nearly cutting the man in half before turning on the next, parrying twice before running the man through. It was a blur of blood and steel, the air filled with screams and smoke, the stables aflame. Men and horses careened around the courtyard as Killian rallied his soldiers, but for every enemy he killed, another sprang up in his place. The corrupted lost themselves in the madness, most bent over victims, stealing life, their faces wild with ecstasy. But not all. 3 hemmed Killian in, swords in hand, backing him step by step against the twin portcullises that were all that held out the horde of enemy beyond the wall. Exhaustion bit at Killian as he fought, blood running down his face, freezing in his hair. There was snow falling now, and it whirled and gusted as he twisted and parried, trying to take the corrupted down, trying to get past them. He pulled a knife and threw it, catching one in the chest, but the creature only plucked the blade out and laughed, not even feeling the pain. You've lost, it hissed, even as Killian gutted one of its companions, the thing shrieking as it tried to stuff its innards back inside the healing wound. I don't lose, Killian replied between his teeth, but his men were. One by one they were dropping, and if they lost the gatehouse, it was over. Things change. The corrupted leapt backward as Killian swung. The 6 grow weak. Their marked ones grow weak. It lunged with preternatural speed, its blade slicing against Killian's ribs, his chainmail all that kept him from being cut in two. You grow weak. Fire enveloped the scaffolding that ran up the inside of the wall, building materials raining down as the wood gave way. Killian coughed, trying to catch his breath, and then there was a sharp crack. Blocks of stone fell from the sky, one smashing the skull of the corrupted as Killian stumbled against the inner portcullis, the overhang all that saved him from the same fate. Swiping at his stinging eyes, he blinked back tears from the smoke and heat, his vision clearing in time for him to see the last of the men defending the gatehouse fall and the enemy force their way inside. Behind him, the inner portcullis rattled upward. No! Leaping over burning timber, Killian staggered as an arrow punched through his chainmail, embedding deep in his right shoulder. Switching sword hands, he ignored the hot flow of blood running down his back and broke into a run. The broken door to the gatehouse fell aside with one blow of his boot. In the dim light, the daring soldier struggled with the ancient winch of the outer gate. He killed one and was about to turn on the other when a blow caught him in the side, his ribs cracking beneath the force. Clenching his teeth against the pain, Killian rolled, then struggled to his feet. His sword was nowhere in sight. "Looking for this, Lord Calorian?" A corrupted stood in the doorway, Killian's sword held in her hand. Fumbling, hand slick with blood, Killian searched for another knife. But they were all gone. All lost in the fight. "Mudamora will fall," the corrupted whispered through the smoke, her eyes burning with the seventh god's fire. "And it will only be the first." "The wall is not the kingdom," Killian coughed. "And one battle is not the war." Then he lunged. His shoulder took the corrupted in the stomach. Then they rolled out of the gatehouse. He could feel her hand searching for exposed skin, and he pinned her against the ground, his body screaming with the effort. She writhed and struggled, stronger than him but unskilled, except his shoulder was giving out and his ribs burned. With a snarl, she jerked her arm free of his grip, her bare hand slapping against his face, her eyes burning with triumph. Right as the outer portcullis rattled skyward, Darren's soldiers surged through the opening, fighting with one another to get to the other side. They rolled over Killian and the corrupted like a wave, snowshoes twisting and tripping them up until it was nothing but a churn of bodies and limbs. Then a hand caught hold of his wrist, dragging him out from under the surge of men. Killian looked up to see Berkala above him. The giantess's face streaked with soot and blood. "We need to retreat," she bellowed. "We're overrun." On the wall, his surviving men were trying to flee, but they were caught in an ocean of enemy. There was no way out. Berkala hauled him away, cracking skulls with her staff as she went, but Killian slipped her grip. Snatching up a fallen blade as he ran, he sliced at the burning scaffolding. Over and over, his body wavering and shaking with pain until the leg of the structure splintered and cracked. In a roar of flame and ash, it collapsed over the gate, blocking the opening, but not for long. There were hundreds of enemy in the courtyard, as many on the wall, and at least a dozen corrupted were hunting both friend and foe. "Retreat!" Killian's scorched throat could barely get the word from his lips, but the men nearest to him heard. They picked up the call, the survivors fighting their way down the stairs, flinging themselves off the wall. They rallied around him and Berkala, fighting toward the fortress gate and then out into the forest beyond where horses circled in panic. Above them, strange shrieks filled the air. The sound of wings. Catching hold of his horse's mane, Killian hauled himself onto its bare back, the dozen men with him catching mounts to do the same. "Ride," he gasped, dispatching them in opposite directions to warn the undefended towns. "Killian!" Berkala shouted. "Let's go!" He needed to go back, needed to fight, needed to stop this. But the giantess stepped between him and the fortress. "Going back will be suicide, even for you," she said. "I haven't watched your back all these years to stand aside now. Let me go." She caught hold of his mount's reins. "You're no good to us if you're dead." He'd been no good to them alive. Shaking his head to clear it, Killian dug his heels into his horse's side. "We ride for Mudair." And when he returned, it would be with an army at his back. But as they fled toward the tree line, Killian couldn't help a backward glance at the fortress, at the wall that had never fallen. All he saw were flames.
6. Lydia. Lydia stared at the pages on her desk, the words blurring together no matter how hard she tried to focus. The physician had come straight away, attempting to dose her father for pain, but he'd only waved the man away. "It clouds my mind, and my mind is all that I have left." Then he'd motioned to Lydia. "Go see the rest of our guests out. Make my apologies for me." She'd gone but lingered in the hallway, listening. 6 months, Senator. the physician had said. Perhaps less. It would be well for you to ready your affairs. 6 months and then she'd lose him. 6 months and she'd be alone. A singular hot tear dribbled down her cheek, and Lydia wiped it aside furiously, then shoved her spectacles back into place, intent on losing herself in her work despite her failure to do so over the last 2 hours. Dipping her pen in the ink pot, she wrote a line pertaining to an issue with pestilence afflicting poultry. Then a loud voice made her jump. "You spelled chicken wrong, and your Bardenese grammar is shit." Indignation flooded her, and Lydia snapped, "It's not," before recognition hit her. Twisting in the chair, she grinned at the girl standing behind her, with an expression of amusement on her dark-skinned face. "Tariana!" They went down in a heap of arms and legs, hugging and shrieking in complete disregard of propriety. "I wasn't expecting you," Lydia finally said after their enthusiasm had settled, not mentioning that she'd feared Tariana had abandoned her for good.
"There's a lot of that going around."
Tariana pulled off her boots, tossing them aside before crossing her legs, her toes glittering with a multitude of rings. Her countless waist-length braids with their wealth of ornaments clicked and rattled together as she moved, the sound as comforting as a song.
"Your father keeps poor company tonight."
Her father was supposed to be abed, not receiving guests. "Oh?"
"A young one who's drunk on both righteous indignation and your father's good wine. And the other—" a frown creased Tariana's brow. "Older, weak chin, eyes like a pig. He seemed—" She trailed off and then gave a shrug. "Seemed not your father's sort."
Lydia scrunched up her face, unnerved. "The younger is my father's nephew, Vibius, who was supposed to have departed with Ulpia."
"Mm-hmm."
Tariana pulled a ring off Lydia's finger, examining the gemstone. She was easily the prettiest girl Lydia had ever met, with her rounded cheeks, arched eyebrows, and wide smile, her smooth black skin completely flawless. Half a head shorter than Lydia, Tariana was the perfect blend of muscle and curve, her long-fingered hands calloused from a lifetime of working on her mother's ship. But it was Tariana's eyes that captured the attention. Like all Marin, Tariana's eyes appeared to be windows to the sea, the irises moving with waves and swells. And like the sea, they changed color with her temperament. Lydia had seen them shift from indigo to azure to emerald to graphite, all in the space of a conversation. Handing back the ring, Tariana asked,
"Who was the other man?"
Lydia twisted the band around her finger. Once, twice, 3 times. Lucius Cassius. Tariana lifted both dark eyebrows in surprise. The Marin were well acquainted with the ins and outs of cell politics, and Lucius's reputation was far-reaching. Elections. Lydia said the word as an explanation, though it wasn't. Nothing explained why her father had that man in this house. "Let's go out into the gardens. It's cold in here." Taking Tariana by the hand, she led her friend out of the library and down the curving stairs, their bare feet making no noise on the tile. Except as she rounded the corner, Lydia found herself face to face with both her father and Vibius. Vibius gave Tariana a scornful once-over, and then turned his scowl on Lydia, eyes clouded with wine and distaste, as though a pair of rats had interrupted his evening stroll. Lydia instinctively recoiled, which was a mistake. Tariana's hand snapped to her knife hilt, and Lydia was certain that if she hadn't grabbed hold of her friend's wrist, Tariana would have stuck the blade into Vibius's guts. Mercifully, Vibius didn't seem to notice, and he swayed on his feet as he said, As if you aren't embarrassment enough, you have to fraternize with a sailor. Then he wheeled on her father. You indulge her. Her father straightened, anger seeming to wipe away the effects of his illness. And I'll continue to indulge her while it is within my power to do so. Then he gave Lydia a warning nod that had her dragging Tariana around the corner before the situation could devolve further. That pompous prick! Tariana snarled once they were outside. He better watch his back, because I'm of a mind to cut off his... Lydia held up a hand, wary of Vibius still being in earshot. Well, that's a delightful visual. I really need you to curb your tongue in his presence. Tariana stared at her as though she was a stranger. Not like you to be a shrinking violet. Yes, well, the situation felt too monumental to explain. A sudden weariness stealing over her. He's my father's heir. Realization dawned on Tariana's face, the color of her eyes shifting and darkening into stormy seas. You'll be his property when he inherits. Property. It was true, but Lydia hated the blasted word. Hated how it made her feel less than human. Any way around that? Her friend asked, though she had to know the answer. If I were to be married. Silence filled the space between them, telling Lydia exactly what her friend thought of such a solution. Finally, Tariana said, Surely there are men falling over themselves to gain a connection with your family. Her voice was light, but the turbulent waves in her eyes belied her tone. Perhaps they would be if everyone didn't know my father was ill. It would be a short-lived union. What about someone who isn't a patrician? A financial incentive might... Enough, Tariana! Instantly she regretted the heat in her voice. Other than her father, Tariana was the only person who cared for her well-being. And she could hardly begrudge her friend for trying to find a solution to her problems. That she liked none of the solutions was not Tariana's fault. Taking a measured breath, Lydia said, This conversation makes me feel like a broodmare. Let's discuss something else. She motioned to the servant waiting with a tray of refreshments to bring them forth. Tell me of your travels. Where have you been? What have you seen? How is your family? How is Bate? Tariana's jaw worked from side to side as though she was considering pressing the issue. Then she shrugged, falling back on one of the couches and pulling Lydia with her. Bates probably in the Quincense's galley, crying into his cup to Poland about not being invited along with me. I swear he was half hoping my mum wouldn't let me visit tonight so that he'd have the chance to see you under the guise of sneaking me off the ship. In another hour or so, he'll probably be filling the whole damned harbor with his sad poetry about your pretty face. Lydia's cheeks flushed at the thought of Tariana's very handsome crew member doing any such thing, and she picked up a glass from the tray, trying and failing to hide her reaction. You're making that up. Bate would do no such thing. Tariana smirked, picking up the other glass and smelling the contents. I never tell you anything but the unvarnished truth. And speaking of true stories, about a month ago we sailed into Madrascus's harbor just ahead of a storm. Each drop of rain was large enough to drown a man. Resting her head against Tariana's shoulder, Lydia allowed herself to be swept away by her friend's adventures on the high seas, losing herself in tales of the Quincense's cruise hijinks in provincial ports and the endless pranks that Tariana and Bate played in idle moments. Stories that made her forget the terror she'd felt when her father had collapsed and her helplessness over what was to come. For hours she and Tariana talked, and only when it was growing dangerously close to morning did they crawl into Lydia's bed, nose to nose, the sheets pulled over their heads. But in the darkness, Lydia's fears reared their heads, and as though sensing her mood, Tariana asked, How unwell is your father? A pair of tears escaped her eyes. The physicians say his liver is failing. The words stuck in her throat. They have given him 6 months, if he's lucky. I'm so sorry. Tariana pulled her close. It's not fair. It's never the awful men who are taken before their time, and there is a great injustice to that. Lydia wiped her face with the sheet. It felt like one day he was well and the next he was not, and I know his concern for me is only making it worse. Tariana's grip on her tightened, silence falling over both of them. And then her friend asked, "Are you afraid?" The air beneath the sheet turned stifling, and it was only when Tariana pushed it back that Lydia was able to let out a gusting exhale and say, "Yes, I think the day after my father passes, Vibius will sell me to the highest bidder, and if no one will pay, he'll have me killed." "What if you left? What if you ran away?" Lydia choked out a laugh, because it had been tried many times by many women, and always they were dragged back, broken and shamed, eventually married off to some minor patrician family living in the provinces, somewhere out of sight. To where? There is nowhere the Senate doesn't control, nowhere that its legions couldn't find me. She heard Tariana inhale as though to speak, but then she seemed to hesitate. And with her hesitation, Lydia felt something she hadn't expected surge in her chest. Hope. Hope that flared brightly when Tariana finally whispered, "There is." Lydia's heart fluttered, and for a moment she couldn't speak. "Where?" she finally breathed out. "Across the endless seas." "What do you mean? There's nothing but water." "There's a whole other world." Her breath caught in her throat, for what Tariana spoke of was nothing more than myth. "Do you mean the dark shores? They exist?" Lydia felt Tariana press her forehead against hers, felt her slow nod in the darkness. "If you decide you want to leave, or if you're ever in desperate need to reach me, this is how it's done." Tariana left at dawn, leaving Lydia standing alone at the gates to the property, one hand resting against the stone wall to keep her balance. Necessary, because it felt as though the whole world had been tipped on its side. The existence of the dark shores, immortal guardians of ships, gods, which the Marin and apparently whole other nations of people on the far side of the world worshipped. All things that would cause serious trouble for the Marin if they were ever to be discovered by the Empire. But that concerned Lydia far less than the sense that she didn't know her best friend as well as she'd thought. Walking slowly down the path past the pool full of koi, Lydia entered the house, accepting a glass of iced lemon water from the waiting servant before climbing the stairs to the library. Her fingers trailed along the spines of the carefully organized volumes as she made her way through the room to her desk. Sitting down, she worked for a time, but her mind kept drifting. Eyes kept going to the globe of wreath sitting on the corner of her desk. Setting down her pen, Lydia pulled the globe in front of her, watching it rotate. One half depicted the Empire in blues, greens, golds, and whites, but the other half was lacquered black. The dark shores. What would it be like, she wondered, to pull back the shadow and see what lay beneath? What would it be like to escape? Then a hand pressed down on the rotating globe, stopping it so that Lydia's gaze was centered on Selendor itself. "Lydia, some decisions have been made that you need to be aware of." A chill ran down her spine at the tone of her father's voice, and she couldn't find the courage to lift her face to meet his gaze. Because she knew. She knew. Who will it be? Her voice quivered, and she clenched her teeth, furious that she was losing her composure already.
You know that this is a matter of blood, of breeding. If you were my child in truth, Domitius himself would have been banging on our door begging for your hand for his son.
But she wasn't patrician. Wasn't Cell at all. Who? She repeated.
I know it's no love match and never will be, but you'll have status and wealth and he'll treat you well. He has children from a prior marriage, so you need not worry yourself with those particular concerns. He's already said that he's happy for you to carry on with your studies, which is no small thing, and he's running for consul. If he is victorious, you'll be the most influential woman in—
Who? Lydia shrieked, cutting him off. Because she knew. Silence filled the room, thick and sticky and choking.
Lucius Cassius has offered to marry you.
Her father finally answered, taking hold of her wrist and sliding a heavy bracelet over her hand.
And I've accepted on your behalf. You'll be wed after the elections.
7. Killian. Killian galloped through the night and into the morning, switching his stallion for a fresh mount at a farm he passed. A few gold coins and a promise ensuring he'd get his animal back. It was there he left Berkela behind, to rest, and to deliver warnings. As such, he was alone when he encountered the first of the Royal Army scouts. "My lord." The man's eyes went wide at the sight of Killian's injuries. "What's happened?" "Darren has invaded." His borrowed horse bucked, sensing Killian's agitation at the delay. "Have a pigeon sent to Mudair warning them." "I can't delay. I need to reach my father." "But High Lord Calorian is here." The scout gestured back in the direction he'd come from. "Resting the men at High Lord Damashir's castle. He'd intended to travel to the wall to visit you, my lord." Killian's stomach flipped. For while his father being close was a stroke of good fortune that might save the kingdom, Killian had thought he'd have another 2 days to figure out how he was going to break the news. But apparently the gods had other plans. Wincing at the pain in his shoulder, Killian dug in his heels and galloped toward High Lord Damashir's castle. He found his father already in the process of organizing the royal army to march. "We received a bird from Blackbriar less than an hour past," High Lord Calorian said, not looking up from his map. "But I'd like to hear an explanation from you, Killian." Killian swallowed, wishing for a glass of something strong. Perhaps an entire bottle of something strong. As he considered his words, blood from his injuries dripped from his fingers. Splat. A droplet struck the floor and, finally, his father looked up. "Gods, Killian," he snapped. "You could have seen the healers first." Striding to the door, he leaned out, muttering to the men standing guard, and a few moments later, 2 white-robed healers appeared. "Take care not to overexpend yourselves," Killian's father warned. "That he's standing doesn't mean he's not half dead." Killian said nothing as the pair struggled to remove his chainmail and the blood-soaked garments beneath. But as they began their work erasing the injuries, he said, "One of the corrupted approached the wall yesterday, claiming she desired to assist us." High Lord Calorian stood in silence as Killian explained what had happened. Both healers were gray and faded when they finished, departing the room right as Killian completed his description of the enemy forces. "You'll need to call in reinforcements from the north and south," he said. "Rufina has at least 10,000 men, and her ranks are peppered with corrupted." "Stop talking." Killian's teeth clicked shut. "That wall," his father growled, "hasn't been breached since it was built 1,000 years ago. And yet within 3 months of you taking command of the fortress, defending it, we have a Darren army marching across the kingdom. And not because they laid an impressive siege to it. Not because of their manpower. No. The wall fell because they caught you with your trousers down. The fortress's wall was well manned, Killian replied, eyeing his father warily. I'm not stupid enough to leave my rear undefended. And yet the enemy walked in entirely uncontested. It was a ruse. A ruse that shouldn't have worked. Not on you. High Lord Calorian snarled the words in Killian's face, dusky skin red with anger. Were you drunk? In bed with some girl? No. Killian scrambled for words. I was on the wall when... I don't need to hear it. His father turned away, resting his hands on a table covered with maps, the indigo wool of his coat straining over his shoulders. Of all High Lord Calorian's sons, Killian knew he favored his father the most. A head taller than most men and built for combat. The only differences between them that his father's dark brown hair was laced with gray and his olive skin creased around his eyes. You were marked by Tremin himself, Killian. His father's voice was low. Haven't you realized by now that such a gift came with obligations? Doubly more so, given that you are my son. The god of war gave you the gifts needed to defend Mudamora. But what have you done but squander them? He turned around. Gambling, drinking, and chasing girls. Those are the only things you use your talents for. This one time you had a chance to use your mark towards its intended purpose, and you failed. And our people are dying as a result. High Lord Calorian shook his head. Tremin chose poorly when he chose you. The blood drained from Killian's face, his father's words cutting deeper than a sword. He'd been reprimanded countless times before, but this was different, and perhaps not undeserved. You should have stayed on the wall and fought until the end. His father spit. You should have died defending that wall. The room felt cold and still. Killian's pulse roared in his ears. I'll march with you, father. I'll fight. We'll push them back. You'll go to Mudair. High Lord Calorian's voice was frigid. The king is there, and you will hear his judgment on your actions. And in the meantime, I will march west, and you had best pray to all the gods that I'm able to rectify your mistakes. High Lord Calorian strode toward the door. Father, please. Fingers gripping the handle, his father turned, brown eyes fixing on Killian. You were meant to be my greatest achievement. Instead, you've been my greatest disappointment.
8. Lydia. If you're ever in desperate need to reach me, this is how it's done. Tariana's words echoed in Lydia's ears as she tore down the narrow path toward the sea, casting backward glances at the villa to see if anyone was in pursuit. Her father believed she was brooding in the library, but it wouldn't be long before he came knocking and found an empty room. Brambles caught at the silk of her skirts, and tiny pebbles worked their way through the mesh of her sandals, digging into her feet. She tried to check her pace, but slid, only a decorative railing keeping her from falling off the path into the bushes below. Reaching the beach, she kicked off her sandals and sprinted down the sand to the water, the ocean blissfully cool against her feet. Removing her small knife from where it was tucked in the gold mesh of her belt, Lydia unfolded the blade. She stepped deeper into the water and watched as a wave rolled forward to slam against her thighs. As it retreated, she traced a circle in the water with her finger. Hear me, she whispered, looking up at the summit of the hill and praying the heat would keep any watching eyes indoors. The waves surged, and again, as they fell back, she traced a circle. Hear me. She said it a little louder this time. The water withdrew until only her feet were submerged. Then it gathered strength. Froth and foam flying toward her. Squeezing the knife handle, Lydia sliced the blade across her fingertip. The wave retreated, and with the bloody finger she traced a final circle. "Hear me, Magnius, guardian of the deep!" she shouted, the bite of pain making her brave. "Hear my call!" The blood from her cut dripped into the water, the red droplets staining the foam pink before fading into the vastness of the sea. Heart thumping wildly, she waited, watching the sea expectantly, and waited, but nothing happened. Anger and frustration rose in her heart, and jerking the betrothal bracelet off her arm, she tried to fling it away. Except the bracelet slipped from her wet fingers, landing only a few paces ahead of her, lapis lazuli bright against the seafloor. Drat! Lydia slapped her hands against the water, her spectacles slipping off with a splash. Vision blurred. She felt around in the sand for them, sighing with relief when her fingers closed over the metal frames. Her relief didn't last. As she straightened, motion caught her eye. Whatever it was, blurry until she slipped her spectacles back on her face. Lydia's blood chilled. A dark serpentine form slid through the clear water. A row of spikes cut through the waves. Lydia tried to turn, tried to run, but her feet were anchored to the ground. She opened her mouth to scream, but only a faint whisper emerged. A tremble started in her hands, moving to the rest of her body, and she willed herself to move, but her toes only dug deeper into the sand. The sea monster approached, its greenish tail drifting from side to side, propelling it forward. A wave crashed into the beach, the water rising up to her chin, where it remained, surface smooth as glass, deep enough that the frills on the creature's head brushed her arms as it circled. Lydia's breath came in ragged gasps, her pulse roaring in her ears as she clutched her tiny knife, for all the good it would do her. The predator ceased its circling, lying motionless in the water. Lydia struggled against the invisible force holding her still, desperate to reach the safety of the shore, but all her body did was shiver and twitch. "Help," she tried to scream, but it came out as an exhalation. "Help me." The creature lifted its massive reptilian head out of the water, jaws opening to reveal rows of sharp teeth. And it looked at her. This was no mere serpent. Black eyes stared at her, not with the blank glassiness of a snake, but with the endless depths of something that possessed a mind. A wisdom stretching beyond that of mankind. It had seen 1,000 years and would see 1,000 more. Its dark gaze swallowed her, and Lydia's heart slowed, her panic fading. The logical part of her howled that only a lunatic would converse with something capable of biting her in half. Yet as whatever force binding her voice released, instead of screaming, she whispered, "Are you Magnius?" The monster dipped its head into the water, then lifted it again. "Who summons me?" "I do." She took a deep breath. "My name is Lydia Valerius." The guardian hesitated. "Why have you called me here?" Lydia opened her mouth. Only the words stuck in her throat, her problems seeming small and trivial, unworthy of summoning this creature only to turn him into her errand boy. The guardian shifted in the still waters. "Ask." Lydia swallowed the lump in her throat. "Will you tell Tariana that I need her help? Tell her I need to escape the Empire. Please." The guardian stared at her for what seemed an eternity. Then he lowered his head under the water. The surf rushed out, shoving past until not even Lydia's feet remained submerged. The strange power binding her released its hold, and she staggered, landing on her bottom in time for the next wave to splash her in the face. Magnius was gone, and only the sand soaked far beyond the tide line gave her any comfort that it hadn't been a delusion. Retreating up the beach, Lydia sat with her violet skirts spread around her to dry, staring blindly at the ocean while she waited. Time passed, though whether it was a matter of minutes or hours, Lydia couldn't have said. It wasn't until she heard her name coming from the ocean that she snapped out of her reverie. "Lydia! Lydia!" A longboat flew toward shore, Tariana standing in the prow with bait behind her holding the oars. Once they reached the shallows, Tariana jumped out of the boat, holding a wrapped package high above her head until she was on dry sand. Then she trotted up the beach. Tossing the package on the ground, she turned eyes filled with stormy seas on Lydia. "The only thing it appears you need help with is escaping the sun. You look like a boiled lobster." Pulling off her battered hat, she plunked it down on Lydia's head. "There." Lydia's jaw trembled. "You might have mentioned Magnius was a sea monster." "He isn't." Tariana grinned. "He just looks like one. What did you think he was? Some sort of handsome merman who'd swim up to the beach and give you a kiss?" The corners of Lydia's mouth crept up. "I thought he was going to eat me." "Why would he do that?" Tariana punched Lydia gently on the shoulder. "You've got less meat on you than the half-eaten wing of a scrawny chicken. Besides..." Tariana hesitated, licking her lips and glancing out to sea. "Magnius is a demigod, a scion of Midoriya, goddess of the seas. He isn't ruled by hunger." That had been easy to believe last night, with the haze of wine and the darkness blanketing their conversation. But now Lydia found her mind recoiling from her friend's words, recoiling from the very idea that Tariana and her people put their faith in myths and fables, practices that the Marin had kept secret from the Selendor Empire. Practices that, until last night, Tariana had kept from her. "There's no such thing as gods," Lydia muttered. "All can be explained by logic and reason." Tariana rolled her eyes. "Well, aren't we just a good little parrot today? Though if I do say so myself, you'd be a lot more convincing if you hadn't just confessed to speaking with an overgrown sea snake." "True." Lydia stared at the sea, not sure what she believed anymore. "What's wrong? Tell me what's happened to keep you from walking down to the harbor yourself." "My father has forbidden me to go to the harbor." "That's so? Hate agreeing with a senator, but you were well to stay away today. Whole city's in an uproar since Lucius Cassius announced he's running for consul. If he wins, all Marin ships will be giving harbors under the Empire's control wide berth." "Did you hear as well that Lucius Cassius has decided to take a new wife?" "Hadn't." Tariana huffed out a breath. "Though I pity the poor girl he's chosen." Lydia grabbed fistfuls of sand, squeezing them hard in an attempt to maintain her self-control. But Tariana wasn't fooled. "No," her friend whispered. Lydia nodded slowly. "My father signed the contract. A week after the elections, I will be the property of Lucius Cassius." Lydia lifted her face, hoping against hope that Tariana would be her salvation. "I need you to take me with you when you set sail." But the look of misery on Tariana's face dashed those hopes to pieces. Resting her chin on her knees, Tariana said, "If it were my ship, I would, but my mom refuses to even consider the idea. It's forbidden for us to take passengers, and she's rigid.
Lydia remembered what her father had told her yesterday. Her mother is not warm to your friendship.
I know she is. Pressing her fingers to her forehead to try to steady her chaos of emotion, Lydia was rewarded with a jolt of pain as her sunburned skin rebelled from the touch. I know it's not your decision. I'm sorry. Lydia held up a hand to forestall her friend, giving her head a weary shake. She didn't want to hear Tariana's apologies. Poking the package sitting on the sand, she said, "Did you bring me a gift to soften the blow?" Instead of answering, Tariana furrowed her brow and slowly pulled the wax covering off the thick tome before passing it to Lydia. Treatise of the Seven. Lydia traced a finger over the embossed cover, the leather warm beneath her hands. The seven what? The seven harem girls? Tariana's voice sounded strange, and as Lydia watched, her friend swallowed hard and shook her head. The seven gods of the West. The dark shores. Even now, mention of gods and the dark shores rang like forbidden fiction in Lydia's ears. Like something to be denied, something that should be denied, given the punishment associated with such beliefs. I'll be in all sorts of trouble if I'm caught with this. So you don't want it? Tariana reached for the book, but Lydia hugged it to her chest, unwilling to let it go without at least reading it cover to cover. I didn't say that. Almost no one reads Trader's Tongue anyway. I could tell them it was a cookbook and they wouldn't know the difference. Which wasn't entirely the case. Her father read the language well enough, but it would be easy to hide the book from him. Tariana rolled her eyes and flopped back on the sand, one hand held above her eyes to block the sun. The six preserve me from crazy cell girls and scholars. Do you even know how to cook? Of course I don't. Lydia flipped through the pages, eyes dancing over the illustrations of people of many different races, all wearing unfamiliar clothing. What about the seventh god? The corruptor. Tariana's voice was uncharacteristically toneless. Only a select few invoke his name, and they aren't the sort you'd care to cross paths with. Tariana's discomfort was palpable, and out of the corner of her eye, Lydia could see her friend's fingers twitching as though she'd like nothing better than to rip the book out of her hands and toss it in the sea. Which made her ask, "Why are you giving me this?" Silence sat heavily between them. Then finally, Tariana muttered, "You said you needed help. And you promised me last night that you'd give it." Resentment flooded through Lydia's core, her knuckles whitening where she gripped the cover of the book. And your suggestion is that I ask your gods for it? Because that was not the sort of help Lydia needed. Not unless Tariana was proposing Lydia escape marriage by getting herself tossed in prison. There are as many paths as there are travelers, Tariana said. You must find the right one. What does that mean? It was a struggle not to shout the words, a struggle to keep her anger in check, because it would have been better for Tariana to have not come to the beach at all than to come and try to placate Lydia with this nonsense. But before she could say as much, Bate approached, his clothes and skin damp. Captain wants to sail with the next tide. I need to go, Tariana said, and it seemed to Lydia that she was looking anywhere but at her. I think this is yours? Bate held out the betrothal bracelet she'd tossed in the water, the sight of it pulling a scowl onto Lydia's face. She'd thrown it away thinking she had a way out, but leaving it behind now would cause her more problems later, so she shoved it back on her wrist. Tariana pulled Lydia to her feet, then embraced her tightly. I'm sorry. I wish. It's fine. Lydia wished she could force away the ugly emotions rising in her chest. Tariana could walk away from all of this, could go back to her life as it had always been. It wasn't fair. Vibius is apparently thrilled about the union, so even after my father passes, I'll be of value to Lucius. I'm sure he'll treat me well enough. Right, Tariana muttered, her jaw working from side to side as though she might say more. But when Bate took her arm, Lydia noticed that Tariana didn't resist as he drew her away, leading her down to the boat, where they pushed it into the water. Lydia stood on the beach, watching, waiting, hoping. But her best friend never looked back. Climbing the curved iron staircase leading to a small balcony off the library, Lydia slipped inside, adjusting her salt-stained dress with one hand, the other maintaining a death grip on the book Tariana had given her. The stupid book and useless advice that her best friend had given her in lieu of rescue. Her blood turned to liquid fire, and with a shriek, Lydia threw the volume across the room, where it landed open at Vibius's feet. "You stupid little sow," her father's nephew snarled. "Bad enough that you tried to steal what is rightfully mine. Now you try to destroy it all out of spite." "It's not yours. It was a gift from a friend," Lydia blurted out, then bit down on her tongue. But rather than angering him, her words pulled a malicious grin onto his face, his gaze fixing briefly on the open page. "Not mine yet, but soon." Stepping over the book, he strode toward her, a miasma of sweat and wine preceding him. Fear drove Lydia back a step, her hip smacking against the corner of her desk. But the pain was nothing compared to the way her skin crawled as he took hold of her chin, his palm warm and greasy. "Have you enjoyed it, Lydia?" he whispered. "Have you enjoyed living on top of the hill with all that wealth and power have to offer you? Have you enjoyed living beyond your breeding?" Lydia's pulse roared in her ears, but she said nothing, only jerked her chin out of his grip and glared down at him. "I hope you've enjoyed it," he said, laughing, "because it will make my taking it away all the more enjoyable." He looked her up and down. "How well do you think you'll enjoy serving where you were once served? For what labor do you suggest I use you?" "You'll use me for nothing," Lydia replied. And though it disgusted her to do so, she lifted the wrist bearing her betrothal bracelet. Vibius cackled. "Oh, it's armor now, is it?" His voice lifted into a high-pitched pantomime of her own. "I will not marry him. I'd rather die than be wed to that loathsome man." Goading him was foolish. But for years, Lydia's submissiveness had earned her no respite from his taunts, and her pride would bear it no longer. "What I want matters little, Vibius, and while you seem more than willing to take advantage of my father's benevolence, I think you'll find Lucius Cassius far less tolerant of your poor behavior." Then she leaned down so they were nose to nose. "Or is your head so far up his ass that you've been deafened to his reputation?" Vibius's face purpled. "Valerius is not your father." Before she could react, he slapped her sunburned cheek with a resounding crack. Lydia rocked back on her heels, cupping one hand against her face, more from shock than the pain. Never in her life had she been struck. Never. "Get out. Get out, or I'll call the guards." Vibius smirked, but rather than holding his ground, he turned and strode from the room. Lydia's weak legs finally betrayed her, and she dropped to her knees, squeezing her eyes shut. When she finally opened them, they focused of their own accord on the book that still rested on the floor, pages bent. The volume was beautifully illuminated, which normally mattered less to her than the words on the page. But not in this case. Because on the exposed page was an illustration of a woman dressed in strange armor. Her dark hair twisted into a knot atop her head, a few pieces falling loose to frame her pale face. She held a sword in one hand, her expression defiant. Crawling on her hands and knees, Lydia picked up the volume, smoothing the bent page. "High Lady Darina Forlorn," she muttered, tracing a finger under the words. "Marked by Tremen, the god of war." Lydia stared for a long time at the woman. Then she flipped to the beginning and began to read.
9. Killian. It had been a fortnight since the wall had fallen. A fortnight since the Darrent army carrying the banners of the seventh god had invaded Mudamore. A fortnight since that army had unleashed all manner of creatures to terrorize the countryside. And the majority of that time, Killian had spent pacing the halls of his family's home in Mudair, waiting to hear the king's judgment. "Would you care to break your fast in the dining room or in here, my lord?" Garam asked. The man had been High Lord Calorian's manservant no longer than Killian had been alive. His dusky skin creased and sagging, the two tufts of white above his ears all that remained of his hair. Old enough that the only work he should be doing was shouting at youngsters from his doorstep. But the last time Killian had suggested he retire, Garam had smacked him upside the head and told him to mind his own business. "I'm not hungry," Killian muttered, striding for the 100th time past the long row of bookshelves in the library. Not because he had any interest in reading, but because the room had the best view of the city. Berkela, on the other hand, was ensconced in a large chair in the corner, face buried in a book. "I am," she said. "And you'll eat even if I have to force the food down your throat, you damned fool." "Breakfast in here, then," Garam replied. "Your tea, my lord." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the manservant set a steaming cup on the table, despite knowing that Killian despised the goddamn stuff. "I haven't run off yet, Garam," he said, "and I don't intend to. So feel free to ease up on your watchdog duties." "As you say, my lord." Garam proceeded to putter about the library, straightening books and organizing coasters and doing countless other unnecessary tasks. The man typically followed High Lord Calorian everywhere he went. That he'd instead returned to Mudair with Killian meant that he'd been instructed to keep him in line. Snapping the curtain shut, Killian strode past the steaming tea in the direction of the sideboard. Pouring a splash of whiskey into a cup, he stared at the amber liquid, the smell turning his stomach as he remembered his father's parting words. "You've been my greatest disappointment." "Breakfast is served." Killian jumped. Setting aside the whiskey, he turned to find Garam standing next to a tray of food, none of it appealing. "This just came for you, my lord." The manservant held out a letter sealed with red wax, the insignia that the striking scorpion of House Rowans. The king's seal. "There are soldiers waiting downstairs," Garam continued as Killian read the few lines summoning him to attend the king and the rest of the Council of 12. "They say they are here to escort you to the palace." Berkela had risen, her head nearly brushing the ceiling. She had a blade in her hand. "I'll hold them off," she said. "You get on a horse and run." "No." "Killian, you know what this means." He should have never abandoned the wall. He should have died there. Clasping her shoulder, he said, "It's been an honor." Then, without another word, he went down the stairs to meet his escort. The council chambers were on the main floor of the palace, windowless, with the one entrance flanked by a dozen armored guards. A dribble of sweat ran between Killian's shoulder blades as he waited, staring at the striking scorpion of House Rowan's gilded onto the door. It was a new addition, and a strange one. In this chamber, all the great houses were supposed to be equals, a humbling reminder that a majority vote could pull the crown from the king's head as easily as it had placed it there. For King Sarek to put his crest here smacked of something beyond a lack of humility. It suggested he believed his rule untouchable. The door opened, and Killian waited for his titles to be announced before stepping inside. The room was dominated by a massive circular table inlaid with a map of Mudamora, surrounded by 12 high-backed chairs, each bearing the crest of one of the 12 houses. Killian's gaze went immediately to that bearing the galloping white horse of House Calorian. His eldest brother, Hakken, sat in their father's place between Houses Damashare and Falorn. The lord of the former sat ramrod, straight, wineglass clutched in a white-knuckled hand, while the lady of the latter had her chair pushed back, muddy riding boots propped on the table, glass balanced on one knee. The same chair her brother had sat in while he was king, before he'd been murdered and his family had disappeared. She looked relaxed, but Killian knew Darina well enough to recognize unease when he saw it. Killian took in the expressions of all the high lords before his eyes landed on a face he hadn't seen in well over a year. Princess Malahai. The blonde Rowan's heir was beautiful, with skin the color of desert sand and eyes a rich amber hue. But she was not, he thought, the sort of girl one kissed in dark corners. At least not without paying a steep price for the privilege. And given she stood to inherit the largest gold mines on the continent, the Rowan's heir couldn't be bought. A soft voice from behind made Killian's skin prickle. "Young Lord Calorian, it has been some time since we saw you last." Killian turned. King Sarek Rowan stood behind him, hands clasped at the small of his back. The ruler of Mudamora was a short, fragile man, his dark blonde hair braided in a single plait down his back, his skin the light brown typical of those from the arid region near the border with Anukastre. He wore heavy red robes, the collar embroidered with the symbols of each of the 6 gods, and the scorpion of his house was picked out in gold across his chest. His pale amber eyes had always possessed an intensity greater than his physical stature, but now they burned with a fervor that caused Killian's skin to crawl. "Your Majesty," he said, taking a long step back so he'd have room to bow. Sarek inclined his head. Marked one. Killian despised that particular honorific, which was thankfully considered old-fashioned and rarely used. But the king was known to be deeply pious, and he held to the old traditions in more ways than one. In the early days of his reign, he'd once again made it law that anyone marked by one of the 6 dedicate their life to serving the realm. All Killian had ever wanted was to be a soldier, so the law was no burden to him. But more than once he'd wondered what, precisely, would happen if he decided he no longer wanted to fight. "You are here, Marked One, so that we might determine your fate," the king continued, stepping around Killian and moving toward the Rowan's seat, where he gingerly perched. "But before we begin, let us give tribute to the 6, for their strength is the strength of our belief. Lord Damashare, would you please lead us in our prayer? Lord Calorian, would you stand next to me and lend the strength of your mark to our circle? And you, Malahai, join us as well." Reluctantly, Killian moved next to the king's seat, noticing that the princess appeared equally unhappy about the request as her father took her hand. Then he grasped Killian's. The man's skin was cold and unyielding and felt as dry as old paper, like holding the hand of a corpse, and just about as appealing. High Lord Damashare began. "By the grace of the 6 does Mudamora remain mighty, and by the belief of its people do the 6 remain strong. Let us acknowledge each so that they might be strengthened by our faith. He proceeded to run through each of the 6, his voice clipped and toneless. The words came easily to Killian's lips. His own mother was known for her piety, and he spoke in this prayer before every meal in his family home in the South. But there the words were warming and unifying. Not like this. The air teemed with tension. The prayer forced and unwelcome despite everyone here being faithful followers of the 6. Casting his eyes left, Killian frowned. Sarek's head was bowed, but his lips did not stir as he listened to Damashare speak. Beyond, Malachi's head was also bowed, but as Killian watched, her jaw clenched. Something here isn't right. And let us put our thoughts to our ruler, King Sarek Rowans, his reign ordained by the gods themselves. Killian faltered. This was not part of the prayer he knew. Yet everyone around him parroted Damashare. Unbidden, the image of the scorpion emblazoned on the council room door rose in his mind. Our king alone possesses the strength to lead the faithful followers of the 6 away from the dark temptations of corruptions by guiding the hands of those the gods have marked. Disgust flared through Killian like wildfire, and with a muttered oath, he jerked his hand out of Sarek's grip. Malachi had done the same, and she clutched her palm to her chest. The king's eyes fixed upon him. You, Killian Calorian, were marked by Tremin to protect Mudamora. Yet in our darkest hour, you failed, suffering a defeat that could well cost everyone in Mudamora their souls. That you were defeated tells us that Tremin has turned his back on you, that the 6 have turned their backs on you. And to show our faith, we fear we must do the same. A dull roar filled Killian's ears. The king's words were eerily reminiscent of those his father had spoken, and of the fears lurking in his own heart. This is difficult, of course. We have known you since you were a child, and your family has served our kingdom well. Harder still to deny the request of a dying man we once counted a dear friend. But even your father would have seen the necessity of our decision if he'd lived to see the results of your failure. Die? The word croaked its way out of Killian's throat, shock making him ignore his gut's warning that a reaction was precisely what the king wanted from him. Your father passed on. You didn't know. My father is dead. White-hot pain sliced through his gut, and he found himself searching the faces of the High Lords for answers. But with the exception of Darina's, all he found were blank expressions, and all hers contained was sympathy. How? Sintha, Sarek gestured to an older woman standing in the shadows of the room. She wore the white robes of a marked healer, the pale skin of her forehead tattooed with the half-circle representing those trained in Hegeria's temple in Mudair. Her long black braid laced with gray and upturned eyes creased at the corners. Hard, the woman said impassively. My fellows reached him too late, and not even a god-marked healer can bring back the dead. She had no reason to lie, but the words rang false. His father was not young, but he'd been as fit as a man half his age. If he'd been killed in combat, Killian would have accepted it. But this? It was the shock we expect, Sarek said, his fingers laced together, elbows resting on the table. Shock. Yes, shock. The king's face was full of sympathy. To have his favored son, his god-marked child, fail so spectacularly and with such enormous consequences. Even the most stalwart of hearts can only bear so much. And yet that you be spared was his dying request. Here, you can read it for yourself. Rifling around on the table, the king plucked up a piece of paper and handed it to Killian. It was stained with a circle of wine, someone having carelessly set a glass atop the news that his father had passed. Killian read the brief message, which was from one of High Lord Calorian's lieutenants. I regret to inform you that High Lord Calorian succumbed to a weak heart this morning. The healers reaching him too late to save his life. His final words, which he asked me to relay to your royal majesty, were request that your grace have mercy upon his beloved youngest son, Killian, and not hold him to blame for the events at the wall. All men are fallible, High Lord Calorian said, even those marked by the Six, and he begged that your grace allow his son the opportunity to redeem himself on the battlefield. Killian read and reread the words, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Then he lifted his face. Sarek's smile had disappeared. We've no doubt Tremin has claimed High Lord Calorian's soul. He was faithful, even if with you. It was a misguided faith. Killian clenched his teeth, it taking all his willpower to keep from wringing the man's neck. The only person in the room capable of stopping him was Darina, and she was on the far side of the table. Yet, even as the thought crossed his mind, High Lady Fallorn shifted, the boot that had been resting on her knee dropping to the floor in anticipation. Killian wouldn't get the jump on her. Sarek pressed his palms flat against the table. Unfortunately, we cannot make decisions based on sentiment, Lord Calorian. Darren breached the wall because of your dereliction of duty, and... Your Majesty, Darina interjected. Darren's attack from the rear was a plan months, if not longer, in the making. They had to have been sneaking soldiers in through Mutamora's border with Anukastre and then traveling north, where they took over the Tarn garrison with no one the wiser. To punish Killian alone is unfair. Many had to have failed in their duties in order for such an attack to have been even possible. But he is not just anyone, the king responded. He is one of the marked ones, and we must show our faith by punishing those on whom the gods have turned their backs. He bowed his head for a long moment, then said, At dawn tomorrow, you, Lord Killian Calorian, will be... Father. Malahai's voice rang clear as a bell across the chamber, and Killian's heart skipped. Is it not possible that the failing was not Lord Calorian's, but ours? Sarek turned his head, eyes fixing on his daughter. The story of his marking, after all, is well known. It happened on the eve of the day he was supposed to be named the sworn sword of the Fallorn princess. What of it, daughter? Sarek's voice was cold. But to her credit, Malahai didn't flinch, and Killian said nothing. If Malahai had a plan to get him out of this, the last thing he intended to do was interfere. The event never transpired, she continued. But that does not negate Tremin's intent. Perhaps Killian wasn't marked to defend the kingdom, but rather to defend its heir. There were nods of agreement among the High Lords. Darina said, She makes a valid point, Your Majesty. The king's eyes narrowed before smoothing into an expression of serene benevolence. Darren invaded Mutamora because of this young man's failings, daughter. Is that the sort of sword you wish guarding your back? I know all about Killian's failings. Malahai rested her delicate hands on the table, the expression in her amber eyes at odds with her smile. Yet, as you say, Father, it is ill luck to deny a dying man's request. Worse luck still to execute one marked by the god of war while we are in the midst of one. Hacken cleared his throat, and Killian silently girded himself, certain his brother would take the opportunity to condemn him, which perhaps, given what had happened to their father, he deserved. The fact that he's my brother aside, I'm inclined to agree with Malahai. As you yourself have said, Your Majesty, the corruptor gains strength when we lose our faith. What is executing one of the marked ones out of a belief he is incapable but a demonstration of a lack of faith? As you wisely remind us, the 12 must lead by example. Indeed, indeed, Lord Damashare agreed, eyeing the princess. Malahai is heir to the throne, and in these troubled times she needs the greatest protection we can provide her. Who better than a god-marked sworn sword? Nothing about this felt right. If the High Lords didn't agree with Sarek, They were within their right to say so. Yet they were dancing around the issue as though they were afraid. Sarek said nothing, and tension sang through the room as everyone waited for his verdict. "What say you to this proposition, Lord Calorian?" the king finally asked. "The plunge from commander to nursemaid is a punishment itself." Malahai's gaze darkened with a brief flash of hate. Then she blinked and it was gone. But it was enough to make Killian wonder whether she was doing this for his sake or her own, or if her agenda went beyond that. Not that it really mattered. "Do I have a choice?" he asked. Sarek bared his teeth in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Of course, Lord Calorian. If you don't believe Malahai worth your time, I'm sure the headsman would be glad to offer you an alternative."
10. Lydia. Lydia chewed an orange segment without tasting the fruit, her mind all for the book hidden in a section of linguistic texts. Since her engagement to Lucius had been announced, she'd spent her time closeted in the library with Terriana's book, it providing some small escape from the reality of her looming nuptials. She lost herself in stories where the 6 gods stepped onto the mortal plane, where they marked individuals with gifts and powers beyond Lydia's imagination, where evil was not a greedy-minded senator, but a dark god who desired chaos and destruction. Each of the gods had dominion over certain things. Hegeria had power over the human body and spirit. Lurn over animals and creatures. Yara over the earth and all that grew on it. Gespern over the elements. Midoriya over the sea. Tremen over conflict and war. The corruptor endlessly sought control over them all. The gods' power, she learned, came from the belief of their followers, without which they'd dwindle and cease to exist. And yet they rarely interfered directly, relying on those individuals they marked to do their works and foster the belief of the people. Most of Treatise detailed the deeds of famous marked individuals, their faces rendered in detail by the artists who'd illuminated this edition. As she read, the gods became real to her. But what faith she gained was cold comfort. Even if the gods of the Dark Shores were real, they'd long since abandoned Selendor. She'd find no help from them. There are as many paths as there are travelers. What had Terriana meant by that? Lydia! She blinked, focusing on the young woman draped over the couch next to her and watching her expectantly. All the young women present were, and she realized a question had been posed to her. Perhaps more than once. Pardon? Cordelia smiled and said, "I asked if you'd decided on your dresses for the wedding." The gorgeous blonde was 4 years Lydia's senior, and by virtue of being Senator Domitius's eldest daughter and of her marriage to a rising star of the Senate, Cordelia was considered one of the most influential women in Selendriel. She was, in Lydia's opinion, certainly the most meddlesome. Averting her gaze, Lydia replied, "Lucius intends to select them." Ugh! Cordelia's face scrunched up in horror. "He has garish taste. You must take over the task." The last thing Lydia wanted was to waste her time on dresses she had no interest in wearing, but she couldn't very well say that. Especially not with Lucius sitting with the group of men only a dozen paces away, the glass in his hand shaking as he laughed at something another senator had said. "I have other matters that demand too much of my time, I'm afraid." She waved a hand at one of the servants to refill the women's glasses, hoping the topic of conversation would change. "Such as?" No such luck. "My studies," she said. "I'm writing a paper." Cordelia interrupted her with a very unladylike snort. You are so delightfully self-involved. Lydia sat up straight, less for the insult and more for Cordelia's tone. There was anger in it, but for the life of her, Lydia couldn't understand what she'd done to provoke the young woman. "Excuse me?" she demanded, but Ulpia leaned in.
"Let her be, Cordelia. Lydia is a scholar. She's above things like dresses and wedding planning."
It was difficult not to wince. Since the announcement of her engagement, Ulpia had been pestering Lydia with invitations and calling cards. But old habits died hard, and it seemed like Ulpia couldn't help getting her barbs in when she could.
"Let's talk about something different,"
Ulpia said.
"I heard that the 37th Legion will be taking a turn policing Celendriel. I don't know about the rest of you, but I consider that a fortuitous turn of events."
One of the other girls made an aggrieved noise. "How can you say such a thing, Ulpia? Might as well wish for a legion of wild dogs to maintain order." Ulpia laughed and waved a hand at the girl.
"I've seen them up close, and rest assured, they are not dogs."
Leaning in conspiratorially, she said,
"They're all 19. Old enough to be men, unlike the 41st.
She named the younger legion camped outside the city.
But not old and weathered and sour like the 27th. Something fine to look at for the next 2 years, if you ask me."
"The Senate won't allow a legion like the 37th control over Celendriel," Cordelia snapped. "Not with their reputation." Lydia was inclined to agree. The 37th was responsible for the conquest of Chersum, the southern island having been the last nation to hold out against the Empire's might. Chersum had resisted hard and paid a steep price for it. For it was said the fires the 37th Legion had set still burned across the island nation.
"If they aren't here to police the city,"
Ulpia said, interrupting Lydia's thoughts,
"then why are they here?
How should I know?" Cordelia sipped from her glass. "The better question is, what were you doing in a legion camp, Ulpia?" Several of the girls covered their mouths and giggled, and Ulpia's cheeks reddened.
"I heard tours of their camp were possible, and Vibius obliged my curiosity."
"A camp full of stinking soldiers. Sounds delightful." Cordelia shifted her weight, holding her glass out for a servant to refill. "Tell me, Ulpia, while you were on this tour, did you happen to get an introduction to the 37th's legatus?" It wasn't precisely an unexpected question given the infamy of the Legion's young commander, but there was something about Cordelia's tone that made Lydia turn to look at her. Something that made her think the question was more than idle curiosity.
"No, I didn't meet him, but I've heard he's a fine thing to look upon."
Ulpia flicked her hair over her shoulder. Then her eyes turned sly.
"Marital bed grown cool and you need a bit of soldier blood to heat it up again? How very like a Domitius to set her eyes on the man at the very top."
It wasn't like Cordelia to rise to any form of bait, but Lydia found the older girl's blue-gray eyes decidedly frigid as she said, "I think it fair to point out that I wasn't the one asking my husband for a tour of the Legion's camp." "Peace, peace," Lydia murmured. But the words were hardly necessary, as a commotion from the group of men caught the attention of the young women around her.
"You can't be serious!"
a senator barked, rising to his feet. The man had long been a close associate of Lydia's father, but he was staring at her father like he'd never seen him before.
"4th sons as well? The cost will be incredible, never mind the damage it would do to the population." Now.
Her father made soothing gestures, glancing quickly at Lucius, who remained silent.
"Don't be so swift to condemn the proposal. Cassius is not suggesting a blanket conscription policy as we have for second sons. This would be more targeted."
"What do you mean, targeted?" Cordelia's husband asked. The boys would come from poorer families, from those who already struggle to feed all their children and whose sons are unlikely to grow into contributing members of society, Lucius answered. We can turn those who would be a burden into assets. Several of the men's faces darkened, and Lydia's own stomach soured at how Lucius coldly reduced children to commodities. Cordelia shifted on the couch, and though her gaze was fixed on the glass in her hand, Lydia could tell she was listening intently. What Cassius means, Lydia's father said carefully, is that we can provide those less fortunate boys with skills and opportunities that they would not otherwise have. At Campus Lessendor, they'd be given an education and provided with marketable skills. Lydia couldn't believe what she was hearing. All her life, her father had fought against the Legion conscriptions, had fought against war. But this was the exact opposite. Campus Lessendor raises soldiers, not farmers, one of the men said flatly. Something the Empire hardly needs more of, and you still have not addressed how it will be paid for. It's an investment that will repay itself within a generation, if not sooner, Lucius replied, sipping at his wine. Those schools you propose the Empire build will no longer be necessary, and the Empire will no longer bear the burden of caring for young men who leech off society and contribute nothing in return. As to your other point, the Empire will always need its legions. Our footprint is large, and we never know when we might need an army of size. Cordelia's husband's eyes flicked to his wife, but the young woman only drank deeply from her glass, shifting so that she was right next to Lydia. Cassius's passion for his proposal makes him careless in his phrasing, Lydia's father laughed, patting Lucius on the arm as though they were old friends. Do not think of his proposal as a way to mass an enormous military machine, but as a way to improve opportunities for all our young people. Training more boys at Lessendor will allow us to release older legions from duty earlier. Imagine the benefits of having thousands of men trained not just as soldiers, but as physicians, engineers, craftsmen, and administrators being introduced into society right at the age best suited for them to start families. Precisely, Lucius said with a smile. Liar, Cordelia muttered. And Lydia was inclined to agree. She held her breath, waiting for the men to spit and scoff at Lucius's proposal. Yet as her father continued to talk, spinning Lucius's plan to appeal to their way of thinking, she realized what was happening and had to clench her teeth to keep her stomach from emptying itself on the floor. Didn't you realize there would be a cost? Cordelia asked under her breath. Cassius hardly needs coin, and he certainly doesn't need a new wife. What he needs is someone to sway votes. There was no one in Celendrio more suited to that task than Lydia's father. He did it to protect me. The words sounded strangled in her own ears. I know. Cordelia's voice was toneless. All of this is for you, and I hope you remember that when Cassius begins stealing tens of thousands more boys from their families, and when he sends them off to die. Then Cordelia scratched meaningfully at her cheek, and a servant appeared at her elbow, bending low to whisper in her mistress's ear. Sighing, Cordelia rose. Excuse me. She approached her husband, resting her hand on his elbow. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but we must retire early. Our eldest is ill, and he is asking for his father. It was an excuse, and everyone present knew it. A subtle way of the pair indicating that, despite Lydia's father's endorsement, they would not support Lucius in the elections. But rather than appearing annoyed, Lucius only smiled at the young woman and said,
Nothing serious, I hope. We really do need to be mindful of the health of our heirs. Would you like me to send over my personal physician?
Cordelia stiffened almost imperceptibly, then shook her head. That won't be necessary. She closed her hand tightly on her husband's arm, all but dragging him from the room, pausing only for a heartbeat to meet Lydia's gaze, her eyes full of condemnation. Thank you for your hospitality, Lydia. But Lydia heard what the young woman really meant. If Lucius wins, it will be because of you.
11. Killian. Killian followed the princess silently through the palace, trusting neither his temper nor his tongue until they were alone. Up the stairs and down the corridor and into a room full of ladies, all who stood at the sight of the princess, their eyebrows rising with interest as Killian followed her inside.
Lord Calorian is sworn to me now, Malahai announced.
So you can expect to see much more of him, as my safety will be his first priority. And our safety by extension? One of them, High Lord Torrington's daughter, quipped with a smirk. The way she looked him up and down made Killian feel like he was a horse at auction, and the giggles of the other young women did not improve the situation. I'll rest ever so much easier knowing a god-marked warrior is within reach. She said the last with a slow wink, and Killian's cheeks heated, which only added to his foul temper. Gods. But he hated being at court. Expression unreadable, Malahai gestured to the door. If you ladies would allow us some privacy, Lord Calorian and I have much to discuss. They all departed without a word, but the knowing looks and sly smiles frayed the remains of his self-control. Why have you done this? He demanded, slamming the door with enough force that the picture hanging next to it fell from the wall with a clatter. What are you playing at, Malahai? This is no joke. Not for me. I am now sworn to you for life. You wouldn't have a life left to live if I hadn't done it. You ungrateful idiot, she said, crossing the room and taking a seat on the velvet upholstered sofa. So perhaps enough with the complaints. Glaring at her, Killian went to stare out the glass doors leading to the expansive balcony. The sea beyond was gray and storm-tossed, and he watched a Marne vessel fly across the waves, blue sails straining against the wind. They'd made him do it right then and there. Get down on his knees and swear to protect Malahai with his sword and his life until the gods took one of them. Darina had supplied the proper words, but in truth, Killian hadn't needed them, because he remembered his father sitting with him as a child, helping Killian memorize the oath to repeat to the Faloran princess, just as he himself had decades before to the girl's father. She died before Killian had ever had the chance to say them to her, but they still felt burned into his soul. The thought of his father sent a slice of pain through his gut, dead when Mudamora needed him most, and Killian might as well have stabbed him in the heart himself. Shoving aside the hurt, he muttered, "It's like being married, but worse. At least I wouldn't have to spend every waking minute with a wife. Would sharing my bed help ease the pain?" Twisting around, he gaped at her. Malahai chuckled before reaching down to pick up a deck of cards, shuffling them without intent to play. "I'm joking, Killian. I have no intention of taking up with you. Not far enough up the chain of succession for your tastes?" He shrugged. "Your loss." Malahai rolled her eyes. "I'm interested in your martial prowess, Killian, not your other rumored talents." There was something easy about slipping into banter with her. Certainly far easier than thinking about every goddamn thing that had gone wrong. Losing the wall, losing his father, losing what semblance of freedom he'd ever had. So you have heard those rumors. Never mind that most of them were total bullshit. Hearing isn't the same as believing. I couldn't agree more. He came back across the room and took the seat opposite her. Always best to discover the truth for oneself. Malahai gave him a pitying look. and it's always good to have aspirations. Laughing, he took the deck from her and dealt out the cards before splashing a generous measure of brandy into 2 glasses. He wanted answers from her, and in his experience, nothing loosened tongues quite like a few drinks in a deck of cards. Eyeing his hand, Killian dug out a handful of gold and tossed it on the table. Malahai's brow furrowed. Then she eased a ring off one finger and added it to the pile. "You've changed," he said. "It's been over a year since you last saw me." Killian put down a card and drew another. A bloody 2. Not what he wanted, but he added to his bet nonetheless. "Time itself doesn't change people, Highness. What happens to them while it passes does." Wise words from the dashing Killian Calorian. Malahai added an earring to the pile, the amber the same shade as her eyes. "Employing you as my bodyguard is paying dividends already." He didn't answer, only drew another card. Curse 7. His luck wasn't normally this bad. "Does the kingdom change to fit the ruler, or the ruler to fit the kingdom?" she finally asked. Killian shrugged. "I have spent all my wisdom for the day, Highness. Your turn." The corner of Malahai's mouth turned up, and she arranged and rearranged the cards in her hand. "I don't know the answer, only that everything is different." Toying with the corner of one card with a polished nail, she said, "You've been gone. At the wall, and before that, with Darina in the north. So you weren't here to see." "To see what?" He'd heard things. Rumors. Whispers. But what Killian was after was the truth. Because he rather thought the truth was the reason he wasn't on his way to the headsman's block. Malahai gave a slow shake of her head. "It's like the wilting of a flower. An incremental decay that is seen only by comparing what is before one's eye with the bloom in one's memory." Killian's skin prickled. Exhaling a long breath, he leaned back to listen. Failing crops, dying livestock, drought, disease. At first it was isolated to pockets in the center of the kingdom, but it's been spreading. And with it has come a loss of faith, a belief that the Six are abandoning us. "That's nonsense. A few years of bad weather, that's all," Killian replied. Though he'd heard from his own family that dozens of foals in the Calorian horse herds had been stillborn. Fruit rotting overnight on the trees, springs drying up, ill omens. Maybe so, but the weather doesn't explain why the gods have stopped bestowing marks. "Even Hajiria?" Malahai nodded. Killian's hands chilled, and he splashed more brandy into both their glasses, despite the princess not having touched hers. Hajiria was the kindest of the gods, and she was also the most generous with her healer's mark. The last count he'd heard, there had been close to 3,000 healers in Mutamora alone. Not a single healer marked in over a year in Mutamora. Neither Yara nor Learn have marked tenders or shifters in at least 2. And the last Mutamorian to be marked by Tremont was you. That was 15 years ago. I can't say as to whether Midoriya or Gesperin have also ceased giving marks, as neither the Marin nor the Giants are forthcoming. But that something is wrong in Mutamora is certain. Something rotten. The thought crossed Killian's mind, then faded away. Gods, I didn't know. No one outside the Council of 12 and certain individuals within the temples does. It's been kept quiet lest it further erode faith in the Six. I think you're underestimating the intelligence of our people. This isn't a secret that can be kept, not for long, nor should it be. I don't disagree, Malahai replied. You know my father has always been devout. He believes marks are a gift from the gods as a reward for our faith. But he also believes that those marks are often squandered. Such had been the impetus of requiring all Mutamorians blessed with marks to come to the capital for training, most especially the healers. Killian himself had been subjected to intense schooling in the art of war, including 3 years of tutelage under Darina in the north, she being the only other individual marked by Tremont in the entire kingdom. Yet his father's parting words echoed through Killian's thoughts. The god of war gave you the gifts needed to defend Mudamora. But what have you done but squandered them?
Malahai's voice pulled him back into the present.
Your defeat at the wall. It was the culmination of my father's fears that the marked ones aren't as devoted as they should be, and, with that loss of devotion, are not as strong. You didn't just lose a battle. You lost to one of the corrupted. A queen who, if the rumors are true, was placed on the throne of Darren by the Seventh himself. You might not have seen it, but my father is furious with you. He was ready to take my head off, Killian replied. His sentiments were clear enough. It's not your fault. Killian wasn't interested in her absolution. It was his fault. But the information she'd revealed about the gods no longer bestowing marks and of the rot settling into the heart of Mudamora made him certain that the odds stacked against him had been higher than he'd realized. That perhaps it had been no coincidence that the prior commander of the Wall had died an accidental death right when Killian had been pushing his father for a position of greater authority. Rufina called me out, he said, staring at the contents of his glass. Right before the battle began. She came to the front of her army and shouted that there'd be a reward for my head. If you were close enough to hear her, why didn't you shoot her? I tried. Blood roared in his ears, realization settling into his core. Another mistake. 4 arrows straight at her heart. She caught them all and laughed. And his men had seen, had heard.
Malahai's face was expressionless.
She knew the story already. It must have traveled with one of the handful who had survived the battle. Rufina wanted you to try to kill her. Because she needed him to fail.
Killian's hands turned to ice, and he downed his drink in one swallow.
The strength of his mark came from the gods. The strength of the gods came from the faith of the people. The faith of the people depended on their belief that the marked were what stood between them and the corruptor. His men had watched him fail to kill Rufina. Killian cringed at the thought that their faith in the Six had been rattled by that failure. But Rufina's subsequent ruse was precisely the sort of thing his mark always predicted. Killian wasn't fool enough to brush it off as coincidence. And now, all of Mudamora knows that I couldn't stop the invasion. It seemed arrogant to believe that people would think his failings were the failings of the gods, but...
Malahai gave a slow nod, as though reading his mind.
And my father is only reinforcing their fears by keeping you from leading the royal army against Rufina's forces, especially given the role is your birthright. He might as well scream to all of Mudamora that he doesn't trust the Six to protect us. But he's so blinded by his fear that his own mistake caused this that he doesn't see through to the truth. Killian narrowed his gaze. Which mistake is that?
Picking up her glass, Malahai swirled the contents, then set it back down.
The one pertaining to me, she broke off, her throat convulsing as if it hurt to swallow. I'm the one he truly hates, the one he truly blames for all this, the one he really wants dead. The rest of the room fell away, Killian's focus entirely on her, on the slight dampening of the hair at her temples, the flutter of her pulse in the slender column of her neck. Fear. Do you have any secrets, Killian? Everyone has secrets. Any that might be the death of you if they were to be revealed. Killian hesitated, then shook his head. Can I trust you?
I'm sworn to protect you, Malahai.
His heart was beating rapidly in his chest, like the steady throb of a war drum. But the decision of who to trust is yours. She rested her cards face down on the table, then stood abruptly. Going to the potted plant that sat next to the sofa, the princess ran a gentle finger across one of the leaves. The leafy branches shivered. Then buds formed, growing and shifting and then bursting open into pink blooms. A process that should have taken weeks, condensed to a moment. A god's power. Killian exhaled a long breath. You're a tender. Marked by Yara, the goddess of the earth and all that grew upon it. Yes.
Malahai curled her hand lovingly around one of the blooms.
Yar chose me when I was 10. I was so happy. The idea that I could help to feed my people seemed such a blessing. She shook her head sharply. Children are fools. Killian didn't agree, but he remained silent. My mother was horrified, of course. This was after my father had made the enforced service of marked ones law. The revelation that I'd been marked would have meant me being taken from her, sent for training at Yar's temple, and then to work the fields day after day until the gods took me. For my father to make an exception for me, she dragged in a ragged breath. Impossible. So she begged him to keep my mark a secret, and he agreed. Gods. If it were discovered that the man who'd forced hundreds of families to give up their marked children into servitude had protected his own from such a fate, Sarek's reign would be over. His life might be over, given that it was his law that mandated that helping a marked individual avoid service was punishable by death. Everything that's happening, Malahai continued, breaking Killian from his thoughts. The invasion, the lack of new marks, the failing of the land. My father believes to be the result of a lack of devotion in the marked. And to him, I epitomize this lack of devotion. He sees me as blasphemous. But to reveal my secret would see him lose what he sees as his God's-given duty to lead the marked. And more than once since my mother died, he's told me that if I'm not able to serve, I'm better off dead. Killian didn't need to ask whether she believed that threat was real. Every instinct raging through him said that it was. I want to protect our people, to help keep them fed, to use my gift for their benefit.
Malahai withdrew her hand from the plant.
But not under my father's terms. Not as a slave to the crown. Service should be a choice. And I believe that in taking that autonomy away from the marked, he has weakened rather than strengthened our devotion to the gods. Though he was far from cold, Killian shivered, feeling the weight of 6 sets of divine eyes upon him.
Upon both of us, he silently amended as Malahai rubbed her arms, casting a glance over her shoulder. Retrieving her cards, Malahai hid their faces in the folds of her silken skirts.
What is it that you want most, Killian? Not that long ago, he'd have struggled with the answer to the question. Now the words came straight to his lips. To push Rufina and her damned army back across that wall and make them regret ever coming near it. If we work together, we might both get our wishes. We could save Mutamora. Killian narrowed his eyes, considering both her words and his cards. With the way she was clutching hers, he wasn't going to win with a pair of 7s, so he folded. How? By putting the crown on my head. Succession was no simple thing in Mutamora. While the right of primogeniture determined inheritance within the 12 houses, simply being heir to the ruling house did not ensure a rise to the throne when the High Lord of said house met his end. The heir needed the support of a majority of the 12 great houses, 7 votes from High Lords or ladies, in order to assume the crown. But never in the history of Mutamora had a woman been allowed to inherit the throne. That had been the reason House Falorn had lost the crown when King Derek and his family were assassinated. His younger sister, and then 15-year-old Darina, had inherited control of the House Falorn, but despite Killian's father's best attempts, the other High Lords had been unwilling to stand behind the young High Lady as queen, their weak excuse that she was not of age. The result was 2 years of civil war while the great houses jockeyed for control of the kingdom. Sarek Rowans eventually won the majority under the condition that command of the royal army remained with High Lord Calorian. All that aside, there was a larger obstacle to Malahai's ambitions. Their father is still alive. There is precedent to the 12 voting to move the crown to an heir's head prior to the death of the king. Killian huffed out a breath. Yes, when the king is on his deathbed or consumed by dementia or in some other way unable to perform his duties. Fanatic he might be, but your father is still sound of body and mind. And even if they desired to take the crown from him, it would be to put it on one of their heads, not yours. If Malahai was put off by his words, she didn't show it. her voice smooth as she said, Mutamura is faltering under my father's rule. Faith in the Six had been faltering under his rule. Do you imagine it will do any better under any of the High Lords? He didn't, but neither could he imagine any of them accepting an alternative. Everyone was willing to let my father execute you, was willing to let you take the fall. Everyone but me. Help me claim the throne, and I'll put you at the front of the royal army. And I have nothing but confidence that this time you'll defeat Rufina. You need the majority vote, Malahai. Just how do you hope to achieve that? By offering myself and my house up as bait. What do you mean? Instead of answering, the princess laid her cards down on the table, and Killian's focus snapped to the faces of the cards, a slow grin working onto his face, despite the gravity of the moment. It was rare anyone outbluffed him. You have no hand. Malahai returned his smile, though hers was all teeth. Let's hope the gods think otherwise.
12. Lydia. If Lucius wins, it will be because of you. The veracity of that fact haunted Lydia as days turned into weeks. Not once did she look to the book Tariana had given her, allowing it to languish in its hiding space in the library, unwilling to tempt herself with the thought of escape. Instead, she turned to trying to undermine Lucius's campaign, digging deep into the facts and figures behind his proposed policies and hounding her father at every turn with how damaging it would be for Lucius to take power.
Do you think I don't know all of this, Lydia?
Her father had shouted at her after a dinner she'd spent berating him with facts.
It's too late to counter him. What's done cannot be undone, so for once would you curb your tongue?
Except she knew that wasn't the reason. It was his ailing health. It was Vibius, lurking in the wings and waiting to inherit. It was her tenuous future. For it seemed her father would allow the empire to burn itself to the ground as long as the man doing the burning protected her. For that reason, despite all of her efforts, all of her pleas, her father remained Lucius's stalwart supporter as election day came to Celendriel. It was dreadfully hot, even in the shade, but Lydia waved away the sweating glass of wine a servant offered in favor of keeping her arms crossed under her breasts and a glare on her face. For hours, now, she'd had to stand beneath the portico of the Curia, the shadows of the 24 towering columns that held up the roof showing the passage of time like sundials. All because it provided the best view of the Forum, and all because Lucius apparently wished to watch every last citizen cast their vote. The only thing that made it endurable was that Lucius was losing. Not by a large margin, but if things continued as they had, Basilius would win. Which was as it should be. Basilius was a good man and until recently had been one of her father's closest friends. Though no longer. Not with Senator Valerius standing in Lucius's camp, his face drawn and sweating as he listened to the other man wax superior. As though sensing her scrutiny, Lucius turned his head.
Lydia, darling, join us. Regale us with conversation.
I have nothing to say.
Lydia, please,
her father said, his voice cajoling. It only fueled her temper. Pointedly eyeing the cisterns filled with tokens, she said, It seems you'll be using the wine you imported from Atlia to drown your sorrows rather than to toast your victory, Lucius. How fortunate that you ordered so much of it. I understand the sting of loss lingers far longer than the glow of victory. There were several snorts of laughter from Basilius's camp, who lingered nearby. But rather than frowning, Lucius only smiled.
The polls are not closed, darling. You might yet come to thank me for my foresight in the matter of libations.
I applaud your optimism.
Not optimism, my love. Pragmatism. You aren't my first wife, after all. I've learned to keep my cellars stocked.
Before Lydia could retort, Lucius's head shifted as something caught his attention. A heartbeat later, she heard it. A rhythmic beat, growing louder with every passing moment. "What is that?" someone demanded. No one spoke. Then Spurius, her father's guard, said, "It's marching men." His head cocked as he listened. A whole legion, by the sound of it. No one spoke. All eyes going to the entrance to the forum. The noise grew louder. Thousands of feet striking the ground in unison, the crash of drums and blaring of horns barely audible over the thunder. Lydia's skin turned cold despite the heat. Some instinct deep in her core recognizing the threat of that noise. A legionnaire on a white horse was the first to enter the forum, crimson cloak with Selendor's dragon picked out in gold falling over his mount's hindquarters. His face was partially concealed by a helmet, which bore the red crest marking him as an officer. But she didn't need to see his face to know who he was. The 37 stamped on the steel over his chest answered that question. This was Legatus Marcus of the 37th Legion.
"Who gave them leave to enter the city?"
Basilius demanded. Her father coughed, drinking deeply from his glass before he said,
"They don't need leave on election day. They're citizens and they are of age now. It's their right to vote."
The 37th Legion had the right to vote. But more important, and what Lydia was certain everyone was thinking, was that in having been recalled to Selendriel, the Legion had been given the opportunity to vote. 2 more officers on horses entered behind the infamous Legatus, and then the Legion itself poured into the forum, the tread of their feet making Lydia want to cover her ears, making her, in some base and primal way, want to run for her life. Which was utter lunacy, given that these young men were blades of the Empire. And yet as her eyes passed over their ranks, steel and hard muscle, scars and grim faces, she could well imagine the terror these men instilled in those they fought against. The officers reined in their horses in front of the rostrum, faces expressionless as they watched the Legion fill the forum with neat rows until it was at capacity. Then the Legatus lifted his arm, and silence fell across the enormous space. Music silenced, feet stilled. No one even seemed to breathe. Not even the senators standing beneath the portico, who were masters and commanders of these men. The Legatus dismounted and pulled off his helmet, revealing a face that was as attractive as was rumored. The legions were made up of young men from every province of the Empire, but his golden skin was that of someone with Cell heritage. His fair hair was shorn nearly down to the scalp, his cheekbones high, and his mouth set in an unsmiling line. He strode toward the steps, the steel tread of his sandals making sharp clacks that echoed over the forum. Taking a token, he ascended the platform and entered the voting pavilion. The sharp smell of male sweat filled Lydia's nose as Lucius and the rest stepped out onto the steps of the Curia, her father tugging her along by her elbow. There they stood, she and everyone else watching, waiting for the Legatus of the Empire's most notorious legion to exit. Seconds passed. Minutes. Perhaps no one explained the process. Someone joked from behind her. No one laughed. not about the young man in question. The names of all the commanders of Selendor's legions were much discussed, famous by virtue of the Empire's dependence on their martial prowess. None living were more famous than him. He'd been the subject of extensive conversation even prior to his graduation, a child prodigy who'd scored higher than anyone else in Campus Lessendor's history. That fame had grown after his legion had taken the field, campaign after campaign, victory after victory. But that fame had turned to infamy after the conquest of Chersum. A gifted mind turned to a dark purpose, Lydia had once heard her father say, and her fingers turned icy as it dawned on her that it was these men who had set the island nation on fire. Legatus Marcus emerged, his eyes immediately going to the senators standing on the Curia steps. He said something to the enormous officer who'd voted after him, an Atlian judging from his brown skin, who shrugged once before barking an order at the waiting legion. Then the legatus walked around the ranks of his men, crossing the forum toward the watching senators.
"Legatus,"
Lucius said as he drew close. The familiarity in his voice made Lydia's stomach drop. They knew each other. And her eyes flicked to the cisterns. Perhaps only 20 soldiers had voted, not enough to move the mark. But as she watched, the tokens in Lucius's cistern shifted. And she knew.
"Lydia, darling,"
Lucius said, and she cringed as his hand closed around her elbow, drawing her against him.
"This is Legatus Marcus of the 37th Legion. Legatus, Lydia is my intended, and I'm sure you know of her father, Senator Valerius."
"Senator," the legatus said, inclining his head to Lydia's father. Then his gaze turned on her. "Domina." His voice was cool, polished, the product of officer training at Campus Lessendor. But all the manners in the world would not make up for what he had done. What he was doing, even as they spoke. "It appears your legion favors Lucius, legatus," she said, "though I suppose that's unsurprising given that he favors the legions." The young man's blue-gray eyes seemed to measure her words, and then he said, "In my experience, men vote for the individual they perceive will act in their best interest. Only a few vote for the good of society, altruism being a rare quality." "What sort of man are you, legatus?" she asked, not caring when Lucius's grip tightened painfully on her arm. "The sort who desires to save the world? Or to save himself?" Something shifted in the soldier's gaze. But before he could respond, Lydia's father hauled on her arm, pulling her out of Lucius's grip. "That's enough, Lydia. Perhaps we might go inside out of the heat. Excuse us." "I am not overheated," she hissed, trying to extract herself from her father's grip, but afraid if she pulled too hard he might topple over. "Your temper certainly is." "And what of your temper, father? Don't you see what's happening out there? They're all voting for him." Dropping Lydia's arm, her father wiped sweat from his brow before resting a hand against a column. "It's their right, Lydia." "I know it's their right." Her words came out louder than she intended, and the men conversing in the cool hallways frowned. "But they're all voting for him. Something about this is off. Why are they here at all? He's tricked them or forced them, lied to them. He's—" "Mind your tongue." Her father's voice was flat, a sure sign he was angry. "In the space of minutes, you insulted the future consul as well as the legatus of the blasted 37th Legion. Did you stop to consider there might be consequences to that?" I hardly think the legatus is going to order his men to burn me alive on the steps to the curia, she replied, her tone withering. But her father only gave her a weary shake of his head. You will stand here and remain silent, he said, or you will be sent home. Scowling, she gave a sharp nod, though she knew it would take all her willpower to keep her tongue in check. A veritable crowd of senators and their hangers-on had grown in the shade of the building, all of them drawn by the sound of the marching soldiers and the rumor that the most infamous legion in service was turning the tide of the election. There had long been speculation as to why the 37th had been recalled from Chersum. No one seemed to know exactly who had arranged for them to return to Celendrial, but the answer to that question seemed abundantly obvious. Now speculation turned to what Lucius would do with his apparent alliance with the goddess Marcus, what it meant for his policies and plans. Such alliances between influential commanders and consuls had occurred in the past, but they were typically tied to a military campaign. Except there was nowhere left to conquer. No one left to subdue. Which begged the question of what the legatus had to gain from putting Lucius in power. In numb silence, Lydia listened to a dozen or more theories. But as the sun began to set in the west, she eased back outside, keeping to the shadow of a column as she watched the lines of legionnaires efficiently trooping through the voting pavilion. Lucius's cistern filling, while those of the other candidates remained unchanged. No other voters entered the forum, not with this legion's ranks filling it. And with the polls closing at sundown, any citizen in the city who'd yet to vote would have lost the opportunity. Lucius had won the consulship. Lucius now controlled the empire. And the two men who'd orchestrated it stood together, elbow to elbow. A simmering fury filled Lydia as she watched them, a slow smirk forming on Lucius's face, while the legatus's remained cold and impassive as any statue. The last legionnaire voted right as the burning edge of the sun disappeared from sight, and a horn blasted, signaling the polls had closed. It's finished, the legatus said. We'll excuse ourselves from the city and return to camp. Consul? He inclined his head, the movement rigid, as though he'd had to force himself to do it. As though, improbable as it might be, the young man wasn't entirely happy about the outcome. Indeed, Lucius said, wiping sweat from his head with one hand, then drying it on his clothing. Send them back, but I want you to stay. We've business to discuss. The legatus's hands flexed, the tendons standing out against his golden skin. With the Senate? No, Lucius replied. You and I. Attend me at my villa within the hour. Lydia circled around the column so that Lucius wouldn't see her as he ambled inside, but her attention went immediately back to Marcus. He stood stock still, staring out over his men but not even seeming to see them. It wasn't until the big Atlian officer whistled, the sound cutting through the silence of the forum, that the legatus jerked out of his thoughts. He strode down the steps, pushing his helmet on his head before mounting the waiting horse. Back to camp, he ordered, voice carrying across the lines of men. Except he wasn't going back to camp. He was going to meet Lucius alone. And on the assumption that whatever they planned to discuss related to why this legion had helped put Lucius in power, Lydia intended to hear every word.
13. Killian.
It had only only taken days in his role as captain of Princess Malahai's bodyguard before Killian began questioning his decision not to take the king up on an engagement with the headsman. Malahai's plan was ambitious: to convince the High Lords that Sarek's rule was not favored by the Six and to vote to put her on the throne in his place, using her hand in marriage as the prize. And it was an incentive that none of them would ignore. Even without the crown in play, Rowan's was the wealthiest of the 12 houses, courtesy of the large gold mines on the western edges of their territory. To marry the future High Lady Rowans would mean eventually gaining access to all that wealth, and the High Lords of the land were nothing if not predictable in their greed. That it would be the easiest route for them to take the throne only sweetened the pot. But the plan had moved beyond ambitious when Sarek announced to the Council of 12 his intention to conscript all men of fighting age to the royal army. With the exception of Damashare and Keshmorn, whose lands had fallen to Rufina's armies, every one of the High Lords had abruptly discovered that their presence was sorely required back on their lands. All of them fleeing on ships hours before the law was enacted, limiting Malahai's ability to win them over to her plan. Nothing short of an act of the gods would drive those cowards of men to step foot in Mudair. Not when it meant Sarek subsequently dragging them to the front lines with him to fight. Especially given it was a fight Mudamora was losing. Rufina's army was moving east from the Liratora Mountains like a dark tide, driving Mudamora's royal army slowly backward. Refugees fled in droves toward the safety of Mudair's walls, though that safety was relative. Fell things had crossed the mountains with the Seventh's armies beyond even the corrupted. Strange creatures prowled the land and skies, hunting in the darkness. And stories came with the refugees of farms and villages found empty of life and drenched in blood. Half-consumed corpses left abandoned for the crows. Fields and forests were crisscrossed with blight. The smell of rot riding the wind all the way to the coast. Already the city struggled beneath the burden of feeding its people. And with those with means fleeing south in droves, soon merchant ships would have no incentive to transport food and supplies to Mudair, because there would be no one left in the goddamn city able to pay for them. And with escape on foot bordering on suicidal given the creatures that prowled the night, Mudair was more prison than city. It was a matter of weeks before famine set in, and that was only if the inevitable surge of disease didn't kill everyone first. But instead of using his goddamned given mark to protect his people, Killian was currently dragging a drunk palace guard down the hallway by his ankles, the useless bastard snoring as his head slid across the plush carpet. Reaching the top of the stairs, Killian balanced the man on the edge, then gave him a nudge with one booted foot. The guard rolled down the carpeted steps and landed with a thud at the bottom. Swaying, he sat up, eyes fixing on Killian. "What's going on?" "You're fired." Killian bounced a silver coin off the man's forehead. "This should cover a night's worth of entertainment before you march off to the front lines. Enjoy." Turning on his heel, he started back toward Malahai's suite, only to find Berkala standing behind him, the giantess's head nearly brushing the ceiling. "That wasn't very nice, Killian," she said, cocking one brow. "Drunks bounce," he replied flatly. "You'd know." He glared at the giantess who'd watched his back since he was a child. "I fight better drunk than any of this lot does stone cold sober." Then he skirted around her and strode down the hall. She only fell into step with him. "You're supposed to be the captain of the princess's guard, but currently you're captain of nothing. That one was the last. She's better off with nothing than the lot her father assigned to guard her. Useless conscription dodgers and cowards. Not one of them would put himself between Malahai and an angry kitten." And cowardice was the least of their sins. Killian had dug into the backgrounds of the men Sarek had selected to protect his daughter, and far too many had dark pasts full of violence and worse. A handful had clean records, but Killian swiftly determined that that was only because they'd never been caught, which made them doubly dangerous. The looks in their eyes, the way they looked at Malahai. He'd fired the lot of them the moment Sarek had marched off to take command of the royal army, and there were no better guards in the city to be had.
every man capable of wielding a blade either had fled south or north beyond the king's reach or was already fighting with the royal army. Killian covered his anger at the situation with a smirk. Berkela, I don't need other guards. I have you. Reluctantly, Berkela ducked her head under the frame of the newly installed oak door, protecting the wing that contained Malahai's suite. I spent over a decade ensuring you didn't get yourself killed, Killian. And I spent most of it alternating between wanting to drink myself to the bottom of a wine cask and wanting to fall on my own sword. You are overestimating my desire for this role. How much more gold will it take to compensate for that lack of desire? I've no need of gold. I'm not interested in spending day and night guarding a Rowan's princess. Make it worth my while, or I'm going home to Eoten Isle. That stopped Killian in his tracks. His father had saved Berkela's life during the Giant Wars, earning a life debt from her. High Lord Calorian had spent that debt ensuring his god-marked son's recklessness didn't overwhelm the gifts the god of war had bestowed upon him. Or, in Berkela's words, protecting Killian from his own stupidity. But his father was dead. Berkela owed Killian nothing. Yet it had never occurred to him that his friend might leave once her debt was paid. Convincing Berkela to stay would be much easier if he could tell her the truth about Malahai's mark and her plans and the threat to her life. But the princess had sworn him to secrecy, and Killian was not one to give his word lightly. Stopping outside the door to Malahai's sitting room, the faint sound of ladies laughing filtering through the stone walls, Killian rested his head against the wood. I'm not suited for this. Not suited to following after a princess while she secretly played at politics. He was a warrior, not a goddamn courtier. Berkela exhaled a long breath. When was the last time you slept? Killian couldn't remember, which meant it had been too long. His mark gifted him greater endurance, but there were limits. Limits that were being tested as he trailed after Malahai all day, then stood guard in her room through the night. But despite Sarek being leagues away and all the guards he'd left behind now without employment, Killian still couldn't stand down, couldn't relax, couldn't shake the feeling that danger crept in the princess's direction. Berkela shook her head when he didn't answer. No one man can do this job alone, Killian. Not even you. Hire new men. Pull from the city guard. None of them are suitable. They aren't. He struggled to find an explanation for why. But that was the trouble with being ruled by instinct, by a mark bestowed on him by a god. Some things he just knew. A grimace stretched across Berkela's large face, her colorless eyes casting upward. You're intolerable when you're tired. Worse when you're being a defeatist. Go and get some sleep. I'll watch over Her Highness until morning. Tension flowed out of Killian's shoulders, and he gave his friend a wink. She likes you better than me anyway. Only because I don't cheat at cards. She shoved him between the shoulder blades hard enough that he staggered. Go. Sleep. He had rooms at the palace, but rather than retreating to them, Killian made his way into the city. The skies of Mudair were dark with cloud cover, and he pulled his hood up so that his face was mostly concealed, partially to protect himself from the heavy wet snow falling from the sky and partially to avoid recognition among the throngs of civilians filling the streets of Mudamor's capital. Men, women, and children of every race from nearly every nation. Mudair was a port city eclipsed in status only by Solania of the southern shores of the Kingdom of Ravad, the mighty capital of Gamdesh on the southern continent. Killian wove his way through them, heading in the direction of his family's manor house in the gated quarter of the city. His brother's manor, given that Hacken was now High Lord Calorian. Hacken had fled for Solania by ship, and other than Garam and a handful of caretakers, the residence was likely to be empty, peaceful, quiet. Killian avoided the God's Circle at the center of the city, the distinct towers dedicated to each of the 7 rising several stories higher than any other structure in Mudair. The towers seemed to shift and move, the carved reliefs of the gods' faces watching him no matter how he kept to the shadows. It was always the way, even with the rough shrines found in smaller villages. Berkela told him it was his imagination. But when one had stood face to face with a god, as Killian had, one never forgot what it felt like to be subjected to their scrutiny. Killian started down the central boulevard leading to the south gate, which was lined with taverns, inns, and brothels, when a loud crash split the air. The man he just fired toppled out the door of a tavern, rolling backward down the steps to land with a splash in a puddle. The spectacle, Killian decided, was made far more entertaining by the fact that the idiot's trousers were around his knees. The man struggled to his feet, trying to hitch the sodden fabric back over his bare ass. "She wasn't worth it anyway," he shouted, shaking his free hand at the door. A blonde blur shot down the steps, tackling the man back into the mud. "If you ever hurt one of my friends again," she shouted, "I'll break your bloody neck." Killian's skin prickled, a familiar awareness that what he was seeing was important, drawing his attention to the girl's face. She continued to shout threats, emphasizing every other word with a punch. And Killian watched with interest as she broke the man's nose, split his lip, cracked his cheekbone. But it wasn't until she flipped the man face down in the puddle with the apparent intent of drowning him that Killian intervened. Reaching down, he caught the girl by the belt and heaved her off, dodging as she swung her fist in his direction. "Admirable bit of work," he said, sidestepping another swing of her fist. "But you'll be of no use to me if you're imprisoned for murder." "I'm of no use to you at all." The girl cast a dark glare at the man she'd been pummeling as he scuttled bare-ass down the street. "If you're wanting to spend your last bit of coin before you're conscripted by the king, head inside. You cause trouble, I'll be the one to toss you out." "I've no doubt." Killian pushed back the hood of his cloak, the sleep melting as it touched his forehead, running in cold dribbles down his cheeks. The girl's eyes widened with recognition. "You're the Dark Horse," she blurted out, then blanched and executed an awkward combination of curtsy and bow. "I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't realize it was you. It's my job here, you see, to—" "I know what your job is," Killian interrupted, ignoring his recently earned moniker. "And you clearly have a passion for it. I hope you're well paid." Snorting loudly, the girl spit into the puddle. "Hardly. You come work for me, and I'll double whatever it is this place pays." "Work for you?" Her eyes widened. Killian nodded. "What's your name?" "Gwendolyn." "Think about it, Gwendolyn. I'm sure you know where to find me." Pulling his hood back into place, Killian started down the street. He barely managed a half a dozen strides when a girl's voice stopped him. "I'll take the job." Killian smiled. "I'll take the job," she repeated, "but only if you get my friend out of prison." Exhaling a breath of annoyance, he asked, "What's his name? And what did he do?" "Her name, it's Lena." Another wave of prickles passed over his skin. She's been charged with assault. But it was self-defense, my lord. Truly it was." The prickles intensified, as though fire ants marched across his skin. The sensation faded the moment Killian made his decision. "I'll see you tomorrow morning, Gwendolyn," he said, reversing his path back to the palace. "Don't be late."
14. Lydia. The air was heady with the scent of flowers, the drone of insects and the tinkle of fountains loud as Lydia crept out onto the library balcony and down the iron stairs under the cover of darkness. A faint breeze blew in off the blackness of the sea, whispering through the trees and catching at a lock of her hair. But it wasn't toward the sea that she ventured, but toward the senatorial homes overlooking the sprawl of the city. Through the trees, Lydia could make out the gleaming lights filling Celendrial, the echoes of drums and shouts reaching the heights. Supporters of Lucius celebrating a great victory, while those who favored other candidates drowned their sorrows in cheap liquor. Fights would break out soon enough, if they hadn't already, and the 27th Legion would be kept busy through the night maintaining the peace. The senatorial homes would be filled with a similar behavior, albeit with expensive wine and brawls fought with words. Lydia made her way down the narrow paths between homes, her sandaled feet silent on the paving stones, though her breath was deafening in her ears. She knew these pathways well, but tonight they felt strange and unfamiliar. Dangerous. But there was no helping it. Lucius and the legatus were up to something, and if there was a chance it could discredit Lucius, perhaps even disqualify his victory in the elections, then she needed to discover their plans. She had very nearly reached the entrance to Lucius's property when the sound of hooves caught her attention. Scuttling into the shadows next to the towering walls Lucius had built along the front of his property, Lydia caught sight of the white coat of a horse and the glint of light on armor as the legatus passed through the gate. The metal clanged shut behind him, and a tall, slender servant padlocked the gate. Pulse racing, Lydia retreated up the path, pulling her skirts to her waist to climb the wall of the neighboring villa, a wall that was thankfully more for show than security. Trotting through the pathways of the garden, she heaved herself over the similarly ancient wall dividing the two properties, landing in a fountain with a splash. Lydia held her breath, sitting motionless in the water until she was certain no one intended to investigate. And then she approached Lucius's home, her sandals squelching with each step. All the villas were laid out in a similar fashion, and Lydia made a swift guess as to where Lucius might be entertaining the soldier. Making her way along the foundation of the villa, she was soon rewarded by the sound of Lucius's voice. "What would you say if I offered you the opportunity to lead an army on the most ambitious mission undertaken in the history of the Selendor Empire?" "I'm listening," the legatus responded. And then there was a pause before he asked, "How did you come by this? Any Marin captain would rather lose a hand than give up a map." "Let's just say the captain in question lost more than his hand." The blood drained from Lydia's face, as much from the vicious delight in Lucius's voice as the words themselves. A dull fear pulsed through her veins as he added, "Legatus, it is long past time the Marin were brought to heel." Lydia's hands turned to ice, her breath catching in her throat. Tariana, her mother, and the rest of the crew of the Quincence were in danger, and they needed to be warned. Then the rustle of paper caught her attention, and Lucius said loudly, "Behold, the dark shores of Wreath." No. Impossible. Lydia inched slowly upward until she was peering over the lip of the window frame. The two men had their backs to her, slightly obscured by the gauzy curtain. Carefully, she eased the curtain open a crack, her stomach plummeting as she took in the expansive map laid out on the table in front of them. The eastern half, containing the Empire, was deeply familiar, but the other half was entirely new to her. Yet there was no denying what it represented. Lucius had found proof of the Dark Shore's existence. The Marin were not his primary target. They were merely the means to a far greater end. Dropping back to her hands and knees, Lydia listened to the two men speculate as to how precisely the Marin traversed the seas, bile rising in her throat as Lucius chuckled about information that had allowed him to charge the Marin with paganism, which had enabled him to search their ships, which had allowed him to detain them, and to torture them. "Even as we speak," Lucius said, "our navy is moving to intercept several influential Marin ships. They have the information we need. It's merely a matter of extracting it." The Quincence was an influential ship. Panic snapped at Lydia's heels like a whip, and she crawled toward the wall, barely feeling the bits of rock that dug into her palms and knees. Clambering over the wall, she sprinted through the neighboring property, past caring about stealth. She needed to get home, needed to tell her father what she'd learned, because he'd have the power to stop this. Her dress was glued to her back with sweat as she shoved through the front doors to the Valerius villa. "Father!" she shouted. "Where are you?" There was a flurry of steps. Then her father appeared, his eyes widening at the sight of her, sweaty and scratched, her dress torn and soaked, her hair disheveled.
"What's happened?" he demanded. "Who's done this to you?"
"Nothing's happened to me." Grasping his arms, she said, "It's Terriana, the Quincence. They're in danger. Lucius has sent the Navy to capture Marin ships because he thinks they have information he wants." Her father stared at her, silent. Then finally asked,
"How is it that you came in possession of this information?"
"I went to Lucius's home," she said. "I overheard a conversation between him and the 37th Legion's legatus. He's bribed them. That's why they voted for him."
"Have you lost your mind, Lydia? You trespassed on Cassius's property? Eavesdropped on a private conversation? What if you'd been caught?"
It was her turn to gape. "How is that your concern? He bribed nearly 5,000 men for their votes. Surely that invalidates his victory."
"It's not that simple,"
her father said slowly.
"It would need to be proven in the courts, and it would be your word against theirs."
"There's no time for that," she snapped. "Terriana's in danger. He's already captured other Marin crews, tortured them for information."
"He's done what?"
Her father turned away from her, wiping sweat from his brow.
"The Marin have an agreement with the Senate, and such behavior is in flagrant violation of the terms. For him to do this, he'd need the Senate vote, and I can't imagine a circumstance where such a thing would be forthcoming. He's broken the law."
Vibius's voice cut across the room. "No, he hasn't. But the Marins certainly have." Lydia whirled, watching as her father's nephew sauntered toward them, his arms crossed behind his back. "The Empire's agreement with the Marin specifically states that if a Marin ship is found in violation of the Empire's laws, they forfeit the autonomy and protections ceded to them by the agreement. One ship's misstep does not invalidate the agreement with the entire Marin nation," her father responded, his tone icy. "And from your words, Vibius, it would appear that you are complicit in Lucius's crimes." "If I'm complicit in anything, it is in the protection and enforcement of the Empire's laws." The smile on Vibius's face grew, revealing teeth stained by wine. "This crime was not perpetrated by a singular individual, or even a singular ship. It is a crime perpetrated by the Marin people." "And what crime would that be?" Uncrossing his arms from behind his back, Vibius tossed a book on the table. "Paganism." Lydia stared down at the book, a sour taste filling her mouth as she recognized the cover. Treatise of the Seven. A slow horror took hold of her, the memory of Vibius catching her sneaking back into the library after her meeting with Terriana on the beach, of her inadvertently tossing it at his feet, of her hiding it on the shelves in her library, foolishly certain that no one would have cause to look for it. "Recognize this, Lydia?" Vibius's expression was feral. I brought it to Cassius's attention, feeling that he should be aware of your entanglements. Imagine my shock when he was able to translate enough of it to reveal that your possession of this book was more than just a social infraction.
Lydia?
Her father turned toward her.
Who gave you this?
Her throat tightened. There was no explanation that would win her free of this. Cassius was willing to forgive Lydia's eccentricities, Vibius said, but I suspect his forgiveness might disappear should you choose to interfere with his plans, Uncle. He shook his head, tisking softly. Please consider Lydia's future before you make any rash decisions. The spark disappeared from her father's eyes, his shoulders slumping. As fond as he was of Tariana, as much as he admired the Marin, Lydia knew he'd do nothing that would jeopardize her safety, which meant it was up to her. Snatching up the book, Lydia slammed into Vibius hard enough that he staggered and then bolted to the back of the house. She needed to reach the ocean so that she could contact Magnius. He'd be able to warn Tariana and her mother, warn them to sail as far away from Empire waters as they possibly could. Her feet slapped against the tiles, as did those of the men her father ordered after her. Shouldering open a door, she ran into the dark gardens, focused on reaching the gate leading to the path down to the beach. Then a hand latched on her arm, jerking her back so she landed on her bottom, her spectacles flying off into the foliage. Spurius stared down at her, his expression grim. I'm sorry, Domina. She lashed out at him, trying to pull from his grip, but he only caught her other wrist, pinning her to the ground. Seconds later, the rest of the household was on her.
She's hysterical,
her father shouted.
She needs to be sedated.
No, I need to warn them. She kicked and struggled, but Spurius's grip was relentless. Someone took hold of her face and poured a foul-tasting liquid in her mouth. She spit it out, but they only did it again, pinching her nose so that she was forced to swallow. The drug took immediate effect, her vision doubling. Still, she tried to crawl toward the gate. If she could just get a little bit closer. Magnius! She tried to scream, but it came out as a whisper. Magnius, the Cell are coming for them. You have to warn Tariana. You have to warn. Spurius picked her up, carried her toward the villa. It was possible Magnius had hurt her, but even in her drugged state, Lydia knew it was wasted hope. She had done too little, and she had done it far, far too late.
15. Killian. The crystal dining room had vaulted ceilings from which hung 3 enormous crystal chandeliers that glittered with candlelight. The walls were papered in muted silver stripes, the floors of polished white oak imported from Catamarca. The tables were covered with silvery white linen, the plates made of frosted glass, and the silverware polished to a shine. It made Killian feel as though he sat in the midst of a very balmy snowstorm, for Malahai insisted the twin fireplaces be kept roaring with flames. He helped the princess into her chair, then sat at her right, glancing over the primarily female guests seated around the large table, before scanning the room to ensure all the young women who formed Malahai's bodyguard were where they should be. Gwendolyn and Lena had been the first girls he'd hired, but once word spread that Killian Calorian was training young women to serve as Princess Malahai's bodyguard, more had followed. Farm girls and tavern wenches, seamstresses and prostitutes, merchants' daughters and soldiers' orphans. Most of those who came to him seeking employment, Killian declined, for while they were fine fighters, they hadn't triggered the sense of rightness he required to allow them into Malahai's presence. There were certain qualities he searched for: the protectiveness Gwen had exhibited when he'd seen her fight on the street, or the defiance Lena had radiated staring out at him from behind her cell's bars. Loyalty, determination, honesty, intelligence, devotion. Few had formal military training, but all he'd trust to fight at his back to protect Malahai's life. And with Berkala taking the task of training them like a fish to water, they were swiftly becoming a force to be reckoned with. His right hand among them was Sonia, the young woman and a former member of the Gamdeshian army, as well as the former lover of General Kyra, the Sultan of Gamdesh's marked daughter. It was the dissolution of that relationship that had sent Sonia fleeing north to Mutamura. Though Sonia was fond of telling Killian when she was deep in her cups, one couldn't outrun heartbreak. Be that as it may, Kyra's loss was his gain, for Sonia was one of the finest soldiers he'd ever come across, as well as a born leader. That she had a sharp tongue and wit to match had swiftly earned Malahai's favor, which in turn had allowed Killian more freedom in his comings and goings. A freedom he took more advantage of than he should. Next to him, Malahai lifted a hand, calling silence to the room. Let us give thanks to the Six and to the marked who protect us in these dark hours. Killian dutifully made the sign of the Six against his chest, then picked up a glass of wine and drank deeply. The conversation grew in volume as glasses were drained, then bottles. Plates of food soon followed, the air filling the scents that made Killian's stomach rumble. The tang of citrus dressings on salads, the spice of fried duck hearts, the savory waft of roasted beef. The table groaned beneath the weight of the food. All of it sailed in from the south at great expense. We feast while the city starves. The food he'd eaten abruptly felt heavy in Killian's stomach, and he pushed away the plate in front of him. You should eat your fill, Malahai said. Shame for any of it to go to waste, all things considered. It doesn't go to waste. Your staff eats our scraps. This was a bone of contention between them. Lord Calorian, said Lady Helene Torrington from where she sat at his right. I helped at the soup lines yesterday distributing food to the poor. She stared at him expectantly, but Killian was in no mood to give accolades to the pampered daughter of a High Lord who'd never had to ration anything in her life. As the silence between them stretched, Helene's smile grew increasingly forced until she said, It truly is as you say, my lord. The people suffer. I tasted the soup to ensure it was properly seasoned, and, she leaned closer to him, it was awful. The worst thing I've ever tasted. That's because it's made with rats. Her olive skin blanched, her dark eyes widening. What? You didn't think it was beef, did you? Killian, Malahai hissed, but he ignored her. All the livestock in the city was slaughtered within a month of the invasion, my lady, and imports such as you see before you cost more than most earn in a year. What do you suppose the poor have been eating? When was the last time you saw a cat or a dog other than your own? He demanded. I have to keep my own dog locked up inside because he'd be roasting on a spit within moments of being let out the front door. And with the dogs and cats gone, they've moved on to the vermin. Pigeons, mice, rats. What do you suppose the poor will turn to when those have all been eaten? Killian, enough. He turned to glare at Malahai. What? Is the truth so hard for all of you to hear? Or is it only that you wish for me to applaud Lady Torrington for sparing an hour of her precious time to ladle soup? Her efforts surely making all the difference to our fair city? The last he directed at the young woman in question. Helene recoiled, her nostrils flaring with anger. I didn't cause any of this, Lord Calorian. For that we have you to blame. Every single Mutamorian who starves should be laid at your feet so that you never forget that it was you who let the enemy in. As if that knowledge didn't haunt his every waking moment. Noted, he snapped, then shoved back his chair. Killian, sit down. Malahai's cheeks were flushed with anger. Finish your dinner. He knew he should listen, knew that he should curb his temper and play nice with his peers. Watch over Malahai like he was supposed to. but he found he couldn't take another night of this. I'm not hungry. Turning, he caught Sonia's eye. She gave a nod of understanding, and without another word, Killian strode out of the room. His boots made soft thuds against the floor as he strode through the halls, making his way to the kitchen, which was still in an uproar of activity when he entered. The head chef, Esme, jumped with a start at the sight of him. "My lord," she said, fanning herself with a tea towel. "We weren't expecting you until later, after Her Highness had retired for the night." "Thought I might give them something warm for once." "Oh, that is a fine idea, my lord, especially on a cool night like this." She cracked the towel at the heels of her assistants. "Well, get him what he needs. Be quick about it for once." Killian leaned against the counter watching the two young girls scurrying about, loading a sack full of what hadn't been put on the table tonight. Then Esme approached, a steaming tart in one hand. She carefully wrapped it in her tea towel. "For your young friend. I know how fond he is of sweets." "Thank you." He kissed the woman's cheek, pretending not to hear the giggles of the kitchen girls. The heavy sack of food over one shoulder and the towel-wrapped tart held carefully in his free hand, Killian ventured out into the night. It was long past curfew, and beyond the crash of the ocean against the cliffs, the city seemed almost devoid of sound, almost devoid of life. No one in his right mind would be out in the streets now, not with the Deimos prowling the night skies. But Killian had never been one to hide. Easing out of a side door, he eyed the moon above him. The Deimos were warier on well-lit nights, swiftly having grown wise to Killian's aim with the bow, staying high and out of range unless something worthwhile lured them in. The cursed things were far too canny for his liking, and his skin crawled with apprehension as he skirted around the shadows of the nearly empty stables before sprinting over to the cover of the wall. The palace was walled and gated from the rest of the city, a fortress within a fortress. And to that end, it had a separate sewer system that drained directly into the sea. Ideal for keeping people out. But given the gates weren't to be opened for any reason after sunset, the palace's design was also damnably good at keeping most people in. Killian was not most people. Using a rope to tie both ends of the sack, he looped it over his shoulder, gripping the tea towel holding the pastry with his teeth so it wouldn't be crushed. Then he dug his fingers into the narrow grooves between blocks of rock and climbed. The muscles of his shoulders strained against the fabric of his coat, and he grimaced as his seam split. Reaching the top, he gripped the edge, keeping still within the shadows. The Deimos had good eyesight, excellent hearing, and they had their hearts set on him. Taking one final scan of the night sky, Killian flung the sack over the edge, then swiftly followed suit. Air whistled in his ears as he dropped the 15 feet, rolling to lessen the impact of the fall, tea towel still clutched in his teeth. A scream split the night sky, along with a flap of wings. Snatching up the sack, Killian sprinted across the cobbled span of space between the palace wall and the city, eyes fixed on the opening in the ground ahead. 15 paces. Another scream. 10. He could feel the damn things converging on him, death on wings dropping from the sky. 5. The air around him stirred, and his skin prickled. Killian threw his legs forward into a slide, skidding across the cobbles even as a shape passed over his head. Twisting, he threw a knife at the shadow. Then the ground fell out from underneath him. He landed on his ass in a river of wet garbage and worse, the sack of food flopping down next to him. "My Lord Calorian, are you quite certain that you're marked?" a high-pitched voice inquired. "Because from my vantage, that dramatic entry of yours had all the grace and style of a sea lion flopping about on a beach." Finn sat on a ledge out of the worst of the filth. Bright red coat buttoned up around his skinny frame. The stub of a candle clutched in one hand. Both his trousers and his boots had holes in them, and Killian wondered where the last pair he'd given him had walked off to. Finn's dark hair was a cap of wild curls that was badly in need of a wash, as was the tawny skin of his face, which was dulled with a film of dirt. But his brown eyes were bright with good humor, none of the city's plight ever seeming to touch him. Climbing to his feet, Killian curbed the urge to rub his bruised backside and instead pulled the tea towel from between his teeth, handing it over. Here, should still be warm. Finn accepted the gift, holding the tart, which was miraculously still intact up to the candlelight. This is a thing of beauty, my lord. A true thing of beauty. Then he took a bite, his eyes rolling up with delight as he slowly chewed. Fit for a king. A princess, at any rate. Killian picked up the sack before the food inside got wet. It was intended for her table. Speaking of Her Highness's table, what are you doing here so early? Dinner not up to your lofty standards? Killian snorted. Didn't care for the company. Why would you when those with the true charm and wit are awaiting for you in our fair city's underkingdom? My thoughts exactly. Killian gave a last upward glance, noting the shadows moving overhead. Shall we? Together, they made their way through the maze of tunnels making up their sewer system. Finn's nonstop prattle echoing off the walls as he regaled Killian with his various escapades. Killian wasn't exactly certain how old Finn was, for the answer seemed to depend on who was doing the asking. He told Esme he was 10 while staring up at her with wide, innocent eyes, but he told Killian that he was 16. Killian's best guess was somewhere in the middle. Finn's mother had been Gamdeshian, his father a Mudamorian sailor, and he told Killian that he'd been born in Ravat, the capital of Gamdesh, providing enough detail about the city that it was likely the truth. When his mother had died, his father had brought him back to Mudair, where they had lived until the start of the war. Finn's father had been conscripted and marched off to join the battle, leaving Finn with a distant relative who wanted nothing to do with another mouth to feed. Finn hadn't heard from his father since. A story all too common these days. Home, sweet home, Finn declared, and they stepped into a small chamber off the side of the main tunnel. At the center was a sewer grate that allowed in a fair bit of moonlight, and it reflected off the dozens of faces of the children huddled together in a small space. At the sight of him, their expressions brightened, some of them smiling and saying his name. A feast, Finn shouted. A feast for my subjects. The children extracted themselves from their nest of filthy blankets, forming a line as they'd been taught to do. Killian stepped back as Finn carefully dispersed the food, noting the ragged coughs and crusted eyes on several of them. Grandmaster Quindor opened the healing temple for 2 hours each day to treat the public. But most of these children feared to come out of the tunnels, and it wasn't the Deimos that terrified them during the days. There was a tiny girl in the line with long black hair tied in a loose braid. Finn handed her a piece of roasted beef, but she was coughing and shivering so hard she could barely chew. Shrugging off his torn coat, Killian wrapped it around her shoulders, the fabric covering her from her neck to her bare feet. My lord, I'll get your fine coat dirty, she said, looking up at him. The moonlight caught in her upturned eyes. A northern girl. Don't you worry about that, he said. The princess gave me this coat, and you see, I've already ruined it. He ran a finger along the split seam. She'll be angry if she sees it, so perhaps you might help me hide the evidence. She smiled, her teeth bright white. One dirty hand reached out the folds of the coat to touch the jet and gold of his cufflinks. Is this your horse? His black warhorse was built like a brick shithouse. Not at all like the delicate things Malahai had the jeweler design, but Killian nodded. Malahai. He'd been gone long enough, and she'd be wondering where he was, especially after how he'd left things at dinner. Leaning down, he said to Finn, I should go. The words no sooner exited his lips than clouds passed over the moon, plunging the city into darkness. And with the darkness, the Deimos descended. Shrieks filled the night sky, wings pounding the air, and on the cobbles above them, hooves clattered. Several of the children started to cry, all of them scuttling to the edges of the chamber, hiding themselves in their nest of blankets. The little girl pressed against his leg, her bottom lip trembling as she watched a shadow pass over the grate above. They can't get down here, Killian said. You're safe. But what if they can? She asked. What if they do? He met Finn's gaze, but his friend only shrugged. Exhaling a long breath, Killian said, Well then, I suppose I'll fight them off for you. You can't fight them if you're not here. Malahai was already angry with him. If he stayed out all night, it would be twice as bad come morning. But the thought of leaving made him feel sick, so he said, Then I suppose I'll have to stay, fair lady. Killian ensconced himself against one wall, the little girl curling up against him for warmth. At Finn's behest, he told story after story about his time in the north training with Darina. Funny stories, like the time he got caught in one of the border traps and was stuck hanging upside down from a tree until the High Lady finally cut him down. Or of the time she decided his wrestling skills were lackluster and made him spend an afternoon in a muddy pen catching greased pigs. The children started laughing and stopped flinching every time the Damos screamed overhead. His voice grew hoarse, but Killian kept talking, hearing their breathing deepen as they fell asleep. Only then did he stop, listening to the soft noises they made as they stirred in their blankets. Children who needed their parents, needed their families, needed proper homes. But most of them would never have that again. Helene's voice echoed through his thoughts. Every single Mutamorian who starves should be laid at your feet so that you never forget that it was you who let the enemy in. She was right. It was his fault. Everything that had happened to these children was his fault. The chamber grew brighter with the dawn light, and Killian's hands balled into fists as the sun illuminated the faces around him. How many of them would die? His eyes burned, and he rubbed at them gently before moving the girl onto a pile of blankets, her small form still wrapped in his coat. Pulling loose one of his cufflinks, he pressed the black horse into her hand, then bent to shake Finn's shoulder. I have to go. I'll be back again tonight.
16. Lydia. Rolling over in her bed for the 100th time, Lydia ground her teeth in frustration, knowing sleep wouldn't come. Nights of fitful rest plagued by dreams, and equally fitful days spent trying to escape to warn Terriana had left her exhausted. But with each day seeing a new Marin ship hauled into Celendriel's harbor, her fear and guilt would give her no respite. Climbing to her feet, Lydia donned her spectacles and, turning up her lamp, she ventured down the hallway toward the library. A faint glow was visible beneath the door, which made her pause. No one spent much time in the room but her, and it was highly unlikely that one of the servants was cleaning in the wee hours of the morning. Cracking the door, she peered inside, a frown creasing her brow at the sight of her father bent over her desk, stacks of books sitting next to him. Father? He turned, and at the sight of his drawn face, a dull ache of sorrow filled her core. What are you doing? She asked. You should be resting.
I find myself not wishing to waste time abed,
he said, turning back to the open book before him. As Lydia approached, she saw it was a law text from the extensive collection on the library shelves. Her eyes skipped across the lines. He was referencing the law against pagan worship, along with its punishments. To his right were several sheets of paper, the agreement between the Marin people and the Empire. What are you doing? She repeated.
Trying to find a loophole.
Reaching for a glass of water, he drank deeply and then shook his head.
There's nothing. Of course there's nothing, or he would have seen it closed before beginning this fell quest of his.
He, Lucius. Every day, Lucius had been convicting Marin sailors in the Forum, all of them charged with the same crime. his supporters screaming their support even as they demanded more blood. And her father had done nothing, said nothing, unwilling to do anything that he perceived might risk Lydia's future. Why now? The glass in his hand trembled.
The quincence has been taken. She suffered damage but wasn't sunk, which is more than I can say for some. She's being towed into the harbor. Should be here this morning.
No. Lydia sank to the floor, her skin growing cold. You should have let me go. Should have let me warn them. He's going to kill them because of... A sob choked off the last word. Me. It was her fault.
Cassius is after information. If they give it to him, it's possible he'll be lenient.
Like he's been lenient with the rest, she whispered.
None of them have given him what he wants.
Which meant none of them would. Tears leaked down her cheeks.
He wishes to see you.
It was the last thing she'd expected him to say. Pardon?
Cassius pulled me aside after we adjourned tonight, and he asked that you attend him first thing this morning at the baths.
The library was sweltering, but Lydia pulled her wrap tighter around her shoulders, hugging herself. Did he say why?
The usual reasons, I suspect.
Her father's tone was flat.
You need not go. I can tell him that you wish to wait until after the wedding.
Lydia closed her eyes, focusing inward in an attempt to steady her breathing. It was so tempting to say yes, to spare herself, even if it was only for a few days. But if she went through with it, gave Lucius what he wanted, perhaps she might be able to sway him to be lenient toward Terriana and her crew. If it meant saving them from the noose, she'd sacrifice herself 1,000 times over. I'll go,
Lydia.
It's fine. She rose to her feet. I'm going to dress. Stepping out of the litter, Lydia climbed the white steps of the baths. The frescoed portico was all yellows and blues and pinks, and she stared at it for a heartbeat before pushing in the golden doors to the women's entrance. The halls were quiet at such an early hour, the patricians of Cylindriel preferring to gather late in the evening in the lounges and lecture halls, then sleep late. So the faint click of her heels against the tile and the splash of fountains were the only sounds as she made her way into the dressing room. There was a single servant present, a tall girl with the fair skin and reddish hair of those from Cybern province, her nose lightly dusted with freckles. She silently took Lydia's garments, supplying her with a blue silken robe that belted with a woven cord. The servant gestured for Lydia's spectacles, but she felt unnerved enough as it was without wandering about half blind and waved the girl off. Steeling herself, Lydia abandoned the room and walked barefoot down the hall to the first pool. It was open to the sky above, but shaded by the tall walls surrounding it. It was empty. Lydia's skin crawled with apprehension, the sensation intensifying as she skirted the pool and went inside. The high vaulted ceiling supported with columns, the floor covered with tiny red and white tiles. The still pools she passed reflected her face like glass, and no sounds emanated from the gymnasiums to either side. Entirely empty. Entirely devoid of life. And not even the early hour could account for that. No, this was a display of Lucius's power that he was able to commandeer a facility used by all the patricians for his own personal use. Do what he wants, she told herself, ignoring the sour burn in her throat. Apologize for your behavior. Do whatever it takes to learn where Tariana is being kept. Then do whatever it takes to get her free. Heart pounding, Lydia eyed the long hallway leading to the golden doors of the last pool. The room itself was built into the side of the hill, entirely subterranean, and the thought of going in there made her suddenly claustrophobic. But she had no choice. It was in there, a room testament to the Empire's wealth, where she knew she would find him. The heavy doors swung easily on greased hinges, and a great cloud of steam rushed over Lydia as she stepped inside, causing her robe to cling to her skin and her spectacles to fog. Pulling them off, she walked several paces before her nearsighted eyes adjusted to the dim light, leaving the doors open, though she knew she wasn't supposed to let out the heat. The room was vast and circular, the tiles beneath her feet like polished onyx, and the walls made of the same. In the center was a rectangular pool formed of tiny golden tiles that reflected the flames of the oil burning in the dozens of dragon sconces on the walls, making the water appear molten. The pool itself was fed by a natural hot spring. It flowed from the mouth of an enormous golden dragon at one end of the room, running like a river through the pool to drain out the large tunnel at the opposite end. The tunnel was usually covered by metal mesh to prevent anyone from inadvertently exploring where the underground stream went, yet it was currently unbarred. Next to the pool was a small table, on which was set a tray of gold holding 2 glasses and a dripping decanter of yellow wine. Every instinct told her to run, to retreat from this situation, to hide back in her library. But her carelessness was what had gotten Tariana and the rest of the Marin into this situation, and Lydia refused to allow her cowardice to be the reason they remained imprisoned. Crossing the room, she filled both glasses. She took one, though she didn't drink from it, only set her spectacles next to the decanter, suspecting her poor eyesight might be an advantage when Lucius arrived. The doors thudded shut behind her. Taking a large mouthful of wine, Lydia steeled herself and turned. "Good morning, Lydia. Enjoying the wine? It's a bottle of the vintage I purchased to celebrate my victory." It was Lucius who spoke, but it wasn't to him her eyes went. It was to the young man standing at his right. He wore the garments of a bathhouse servant, but even without her glasses, Lydia recognized him. Legatus Marcus of the 37th Legion. His face was emotionless, eyes fixed on the tiles between them. He wore no weapons that she could see, but then again, a man trained at Lessendor was a weapon himself. Hugging the flimsy robe tighter around her body, Lydia asked, "What's going on, Lucius?" An unnecessary question. There was only one reason Lucius would bring one of the Empire's killers here with him, and it wasn't one she would walk away from. Lydia's heart thundered against her chest wall, her hands turning to ice despite the intense heat. Lucius chuckled. "Oh, I suspect you know very well what's going on, darling. You have many, many failings, but stupidity isn't one of them." "You give me too much credit." It was a struggle to keep the tremble from her voice. "I was foolish enough to believe you had the honor to at least follow through on your agreement with my father." "Interestingly enough, I had intended to. Even after your father succumbs to the poison his nephew is slowly dosing him with, it would be good for appearance's sake to keep you on as a wife for a time. Unfortunately, your behavior of late has rendered that an impossibility." Lucius's expression darkened.
You would have been better served to stay hidden in that library of yours.
The legatus lifted his face at the last, his brow furrowing as he stared at her. Then he shook his head and returned to gazing at the tile. "Then don't marry me at all," Lydia whispered, searching for a way out. But beyond the doors behind them, there was none. "You've won the consulship. You don't need my father anymore. Let me go. I won't say anything." Lucius tilted his head from side to side as though considering her words.
An interesting idea, but as my friend here knows,
he gestured to the legatus,
secrets have a way of coming out. Better that you disappear, leaving me to comfort your father in his grief with all my heartfelt sympathies.
"My father's no fool. He'll suspect you. He knows I was supposed to meet you here."
That might have been the case if you hadn't paved the path to your own murder with such smooth stones.
Murder. Lydia's heart hitched, and it was all she could do not to fall to her knees to beg for her life.
You've made it so easy.
Lucius clapped his hands like a child.
Almost since the moment we were betrothed, you've been maligning me.
His smile fell away.
I've heard the words you use to describe me, darling. Reprehensible, loathsome, disgusting.
The seething burn of hate filled his eyes, and Lydia took an involuntary step back toward the pool.
Very shortly I shall send word of concern to your father, explaining that you never arrived for the little romantic interlude I had planned.
He knows that I did. Lydia shook her head violently. His own personal guard escorted me. The servant girl in the dressing room saw me. She trailed off as a smirk grew on his face.
Ah, yes, the servant girl who is even now leaving through the side gate wearing your dress and a long dark wig. At least a half dozen of the staff working in the gardens will attest to having seen her, to having seen you sneaking away from our meeting. And just as many will attest to having seen you board a ship leaving for Cyburn.
Lydia opened her mouth to protest, but all that came out was a soft whine of fear. Lucius's confidence was deserved. He'd used her own actions against her. Everyone would believe she'd fled.
The shame alone might be enough to kill your father, Lucius said. However, Vibius is eager to claim his birthright, and his hand isn't particularly steady when he's in his cups. A bit too much poison, and a weak heart flutters its last. I will, of course, ensure Senator Valerius is granted a funeral befitting a prior consul and a man of his station.
Something in Lydia snapped. She flung herself at Lucius, clawing at him. "You will not hurt my father, you disgusting wretch! I will not let you!" But Lucius moved with surprising speed, the back of his hand connecting with Lydia's cheek. Stars burst in her eyes. Then she found herself staring at the black tile of the floor, her mouth full of blood. A blow from Lucius's foot struck her in the side, flipping her onto her back. Then another, as he screamed, "You think you have a say, you little bitch? You are worth nothing! What you think is worth nothing! What you say is worth nothing!" Abruptly, the legatus dragged him off, slamming him against the golden doors.
"This wasn't what we agreed to, Cassius. You had your moment to gloat. Now get out."
Curled around herself and barely able to breathe against the pain, Lydia watched as Lucius glared at the soldier before straightening his toga.
"I'll avail myself of the baths. Be quick about it, Marcus, and mind you don't make a mess. I wouldn't want anything to take away from the enjoyment of my soak."
His cruel laugh echoed, even after the golden doors thudded shut behind him, leaving Lydia alone with the legatus.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, reaching down to help her up, but Lydia recoiled from his hand, scrambling backward. What difference does it make if I'm all right, given that you intend to kill me? The legatus didn't answer, only scanned the room, the flickering flames and the sconces casting shadows across his face. Then he shook his head. It seems he has us both trapped. Pressing a hand to her battered ribs, Lydia climbed to her feet. I struggle to understand how you equate our circumstances, legatus. Maybe if she could keep him talking long enough, someone, anyone, could come. You will walk out of here. I won't. Only if I do what Cassius wants, which is something I'd hoped to avoid. But it seems Cassius's choice of location was not merely theatrical. His voice was as steady as though they were discussing a change in dinner plans, not her murder. Which made a certain sort of sense. His whole life was dedicated to killing. He was a murderer of the first order. But that didn't mean he was infallible. Why are you helping him? Why are you doing this? Lydia demanded, mind racing as she tried to think of a way around him, a way out. But without a weapon, she had no chance. Do you desire conquest so badly that this is what you'll do to have him send you to the dark shores? Conquest? The legatus's voice was incredulous. Conquest is the last thing I want. What I need is escape, and the dark shores is that. Escape from what? Lydia retreated step by step toward the pool, and the table with the decanter sitting on it. Everyone has secrets. Cassius has a talent for collecting them, and an even greater talent for using them to his advantage. Her elbow rapped against the table and Lydia stopped. He's blackmailing you? Something like that. Keep him talking. My father, she said, reaching up to take hold of her spectacles, which she placed on her face. He's a powerful man. He can help you. He can make Lucius pay for what he's done. The legatus shook his head. No one has the power to make Cassius pay. Not me, not you, not even your father. His voice was bitter. We are all his little puppets, made to play the role he chooses for us. The decanter was inches from her hand, but she'd have to be fast. He was only a few paces away. There would be only one chance. It doesn't have to be this way. Her voice was pleading, and she hated it. You have a choice. I know I have a choice. There is always a choice. But if protecting those I care about means sacrificing your life... He broke off with a cough, then gave a quick shake of his head. I'm sorry, because... Lydia moved. Her fingers closed around the neck of the decanter, arm moving in a wide arc as she swung it toward his head. But the legatus was faster. He caught her wrist, twisting it. Pain lanced up her arm, her fingers opening, and the decanter fell to the tile with a crash, bits of glass slicing her feet. He'll kill my family if I don't do this, and I have to protect them. Lydia screamed, the sound piercing and shrill, primal terror racing through her veins. She fought him, twisting this way and that, but he was stronger, more skilled. He pinned her arms. But as his ankle hooked hers, pulling her weight out from underneath her, Lydia flung herself back. The legatus cursed, feet sliding on the slick floor, and they plunged into the steaming pool. The water burned Lydia's skin as she struggled to get her feet under her. Jerking hard, she freed one hand from his grip, then clawed at him, her nails digging deep before he caught hold of her again. They broke the surface, Lydia gasping for breath, the water up to her chest. Quit fighting. His face was inches from hers, so she saw the panic flare in his eyes as a loud knock sounded at the door. Lucius's voice echoed through. "I don't have all day, Marcus. Please don't cause me to take this up with your father." The legatus squeezed his eyes shut, the muscles in his jaw standing out against his skin. But without a word, he pushed Lydia down the pool toward the open drain. "Please!" Lydia fought against him, trying to brace her feet against the pool floor, but he only lifted her, not seeming to care as she kicked at his legs. "Kill Lucius instead!" The plea tore from her lips. "He can't blackmail you if he's dead!" "Do you think I wouldn't slit his throat in a heartbeat if I thought it would make a difference?" He shouted the words in her face, his grip on her arms tightening. "Do you think I haven't thought this through? Do you think I haven't looked for any possible way out? There is none. We are both damned." Her shoulders hit the drain, the current tugging at her hips as the warm water flowed into the dark tunnel beyond. "I can make this quick." His hands trembled where they gripped her. "It doesn't have to hurt." Lydia contained her sobs long enough to speak. "For my benefit or the benefit of your conscience?" Instead of answering, he twisted one arm behind her back, then reached up with one hand to grip the side of her jaw, ready to break her neck. "Please," she sobbed. "You can't do this. I haven't done anything to you. You don't even know me." His voice sounded strangled as he said, "I do know you." She fought to free her wrist from his grip, her body screaming as her muscles strained beyond their limits. "I didn't remember until Cassius mentioned your library." His breathing was ragged, "though I remember it as your father's library." She met his gaze, and memory made blurry by years and youth stole over her. Of a friend who went away and then came back changed, became someone who wasn't her friend at all. "I'm sorry, Lydia." The muscles of his arms tensed, and she sucked in a deep breath and screamed, "Help me! Someone help me!" With a roar, the current surged, slamming against them with incredible force. His hand slipped from her chin to grasp the edge of the drain, but Lydia fell backward, only his grip on her other wrist keeping the water from sucking her down the tunnel. Her body twisted, her arm crying out in agony. She reached desperately with her other hand, trying to catch hold of the edge of the drain, but it was too far. Straining her neck to get her head above the flow, she gasped in a breath, and at the same time she saw his lips move, and she swore they formed the words, "Hold on." He pulled, and hope flooded through her veins. But her wrist was slipping through his grasp, his grip failing even as she caught hold of his arm with her other hand, feeling his muscles strain beneath her fingers as he struggled against the current. Then the water twisted and surged, wrapping around her ankles like a pair of liquid hands, and with a violent tug, Lydia was torn into blackness. She clawed at the sides of the tunnel, searching for an opening and for air. Then she was falling. The impact drove what air remained in her lungs out in a stream of bubbles. The current dragged her back under, flipped her around and around before spewing her free. Her head broke the surface and she gasped, steamy air filling her chest. The blackness surrounding her was absolute, but her hand still drifted up to right her lost spectacles as though they could have pierced the darkness. The current pulled her away from the thunder of falling water, and around her was nothing but empty air. A void. It didn't last. The pool flowed into a tunnel, and her feet banged against rocks on the river floor. Her arms soon battered and bleeding from guarding her head against the unseen obstacles hanging from the increasingly low ceiling. Lydia dug her nails into the slimy surface of the rock, and she screamed. The sound reverberated through the tunnels, bouncing off rock and water. It was all for naught. No one could hear her, and even if they could, there was no way to reach her. She thrashed, furious and afraid. The current ripped her free and water closed over her head. One deep breath and it will be over. One breath. She opened her mouth. But air, rather than water, filled her lungs, light bursting bright in her eyes, illuminating a cavern. The underground river poured into it, creating a circular flow that she was powerless to evade. Circular, because there was no tunnel from which it could drain. Yet it would never fill. Round and round the water went, dragging her toward the center of the pool, where a reverse vortex rose toward the faintly glowing stem of crystal suspended from the ceiling, the water disappearing into it. A Zenthier genesis. Lydia fought the flow, trying to reach the walls of the cavern. There was no way to know where the crystal would take her, how far it would take her. And as much as she knew that to stay here would mean her death, the unknown terrified her. Around the water whipped her, and she thought of Lucius's cruel laughter as he walked through those golden doors. Around, and she remembered the feel of the legatus's hand gripping her jaw, about to break her neck. Around, and her heart twisted with the knowledge that Terriana was imprisoned, her father being slowly poisoned. The Zenthier might lead to the unknown, but the unknown was somewhere, and from somewhere she could find her way back, to voice the truth, to save her friend, to take her revenge. Lydia stopped fighting the current and, with the last of her strength, surged up out of the water and closed her fingers around the crystal's tip.
17. Killian. Groaning, Killian flopped back on Malahai's bed, feeling the feather mattress sink beneath his weight. The silken pillows moved against each other with a soft rasp and, reaching sideways, he plucked one up and pressed it to his eyes to block out the lamplight, wishing nothing more than to fall asleep. You could at least pretend to be paying attention, Lord Calorian. Malahai's muffled voice filled his ears, and despite his exhaustion, Killian smiled into the pillow. What degree of protection can you possibly provide from across the room buried in a pile of my pillows? Are you even awake? Quite awake, he replied with a yawn. Do let me know if one of the servants attempts to stab you with a brush, and I'll be at your defense in an instant. She made a decidedly unladylike snort, and through the pillow he heard her murmur at the servants to depart. Seconds later, the pillow lifted upward only to fly back down with blinding speed to strike him in the face. Killian gave her a lazy smile. Is that a new dress? He barely managed to get his arm up in time to prevent another blow from the pillow. You could at least pretend, she said, then dropped a letter on his chest. Read this. Even without opening his eyes, he knew what it was. Correspondence between her and the absent High Lords. Initially, her letter's purpose had been twofold: to convey Malahai's desire to replace her father on the throne, and to suggest that her hand in marriage would be the reward given to one of the men who helped make it so. With that achieved, her letters now dripped with flattery and innuendo, all designed to make the High Lord receiving them certain that he, or his son, would be the one Malahai chose to stand in the God circle with and swear herself to. Sighing, Killian opened his eyes and glanced at the salutation, recognizing the handwriting, and tossed it aside. I told you. I'm not helping you with your correspondence with my brother. The rest, yes, but not hacking. I have to draw the line somewhere. But he's the cleverest, and I can't tell if he's being genuine.
Malahai picked up the letter.
You understand him. It was Killian's turn to snort. That I do not. We can barely stand to be in the same room together.
Malahai huffed out a breath.
Why don't you understand that half the reason he dislikes you so much is that he's jealous of you? Hacken thinks I'm an idiot. He's told me so on several occasions. And he's not wrong. You most certainly are an idiot. But neither am I wrong about him being jealous. He's no better than the rest of them. You're talking about the wealthiest, most powerful men in the realm, Highness. I'm nothing more than a glorified soldier, albeit one with deep pockets and the right name. The pillow descended again with violent force. You,
Malahai said, once she was through beating him,
are the handsome, God-marked warrior with at least a dozen songs written about him. All my ladies swoon when you walk into the room. You're the one they imagine riding in on a white horse. My horse is black, he interrupted, which she rewarded with another smack of the pillow. On a black horse to save them when they are in distress. Why can't anyone ride in to save me when I'm in distress? Killian, she leaned over the bed to meet his gaze. My point is, you can do things that they cannot, despite all their power and wealth and privilege. Don't think for a heartbeat they don't resent that fact, or that their resentment didn't factor into them standing by when my father planned to execute you. They didn't act because they were afraid, Highness. You're braver than the lot of them. Her cheeks colored, and she looked away. I hate it when you're sentimental. It irritates me. So sorry. Reaching up, Killian caught hold of her waist and lifted, flipping her upside down and ignoring her shrieks of protest as her skirts tangled around her face before dropping her on her back on the bed next to him. You messed up my hair, she said, fumbling to get her skirts back around her ankles. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, You must hold your tongue around Helene. I know you don't like her, but she's High Lord Torrington's heir. One day she'll be High Lady, and I like to be assured of her support. That support is hardly predicated on her opinion of your bodyguard.
Malahai's jaw flexed, and she opened her mouth, then closed it again before saying,
You'll be the commander of the Royal Army, which is something she will care about. Killian shrugged, turning his head to stare up at the ceiling. Have you decided which one of them you'd prefer to marry? Assuming they allow you the choice. I'll choose no one until after the war is won, she answered. And then I'll choose the man I feel is best for Mutamura. The man the people will want as their king. The bed shook as he laughed. Then you best prepare yourself for a life of spinsterhood. Thank you for your wisdom and insight, Killian. As always, it is so very helpful. He smirked. Then prickles rushed across his skin, the sensation so intense it hurt. Rolling off the bed, he strode to the window, shoving aside the curtains to look out over the ocean, eyes drawn east to the dark horizon. Blood roared through his veins, his heart beating like a battering ram inside his chest. It will be you who wins this war, Killian. It has to be you. The marked need to lead, not to be led. It's what the gods want. It's why they chose us.
Killian only vaguely heard Malahai's voice, twitching as her hand caught hold of his forearm. I need to go to the city. Her fingers tightened. Send one of the guards. It's getting dark, so it's better I go. Besides, he forced a grin onto his face. If I'm not at the dinner table, you won't have to worry about me squabbling with Helene. Malahai didn't laugh, only looked up at him, her eyes searching his before he finally looked away, shoulders bowing. Fine. Go. I won't be long. Retrieving his sword, Killian abandoned Malahai to her courtiers and allowed the compulsion guiding his steps to drag him into the rapidly approaching night.
18. Lydia. A blast of pressure hit Lydia in the chest, tossing her backward. The impact knocked the wind out of her lungs, warm water closing over her head as she thrashed for several painful seconds trying to gain her footing, then spent several more seconds coming to terms with the fact that she was no longer underground. Mud oozed between her toes as she stood, body shaking. A blast of wind hit her wet torso, the air stinking like a fetid swamp, and she hunched down in the warm water, taking in her blurry surroundings but struggling to process them. She was alive. But where was she? Keeping low in the water, Lydia turned in a circle, searching the trees surrounding the spring for any signs of life, but she could see nothing in the shadows. Nothing that gave her even the slightest clue to where the Zenthier had taken her. So she looked up. The sunlight was faint. Dusk or dawn. It had been an hour past dawn in Celendrial, which meant if the sun was rising here, she had to be on the western coast of Cyburn. It was the only place in the Empire that wouldn't be in full daylight. And Cyburn wasn't the worst place to be. All she would need to do was find her way to one of the port towns and secure passage on a ship back to Celendrial, which she should be able to do on credit using her father's name. Then it was only a matter of getting to her father before Vibius murdered him. Lucius would pay. And blackmail or not, so would his henchman of a legatus. I do know you. Marcus's words echoed in her thoughts, and she dug deep into her mind. The memories of playing among the library shelves with a young boy so faded as to be nearly useless. And she had more pressing concerns. Cyburn was a wild place full of wolves and bears and mountain lions, with nights that would turn cold even in the summer. And she was barefoot, wearing only a silken bathrobe. "It will be fine," she muttered. "You just need to follow the spring down to the coast. It can't be that far. Just wait for the sun to come up and start walking." Lydia stared at the faint glow of the sun, waiting for it to brighten, waiting for it to illuminate whatever place the Zenthier had deposited her. Waiting. But around her, the forest grew almost imperceptibly darker, and a tremor stole over her body. It was not dawn. She was not facing east. The spring was not flowing to the western coast of Cyburn. It was dusk, which meant she was on the far side of the world. The dark shores. The forest around Lydia spun, her knees trembling beneath her, and she lowered herself into the water, gripping the slimy stones for balance. Her chest tightened painfully, her breath coming in fast little gasps that didn't give her enough air. She'd never been outside Celendor, never traveled with anything less than a full escort, and now she was in an entirely foreign place with no clothing, no coin, no knowledge of who or what she might encounter. "The Marin will be here. You just need to find them. They will help you." But finding them meant finding the coast. Pushing herself upright, Lydia climbed to her feet and walked down the bank of the stream, wincing as the rocks and the roots of trees bit into the soles of her feet. It didn't take her long to reach the edge of what was not a forest, but a lone copse of dying trees. Her eyes went to the setting sun, blazing bright and orange over a vast range of tall and jagged peaks. Yet the mountains paled in comparison to what lay in the other direction. A vast fortress city rose gray and menacing out of the bare plains. At the center stood 7 towers in a circle, the likes of which she'd never seen before. 7 towers. Her pulse raced, the significance of that number in this place not lost on her. 7 gods. Abandoning the stream, Lydia limped toward the city, grimacing as her foot sank into a soggy patch of earth. The smell of rot rose to assault her nose, and she jerked her foot free, wiping the black sludge off on the dry grass. Peering at the ground, she noticed the rotten earth ran like a stream toward the city, narrowing before fading into nothing. And it wasn't the only stretch of it. There were others, reaching around like fingers toward the gray walls. The smell worse than that of a midden heap. Giving her foot another wipe, she resumed her approach. The city was eerily quiet, and at first she thought it was empty, the ghost of a bygone era. But at the gate, the shadows shifted, and a soldier stepped away from the arch. His breastplate shone in the fading light, yet as she drew close to overcome her myopia, she saw he was old and stooped. A strange sentry for such a vast city.
"Stop where you are, miss."
Traitor's tongue. Her heart skipped. 2 more old men stepped out, both of them extracting swords, which they leveled at her.
"Need to pass inspection, miss,"
the first guard said. He tossed a torch in her direction.
"Pick it up so we can see your eyes."
Hands shaking, Lydia reached down and picked up the torch, holding it up so that her face was illuminated. The old man frowned, approaching slowly with his weapon in hand. When he was close enough that she could smell the foulness of his breath, he finally gave a grunt and nodded.
"Get yourself inside, miss. Night is nearly upon us."
Handing back the torch, Lydia passed through the thick walls, the flapping of banners that featured a striking scorpion, the only sound. Inside, the wide, cobbled street ran straight toward the center of the city and its looming towers. Gray stone buildings rose on either side, but their windows were boarded over. Wind that smelled of the sea tugging at the planks. A pair of cloaked women scuttled through the shadows, but before Lydia could say anything to them, they entered a house and slammed the heavy door shut behind them. The sound of several bolts falling into place suggested that knocking would be futile. Ignoring her aching body, Lydia increased her pace, searching the empty streets for an open door, for someone to acknowledge her, for some clue that would explain this strange city. But other than an intoxicated man missing a leg who was meandering in circles around a fountain, she saw no one.
"Excuse me,"
she called to the man, but he only snarled at the sky.
15 years I fought, and this is how you repay me."
He swung his crutch at the base of the fountain.
"Curse the king, and curse the six!"
Wary of his temper, Lydia took a step toward the crippled man, then yelped as the ground disappeared from under her foot, her elbows rapping against the metal frame of a sewer grate as she fell. Pain lanced through her ankle, and she sat back gingerly, trying to pull her leg free of the bars. It was stuck. "Blast," Lydia muttered, tugging harder, but her ankle was already swelling. Shifting, she tried to pull it up in a different spot and from different angles, but it was useless. She needed help.
"Excuse me,"
she called again to the man, but he didn't seem to hear her, his crutch tapping against the cobbles as he circled the fountain again.
"Could you help?"
she called a little louder, squinting in an attempt to see him better. His head slowly tracked in her direction, eventually landing on her.
"It's after dark, miss. You shouldn't be out of doors. Ain't safe with the..."
Then he trailed off and fell backward to land with a splash in the fountain, his crutch landing a few paces away. "Of course," she said, then grumbled a few choice curses she'd heard the household guards use. With her luck, she was going to be trapped here until morning. "Help! Someone help me!" A hand clamped over her mouth. Fiery panic rushed through her, and Lydia lashed out, flinging her body from side to side, but both the sewer grate and the arms holding her were implacable. A low voice said in her ear, "For the love of the six, girl, shut your bloody mouth before you get us both killed." Lydia quit trying to scream, instinct stilling her. A second later, a young man's face appeared in her line of sight. His gloved hand still covering her mouth, the other braced against the back of her head. "I'll help you," he said, "but you need to stay silent. I don't aim to end my days in the stomach of the spawn of Darren." She had no idea what he was talking about, but nodded anyway. He released her, and as he straightened, she noticed the sword belted at his waist. "I'm fine," she said to him, knowing this was a dangerous situation that could turn out very badly for her. "I don't need any help." "Of course you don't." The moon peeked out from behind a cloud, revealing a smile that even a blind woman, which she practically was without her spectacles, would find charming. "Though allowing me to do so would be you doing me a tremendous favor. My self-confidence has been dreadfully low of late, and rescuing a damsel in distress," he held up one hand to forestall protest, "even if she is only pretending to be in distress, has bolstered it tremendously." "You're mocking me." "Yes, but don't take it personally. I mock everyone. My brothers consider it my worst character flaw." "You've many, then?" "Brothers or flaws?" She couldn't help but smile. "Both." "2 brothers and flaws beyond counting," he replied, but his attention had drifted to the sky. "Are you lodged nearby?" He bent to gently tug on her leg, his gloved hand warm against her bare skin. "I'll take you back to wherever it is you're staying. Not," he added, "because you need an escort, but rather for the good of my own conscience." Lydia bit her lip. Did she lie about having a place to stay and send him on his way, or did she confess the truth? "You've nowhere to go, do you?" She shook her head. "I'll put you up for the night, then," he said. "Clearly we can't have you wandering the streets, and the Crown shelters aren't fit for rats, much less a girl on her own, especially one wearing—" He frowned at her. "A dressing gown." "I didn't plan to be running about outside when I put it on," she said, her cheeks burning. "And while I appreciate the offer, I have no way to pay." "There are many things in life I need, but coin isn't one of them. Put in a good word for me the next time you pray to the six, and I'll count us even." A shiver ran through her at his casual reference to the gods. If she'd needed further confirmation that she had reached the dark shores, that was it. Grabbing hold of the bars of the grate, he heaved, the fabric of his dark coat straining over the muscles in his arms. "This is quite the predicament." "Who are you?" she asked, using the opportunity to examine his face. He was young, perhaps a year or 2 older than she was, with skin several hues darker than her own. His strong jaw was clean-shaven, his nose slightly crooked from being broken, but rather than detracting from his rather exceptional good looks, it only gave him a roguish sort of appeal. "You must be new to the city, if you have to ask." Letting go of the grate, he turned her leg in various angles. "Killian Calorian," he said. Then he heaved on her leg. Her ankle screamed in pain, and Lydia thrashed, trying to get out of his grip. The crippled man chose that moment to sit up out of the fountain and start singing. He only managed 2 lines of his song before being drowned out by a piercing scream. The air filled with a steady thump-thump, like beating drums. Another scream tore through the streets. This time it was closer. "Stay still, soldier," Killian hissed, his eyes on the man. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Lydia froze. But the crippled soldier had pulled a knife and was waving it at the sky. "Come and get me, you bastards! I still have some fight left in me!" Killian jerked the sword belted at his waist, free of its scabbard, pressing Lydia as close to the wall as her trapped leg would allow. She could feel the tension running through him. Tension and fear. "What is it?" she whispered. "Deimos." He held one finger against his lips. "And this fool is going to get himself killed." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a massive black shape fell from the sky and slammed into the soldier's back, sending him tumbling across the road. He screamed and tried to rise, but his spine was broken. The black shape dropped from the sky again. But before Lydia could get a good glimpse of it, Killian had his sword between the bars, arms straining as he tried to bend them. "Pull," he said between his teeth, and Lydia heaved, fear chasing away the pain. "Harder!" The bars groaned as they bent, and then she was free. Killian hauled her to her feet, arms supporting her as he pulled her back into a courtyard, then under the shadowed overhang of a doorway. The soldiers' screams had ceased, replaced by the clatter of hooves against the cobbles and the sharp sound of tearing fabric. Fear coursed through Lydia, her hands cold and pulse a rapid flutter in her throat. Knowing she might need to run, she put weight on her injured leg. It ached, but not badly enough to be broken or sprained. "Is the door open?" Killian whispered. She tried the handle, but it was bolted. No. 2 more screams sounded from above, and more hooves clattered against the street. Peering around Killian's shoulder, she stared at the opening to the courtyard. The dead soldier's remaining leg was visible, and she recoiled as it twitched. A long tail whipped across the opening to the yard, and the body jerked out of view. The stink of blood and offal drifted in their direction along with the distinct sound of teeth rending flesh. Lydia thought there must be 3 Deimos on the ground, but there could be more circling above. The bulky shadow of one of the creatures appeared in the entrance of the courtyard. It walked inside, the clip-clop of its hooves identical to that of a horse. But what stepped into the moonlight and turned its head to look at them was no horse. It was the stuff of nightmares. 19. Lydia. The Deimos turned its head toward the doorway, saucer-sized eyes piercing the darkness. It was shaped much like a spindly horse, except it had leathery wings that stretched out a dozen feet to either side, a fleshy tail that whipped back and forth across the ground, and dark gray skin that was devoid of fur. Lydia stared at it in horror as it opened its maw and filled the air with a piercing call, cruel fangs white in the moonlight. One foreleg reached out, pawing a cloven hoof across the ground. "I'm going to need you to get that door open," Killian muttered. "It's locked," she hissed. "Unless you want to wind up in this thing's stomach, I suggest you put some muscle into it." Not waiting for a response, he raised his sword and stepped into the open. Lydia flung herself at the door, pounding her fists against the solid wood and screaming for help in every language she knew before clamping her teeth together. No one in their right mind would open the door. Behind her, a battle waged, but she didn't turn. The Deimos was Killian's problem. Getting inside was hers. She could not break it. She could not push it in. She could force the lock, but the bolts on the door suggested another latch on the inside. "Don't just stand there, woman!" Thinking was not just standing there. Then a solution presented itself. Whirling, she shouted, "I need a knife! The specifics died on her lips. There was blood everywhere. Was it his? Was it the creature's? Something metallic whistled past her ear and embedded with a thud in the wood of the door. Lydia jerked the knife free and snatched up a loose cobble. Shoving the weapon's tip into one of the hinges, she hammered on the hilt, driving up the pin. "Come on, come on!" It gave, and she pried at it with knife and fingers, cutting herself and scarcely feeling the pain. Then it was out. Lydia set to work on the other hinge, sweat and blood making her fingers slick. Her skin crawled with the desire to turn, to defend herself from the danger at her back. Focus! The hinge pin slid free. Jamming the blade into the narrow gap in the frame, she levered it against the door, slamming her weight against the hilt, praying it wouldn't break. The door shifted, a black space appearing, taunting her with the safety beyond. Shoving in one shoulder, she pushed, her feet struggling for traction. Then she was inside. Killian's voice came through the door, muffled but clear. "Gods damn it, woman, you are causing me to question my commitment to chivalry." Fumbling in the darkness, Lydia unfastened both bolt and lock. "Behind you!" she cried, then took a few running steps and threw her weight against the door. The heavy wood tipped, falling with wicked speed. Killian danced out of the way. The Deimos did not. The door hit the creature's head with a sickening crunch, driving it to the ground where it lay motionless. What relief Lydia felt was short-lived as a second Deimos appeared. It took one look at them and screamed, the sound piercing deep into Lydia's skull. "Run!" Killian scooped her up, and they stumbled into the home, tripping blindly down the midnight hall until his fumbling hands found a door. Pulling her inside, he pressed a gloved finger that tasted like sweat and blood to her lips. Silence. The house shuddered and wood splintered. Clip, clop. The creature's hooves reverberated against the wooden floor as it walked down the hall, the claws on its wingtips scratching the plaster. Then Killian shoved her hard. The wall erupted in a spray of plaster and snapping teeth, the stench of the creature rolling over her as Lydia crawled, trying to get away. Her forehead smacked a chair, and she shoved it aside, clambering under a table, flinching as the tassels on the tablecloth brushed her face. "Get upstairs," Killian shouted. "I'll lure it onto the street." The floor shook beneath her, wood splintering. The Deimos hissed, its wings rustling like a tarp, knocking against shelves and sending glass smashing against the floor. A decanter rolled across the floor and collided with her leg. Lydia snatched it up, the heavy crystal cold against her sweating palms. Shards of wood rained down around her hiding spot as Killian hurled pieces of furniture at the creature to little effect. In the darkness, he was fighting blind, but the Deimos suffered no such limitation. She needed to even the odds. Decanter in hand, Lydia grabbed hold of the tablecloth, pulling down the yards of fabric. Prying loose the decanter's plug, she sloshed the contents over the cloth, then crawled from under the table. The Deimos and Killian were on the far side of the room, but the blackness made it hard to judge the distance. Something fleshy smacked against her heels, but she kept inching forward. Then, before she could lose her nerve, Lydia snapped the tablecloth out high and rushed forward blindly, pulling it down over what she hoped was the animal's head. The Deimos screamed, its hooves scrabbling against the floor as it stumbled back. "This way!" she shouted. "It's tangled in the cloth!" Boots pounded, and Killian half collided with her, knocking them both against the wall. "We have to get out!" Holding on to the fabric of his coat, she dragged him with her, fingers brushing plaster as she searched for the door, finding the opening smashed in the wall instead. The Deimos careened around the room, senses blinded by cloth and liquor. Any second it could get free. Upstairs would be no safer. They needed to find somewhere the animal couldn't break inside.
"There is an open sewer grate just up the street," Killian whispered. "It's too small for them to follow us down there."
The Deimos that had been hit by the falling door was gone, and they eased across the wreckage of wood before peering around the corner of the courtyard at the street. Two were feasting on the corpse of the soldier, but another one stood watching them. Its wing was dragging, obviously the one she'd struck with the door. At the sight of them, its nostrils flared, and it turned to snort at the other two. One flapped its wings and took to the air, but the other trotted up the street, stopping next to a black opening in the cobbles, and Lydia could just barely make out a grate resting on the ground nearby.
"You bastards have been watching me."
Killian shook his head, eyes tracking the direction the other Deimos was flying.
"They know my ways into the sewer, which grates I've pried open."
"Can we make it to the guard post?" she asked, her attention shifting to him. Killian leaned against the wall, a streak of blood smeared across one cheek. The right shoulder of his coat was torn open, revealing ragged flesh, and his arm hung uselessly as droplets of blood rained onto the cobbles. The decision was stolen from them as the Deimos exploded out the front door of the house, the tablecloth wound around one wing. Its eyes fixed on them, and then it shrieked and broke into a gallop. "Run!" Lydia dashed after him, barely feeling the stones beneath her battered feet. Ahead, the wall and the gates came into view, but her heart sank at the sight of the portcullis barring the opening. The guards stood, frozen, gaping at the monster careening toward them. They were safe, locked between bars of heavy steel and thick blocks of stone, showing no intention of allowing her and Killian in. Lydia slammed against the metal bars. "Help us!" she pleaded. "Open the gate! Let us in!" The words came out in a garbled mix of languages. "Please!" She reached through the gap toward one of the old men, but he shrank away. "Sorry, miss," he said. "We've got our orders." "The 7th take you!" Killian snarled, slamming the hilt of his sword against the bars, the motion splattering droplets of blood across the ground. Scrape. Lydia shrank into the corner of the gateway. The Deimos stood a few dozen paces away from them, teeth bared. Scrape. Its hoof pawed across the cobbles. A hand closed around her forearm, drawing her up.
"I'll distract it," Killian said. "You'll run."
Her legs felt too stiff to move, knees locked into place. "Where? Who will let me in?"
"On my mark, You'll go left, he said. Keep to the shadows of the wall so the others don't see you. Then take your first right. Third house down with the blue door. They'll let you in. Not everyone in this blasted city is a coward.
His voice was as steady as though he were giving her directions to a party. What about you? She asked. He smiled and pulled a knife out of his sleeve.
Run.
In the second it took her to react, the blade flashed through the air, embedding itself in the Deimos' shoulder. She stood frozen, watching as Killian stepped away from the shadow of the wall, even as the creature shrieked, jaws clamping down on the knife, jerking it free. "Run, girl!" Hands shoved at her from between the bars, but Lydia held her ground, watching the young man approach the Deimos, sword raised. She knew how this would end. Whirling around, she reached through the bars. "Give me a weapon!" she shouted. "Something! Anything!" The guards stared at her, the flicker of their torches illuminating the fear in their eyes. Fire. "Give me your torch!" she screamed. When one of them finally moved, it seemed at a snail's pace. The butt end of a torch slipped through the bars, flames flaring bright in the darkness. "The gods be with you, miss," the guard said. But Lydia only jerked the torch out of his grip and stepped away from the gate. She walked toward the Deimos, waving the torch from side to side. Its attention veered from Killian to her, and it snorted and retreated, wings flapping in an attempt to dislodge the tablecloth. "Run, you idiot!" Killian snapped, moving to cut her off. She dodged him, driving the creature back as she brandished the torch. It recoiled several paces, then jerked its wings tight and charged. Every instinct screamed, "Run!" Lydia held her ground. She waited until it was almost upon her, then lunged sideways, shoving the torch into the tangled folds of the tablecloth. For a heartbeat, she thought her plan had failed. But then the liquor-soaked cloth burst into flame. The Deimos shrieked and reared, hooves lashing out at her head, trying to kill her even as it burned. "Move!" Killian slammed into her, pulling them both into a roll that didn't stop until they hit the side of a building. Extracting herself from his grip, Lydia watched the Deimos run down a side street, wings burning like paper until it collapsed in a shuddering heap. Except it wasn't dead. Not yet. Shaking, Lydia climbed to her feet and retrieved Killian's sword from where he'd dropped it, the hilt still warm from his grip. Knees bent like springs, ready to launch her back. She approached, sourness filling her mouth as she noted the labored rise and fall of its flank, the way its pulse throbbed in its throat. Before she could lose her nerve, she shoved the tip of the blade into the creature's flesh, allowing the sword to rest against the ground as blood pooled around her feet and the creature went still. "Are you all right?" Instead of answering, Lydia dropped the sword and threw up. Over and over, her stomach heaved, the vomit burning. Twisting away from the mess, she pressed her forehead against the cobbles. "If you're finished, we need to go." Killian reached down to retrieve his weapon. "I've already lost a chunk of flesh to one of these bastards, and I don't aim to lose any more." He started walking, then swayed, catching his balance against the wall of a building. Wiping her mouth, Lydia hurried to his side, noting that the sleeve of his coat was soaked with blood, a constant stream of droplets falling to splat against the cobbles. "Let me help you." "I'm fine." "You're not. And if your ego is so delicate that you insist on arguing otherwise, you deserve to be eaten." His laugh turned into a growl of pain, but he didn't resist as she pulled his uninjured arm around her shoulder, staggering as his weight pressed against her. Their progress was nerve-wrackingly slow as they shifted from shadow to shadow. Lydia kept an eye on the dark skies, muscles twitching at every sound, certain they were being watched, that the Deimos were waiting for them to falter and then would attack. When they reached a blue door centered in the front of a large building, Killian extracted a key, trying 3 times to insert it into the lock before Lydia took it from him. She had just turned the key when the door swung open, revealing the tallest woman Lydia had ever seen. The woman's eyes widened at the sight of them. Reaching down, she grabbed Lydia's arm and jerked, sending her toppling across the floor into the house.
"Don't you dare!"
Killian's strangled protest followed her in as the enormous woman picked him up like a child. Ignoring Lydia, she kicked the door shut and hurried up the stairs.
"Garum!" she shouted. "Get your arse upstairs!"
An old man shuffled across the front entrance and up the stairs, past where Lydia huddled in the shadows. Trailing him was a group of girls, none appearing past 20. All 6 of them wore dark trousers, knee-high boots, and dark blouses held tight to their bodies by leather corsets.
"Someone's hurt,"
a girl with a thick blonde braid said, crouching to touch one of the many droplets of blood splattered across the floor.
"I'm sure I heard the captain's voice,"
another with copper-colored hair said, and the lot of them exchanged glances. Lydia debated extracting herself from her hiding place, but decided she was happy enough where she was.
"Not him, surely. He's—"
The blonde trailed off, and the girl with the copper hair took her hand. There was a heavy thud, and the large woman's voice boomed from above.
"Gwen, have the cook put water on to boil and tell her I need more bandages. The rest of you get back to your dinner. There's little enough in this cursed city without you letting it go to waste."
The blonde disappeared into the hallway, but the copper-haired girl asked,
"Who's hurt? Is it the captain?"
The enormous woman hesitated long enough that a denial would obviously be a lie.
"He ran afoul of a Deimos."
The girl's hands balled into fists.
"Is he—"
"He'll be fine. Go eat your dinner, Lena."
"I can go get a healer."
The girl, Lena, protested.
"I know the sewer tunnels."
"No."
The woman's voice was not unkind.
"You will stay here unless I say otherwise. Do you understand?"
The girl soldier reluctantly nodded, then disappeared after her fellows. Lydia leaned her head against the staircase, inhaling the smell of wood polish. Everything hurt. Her feet were a raw mess, and she bled from countless small injuries on her arms and legs. She did not know what to do. She did not know where she was. She did not know how she was going to get back home. What she did know was that Killian was bleeding to death from injuries gained saving her life. And for that reason, even if the night were safe, she couldn't walk away. Taking the steps 2 at a time, Lydia followed the woman's voice until she found the room where they'd taken him. On silent feet, Lydia stopped at the doorway, taking in the sight of Killian stripped to the waist and lying on a bed. The old man, Garum, was inspecting Killian's ruined shoulder, the skin lacerated down to the bone from the Deimos' fangs.
"You need a healer,"
the large woman said, pounding a fist against one of the bedposts.
"I'll send 2 of the girls to the temple." No.
Killian's voice was weak but adamant.
The Deimos aren't normal beasts, Berkala. They'll be watching this house, and I'll not have anyone risk their lives by leaving it. It's their job to risk their lives.
He shook his head.
For Malahai, not for me. Then let me go. You are my responsibility. Berkala, I said no,
he said.
Even if you made it to the temple, Quindor wouldn't allow any of his healers to go out into the night. Not for me. You'll have to wait until dawn. Dawn will be too late. We'll see about that.
He turned his head and caught sight of Lydia standing in the doorway. His face was ashen, except for the smear of blood across one cheek. But he still managed a crooked smile.
Not a damsel in distress, after all.
Pretending she didn't see Berkala's glare, Lydia made her way to the side of the bed. That's kind of you to say. She tried to smile while taking in all the blood. My confidence has taken quite a beating lately, and your gratitude has bolstered it immensely. He laughed, and then ground his teeth.
Gods, that hurts.
Apologies. Lydia glanced nervously at the woman looming over her.
Leave her alone, Berkala,
Killian said.
Better yet, go make sure no one is thinking of doing anything stupid.
1,000 arguments were written across the enormous woman's face. But she only shook her head and left. With the aid of a monocle, Garum had finally managed to thread a needle and set to stitching up Killian's shoulder.
Your field dressing skills have not improved, I see,
Killian said through clenched teeth. The old man sniffed and bent lower over the injury, which had already soaked the sheets with blood. As he winced, Killian's gaze shifted back to Lydia.
I don't even know your name.
Garum stopped his stitching.
Lord Calorian, that's appalling even for you.
It isn't like that, they both said at the same time. The old man eyed Lydia, grunted, and then returned to his work, which Lydia watched with fascination. She'd never seen an injury so severe before, and she mentally catalogued how the old man drew the bleeding muscle together, the type of stitch he used, and how swiftly the bandages soaked with blood. Killian winced with each pass of the needle, but he never once cried out.
Are you going to tell me your name, or do I have to guess?
The question dragged her attention from the injury back to his face. It's Lydia.
Unusual name.
It wasn't. Not in the Empire. I'm from somewhere else.
Should have stayed.
His jaw clenched again, and to her surprise, he grabbed hold of her hand. His fingers were like ice. Then he sighed, eyelids slipping closed and fingers going limp in hers.
Blast!
Garum rose swiftly to his feet.
This is for naught. He won't last another hour, much less the night, without a healer. I'm going to find Berkala to see what can be done. Try to rouse him if you can.
Then he shuffled out of the room, leaving her alone with Killian. My lord. She stumbled on the unfamiliar honorific, then gently shook his arm when he didn't respond. My lord, you must wake up. His eyelids fluttered, but he didn't move. Killian, please! Poor boy is in a bad state. Lydia's head snapped up so fast her neck cracked. A stooped woman with wrinkles layered on top of wrinkles stood on the opposite side of the bed, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. She wore a brown dress, and a long white braid hung down her back. Who are you? Lydia demanded, glancing over her shoulder to find the door still closed. Are you a physician? A healer. The woman chuckled and rested a hand against Killian's forehead, stroking back his hair fondly. Not as such, Lydia. How do you know my name? I haven't seen you in a very long time, the woman said, clasping her hands in front of her. Only my sister sees clearly through the haze of the east, and she is rarely forthcoming. Though it is her I must thank for bringing you back. Who are you? Lydia demanded again. What do you know of Selindor? The woman grimaced. More and less than I would like. However, that is a distant threat for another day. I'm afraid we've more pressing concerns, my dearest girl. This boy was chosen years ago, and my brother does not wish to see him lost just yet. Nor do I. I've always been fond of this one. Killian's breathing had grown ragged. Lydia took his hand, but his fingers remained unmoving. Can you help him? The old woman shook her head. That is not my way. Lydia sank her front teeth into her lip to silence a nasty retort. At the best of times, she despised vagaries. This was not the best of times. Then he's going to die. Not if you help him. I'm not a physician. I don't know how. The woman smiled. It's more a matter of will than knowledge. The question is, are you ready to take all the hardship that will come along with it? Tell me what to do. Lydia squeezed Killian's hand, feeling the callus across his palm from what must be endless hours of holding a weapon. He was dying on the bed between them, and the woman was talking prophetic nonsense. Lydia could deal with the gore. All she needed were the appropriate instructions, what to stitch, and how. If you help him, you'll be starting down a hard and lonely road. I've walked a lonely road all my life, Lydia interrupted, tired of the unnecessary chatter. Tell me how to help him or get out. Oh, there is no mistaking you. You are just like your father. The woman beamed, and Lydia barely had the chance to register the woman's words before she reached out, fingers brushing Lydia's forehead. A shock ran through her, and she staggered back, momentarily blinded by bright light. When the stars receded from her vision, the woman was gone, and everything was different. The air was filled with a shifting, swirling mist. It drifted toward her, clinging and absorbing into her skin. Panicked, Lydia tried to brush it away, but it only latched onto her hands. More and more of it floated toward her, like iron filings to a magnet. And the dying man was its source. It poured out of his injuries like blood, but the flow was diminishing. It was life, and he was running out. Stumbling forward, Lydia clapped her hands down on one stitched wound to stop the flow. The moment their skin touched, her fingertips burned as life seared out of them, leaving behind a growing void deep in her chest. Lydia's heart labored, her lungs wheezing, each breath a greater struggle than the next. Exhaustion swept over her, and with a strangled cry, she jerked backward and fell, joints rattling with the impact against the floor. Lydia lifted her hand, terror clawing through her like a beast as she took in the gnarled fingers with paper-thin, age-spotted skin. Climbing to her feet, she stumbled toward a mirror on the wall, barely able to see through her clouded vision. Her outline sharpened as she approached, her image clarifying even as her stomach twisted, bitter and foul. The face that looked back was hers. Hers. 50 years from now. Lydia screamed. 20. Lydia. The sun shone through the open window, and Lydia blinked blearily, strange scents filling her nose, the fabric of the pillow beneath her cheek, not the familiar silk of those in her own bedroom. Good morning. Lydia sat upright, yanking the blankets around her bare shoulders. Killian sat in a chair, looking remarkably hale and healthy for someone who'd been on his deathbed. He had a half-finished plate of food balanced on one knee, indicating he'd been watching her for an uncomfortable length of time. "You're alive," she stuttered. "I noticed." He took a bite from a strip of bacon and leaned back in his chair. His shirt sleeves were pushed up to his elbows, revealing a multitude of faded scars on his olive-hued skin. "Shoulder's as good as new, though you should show more caution when healing someone who's marked. We take a fair bit more to kill, and therefore take a fair bit more to heal." An image of her face, aged nearly beyond recognition, flashed across Lydia's mind, and she jerked her gaze to her own hand. Fingers straight and slender, skin unmarked. The hand of a young woman, not an aged hag. Had she imagined it? No, she decided, noting that her own minor injuries had entirely healed. As improbable, as impossible as it seemed, none of it had been a dream. Which meant that had been no mere old woman she'd been speaking to. It had been the goddess Hegira. Lydia was certain of it. Treatise of the Seven gave no physical description to the gods, but it did describe their nature and what aspects of the world they had dominion over. Hegira was said to be the most serene and kind of the gods, with power over the body and spirit. She was whom the people of the Dark Shores prayed to for good health, for fertility, and for wisdom. But more important, the mark she bestowed on her chosen was the ability to heal even the most catastrophic of injuries, though doing so required the healer giving up some of themselves. Treatise had page after page of stories of famous healers making great sacrifices to save others. And it was not lost on Lydia now that said sacrifices were often their very lives. The gods were real. Their marks were real. And Lydia had been saddled with the worst of them. Killian set the plate aside and pulled down his sleeves, dragging her attention back to him. "You know I have to turn you in." For what and to whom, Lydia had no idea, but being turned in was never a good thing. And from the tone of his voice, he was in agreement. She stared at him, unwilling to speak, lest she unwittingly condemn herself further. "I don't want to," he continued, resting his elbows on his knees and meeting her stare. "I'm not in favor of how Sarek treats the marked, healers especially. But I'm in no position to cross him on this. I'm not in his good graces, and my head is only tenuously attached these days." He drew a finger across his throat. "There's only so much I'm willing to do for a girl I just met, even one who saved my life." Lydia swallowed the dryness in her throat, thinking fast. Your chivalry is commendable. Killian winced, his pride pricked as she had intended. You would have been caught anyway, he muttered. Quindor investigates every whisper of a rumor of a healer across all corners of the kingdom. I have no notion how you managed to elude him this long. Lydia considered his words, marking the way he avoided her eyes, his jaw working back and forth. High-born he might be, but this young man was no politician, not with the way every emotion played across his face, most especially his guilt. I eluded him, she said carefully, because until last night, he'd have had no reason to be looking for me. Before last night, I wasn't marked. The word stuck in her throat, the admission somehow making it real. Killian went very still. I'm not from here. I'm from Selendor, but circumstances drove me to escape using an unmapped... She broke off, unsure of the translation. Zenthier, stem. Zenthier is a sort of crystal. I know what Zenthier is. The same word in both languages. That was interesting. Pushing away the thought, she continued, It deposited me in a stream just outside the city, and I came looking for shelter. I'd been inside the gates only a matter of minutes before I fell, and you came upon me. I see. When Berkala left me alone with you, an old woman came into your chamber. I'd never seen her before in my life, but she knew my name. Knew who I was. Said she knew my father. She told me that you'd been chosen years ago, and her brother did not wish to see you lost. That she'd give me the chance to save your life if I was willing to take the hardship that came with it. She leveled him with a glare. Little did I know that this hardship would be visited upon me so swiftly, or by the man whose life I saved. His color rose. You're telling me that Hijiria marked you to save my life because Tremen asked her to? Lydia nodded, silently cursing herself for taking the woman's, no, the goddess's offer without thought of the consequences. If she'd declined, she wouldn't be in this predicament. She'd be on her way to finding a route back to Selendor to help Terriana, to stop Vibius from poisoning her father, and to make Lucius pay for his actions. Back to a place where gods and their marks didn't exist. None of this matters anyway. As soon as I can find a Marin ship, I'll be back on my way to Selendor. She'd smelled the ocean in the air last night, and there was little chance a city of this size wouldn't have a port. And the Marin went everywhere. That's quite the tale. He leaned back in his chair. But you have a set of problems. One, the Marin don't take passengers. They'll take me. He huffed out an amused breath. Two, since the invasion and the Deimos began fouling the skies, the Marin have been bypassing Mudair's harbor. And three, even if the Marin were taking passengers, Quindor is testing every person who boards a ship to ensure they aren't marked healers trying to evade conscription. Lydia's stomach soured, and she viciously plucked at a loose thread on the coverlet, fighting back tears. I'll go by land to wherever the Marin are making port then. I don't care if I have to walk. I need to get home. Do you think this city would be filled to bursting with people if walking south was an option? The Deimos aren't the limit of what crossed the wall. Every town and village between here and Abinharrow has been massacred, and anyone caught outside after dark with less than a fully armed escort suffers the same. Only a good rider on a fast horse has even a chance of making it, and given only a dozen... Before he could finish, the door to the room swung open and Berkala stepped inside, bending her head low so she wouldn't hit the frame.
They've left. If you're going to take her to the temple, now's the time to do it."
She glanced curiously at Lydia, and then tossed a folded dress in her direction. Lydia let it drop to the floor, both hands occupied with keeping the blanket wrapped around her naked body. In the light of day, she was able to get a better look at the woman. A good foot taller than Killian, Berkela's head was shaved to her ruddy scalp, but her eyebrows suggested her hair would be white if allowed to grow. Her eyes were devoid of color, only black pupils in seas of white, and Lydia found she had a hard time meeting the woman's gaze.
"Get dressed,"
Killian said. Then he followed the giantess out of the room, shutting the door behind him. Lydia snatched up the woolen dress and pulled it over her head before tiptoeing across the floor to press an ear against the door.
"Says she's from someplace called Selendor. Never heard of it." "Neither have I, but that isn't the interesting part. She says she was marked last night to save my life."
The giantess whistled.
"She isn't inked, but that's still a bold claim. You don't believe her, do you? She's too old to receive a mark. Hijiria takes them young." "Of course I don't believe her. She's desperate to avoid conscription is all. Healing me was likely an accident. That mark has a mind of its own."
The giantess was quiet for a minute.
"It's not impossible. You are marked yourself, and the gods do ask favors of each other. Why would Tremen incur a debt on my behalf? He gave me every skill I needed to keep this kingdom safe, and yet here we are."
Killian's voice was bitter.
"The gods don't give second chances. The girl's a liar."
Berkela's sigh was audible through the door.
"Even if she's telling the truth, we need to turn her over to the temple and Grand Master Quindor. The last thing you need is to be caught harboring a rogue healer."
The floor creaked, and Lydia could all but see Killian pacing up and down the hall.
"You don't have a choice," Berkela said. "The king is desperate for her kind, and you know he's looking for any excuse to have you executed."
The wall shook with the sound of a fist slamming against plaster.
"You think I don't know that?"
Killian's voice was dark.
"But turning her in is worse than cutting her throat myself. The healers are all that's keeping the army on its feet, and they're dropping like flies. Sarek isn't even sending their bodies back for proper rites anymore. He's burning them with the rest of the corpses. Quindor won't take the time to train her. He'll send her straight away, and she won't last a month."
Lydia didn't hear how Berkela responded. Staggering back from the door, she sat on the bed, her body numb. The moment she'd been trying hardest to forget. When her fingers had touched Killian and all the years of her life had drained away to bolster his. The slow march toward death accelerated. If she was sent to the battlefield, it would be the same thing, but over and over again. She'd rather die permanently than be subjected to that sort of torture, and it seemed no amount of guilt was going to keep Killian from turning her in. She had to escape. Silently, Lydia propped the chair under the door handle. Going to the window, she unlatched it and swung the glass outwards. The room was on the second story, above a narrow alley, and the ground below was terrifyingly far away, but not as terrifying as what she'd face if she stayed. Shoving the crusts of bread and scraps of gristle from Killian's plate into her pocket, she tied the edge of the blanket to the bed frame and dangled the end out the window. It came nowhere near the ground, but it might get her close enough that she wouldn't break an ankle in the fall. Standing on the bed, she eased herself onto the frame. One hand on the sill and the other gripping the fabric, she lowered herself until she was dangling in the air. The door handle rattled,
God's damn it, girl!
Heart pounding, Lydia let go of the frame and slid down the blanket, hands burning from the friction. Then the knot holding the blanket to the bed gave way and she was falling. Her heels slammed against the ground and she toppled onto her bottom, spine shuddering. Wood cracked and splintered, and a second later, Killian was looking down at her. "I'm not a liar!" she shouted at him. Inexplicably, his face blanched. But then he disappeared back into the room, boot steps thundering against the wooden floor, clearly intent on chasing her down. Leaping to her feet, Lydia bolted down the alley and out onto the street. It was crowded, and she resisted the urge to push. That would only draw more attention. Turning into another alley, she broke into a sprint, dodging stacked baskets and crates, feet sliding in the slick refuse. She ran through the twisting route, pausing only when crossing a roadway where she would walk sedately and then pick up speed when she was once again out of sight. She ran until she couldn't breathe. Then she collapsed onto an overturned crate, chest heaving, listening for sounds of pursuit. But there was only the hum of people going about their business. Leaning against the cool stone of a building, Lydia took a deep breath, watching as the fresh abrasions on her feet sealed over, fading from red to pink to white, until the only signs they'd been there at all were the still-drying smears of blood. It made her skin crawl, and she turned her face to the sky, trying to maintain control of the panic bubbling up in her veins. Focus. Lodging had to be her first priority. After last night, Lydia had no interest in being on the streets when darkness fell. Except that required coin, and she had none. Extracting a crust of toast from her pocket, she nibbled on it while considering her options. She could try to steal, but given her non-existent pickpocketing experience, that was unlikely to go well. With her luck, she'd end up in prison. "Or you could open your eyes, you idiot," she said aloud, the solution to her problem glittering in the black diamond on one of her fingers. The ring had been a gift from her father when she'd turned 15. It was deeply precious to her, especially now that it was the last link she had to him. Her father, who might well already be dead from Vibius's poison. The thought stole the breath from her chest, especially knowing that he would have died believing she'd fled. Parting with the ring would hurt, but he'd want her to do it, especially if it meant getting herself home to help those she'd left behind. "I'm coming, Tariana," she muttered. "Don't give up yet."
21. Killian. Killian shouldered past Berkula, sprinting to the staircase. He grabbed hold of the twin newel posts, but rather than launching himself downwards, he rested his weight on his arms, letting his legs swing back and forth as he reconsidered the chase. Making a decision, he lowered his feet onto the top step. "What in the fiery depths of the underworld do you think you're doing?" Berkula demanded from behind him. "Did any of the girls see her last night?" Killian asked, ignoring Berkula's question, even as he pondered whether the guards at the gate had gotten a good look at her. Too dark, he decided. Never mind that half of them had cataracts. "No. So if you don't catch her now, she's lost." Berkula gave him a shove, nearly sending him tumbling down the stairs. "Better lost than found," he said, recovering his balance. "You're a block-brained idiot!" Berkula's face was purpling. "There's no way we can keep this quiet. I haven't any doubt that half the city already knows about your late-night adventure and the mystery healer who saved your life. Quindor is going to find out, and he will hold you accountable for letting her go." "I didn't let her go. She escaped. I chased her as far as I could, but unfortunately, the side effects of last night's adventures, kept me from catching her. He pressed a hand to his chest and grinned. I feel quite winded. Perhaps I should sit down. Berkela's face tightened, and she crossed her thick arms. So you're going to just let her go? No matter the consequences? I'm going to let her go for now. It isn't as though she'll get far. Why let her go at all? He shrugged. You know I'm a sucker for a pretty face, Berkela. Then he waved a hand at her. Head to the palace. Tell Malahai I'll be there shortly. The giantess gave an exasperated shake of her head, but departed without argument, leaving Killian standing at the top of the stairs. It was true. The girl had been strikingly beautiful. But that was only a convenient excuse. It was what she had said that was making him hesitate. I'm not a liar. The words were a haunting echo of what the corrupted woman at the wall had said just before his men shot her down. That damnable moment when he'd ignored his instincts in favor of the king's laws. He didn't intend to make the same mistake again. Who are you? Selendor. That had been where Lydia had said she was from. A name that didn't ring any bells of recognition in him. Despite the fact that he'd been north and south, east and west, across the entire kingdom and beyond. She had the look of the north about her. But her unusual accent said otherwise, and even that he couldn't place. No healers marked in over a year. And yet Lydia had been, or at least claimed to have been, which would mean that Hegeria had returned to the mortal plane after a year's absence to mark this girl so that she might save his life. And if that was true, you need to get back to the palace. Malahai is waiting for you. You are shirking your duties. Killian ignored all the thoughts spinning through his head, instead striding down the hallway to his study, bypassing his sleeping dog and the shelves of books on his way to a cabinet. Inside were dozens of maps, which he extracted, laying them flat on the table. For the next hour, he scanned through them, searching for the name. Nothing. Sitting back in his chair, Killian unrolled an enormous map that showed all the known world. The northern and southern continents, plus all the islands, big and small. Darren was a blank space, as were the uncharted lands in the center of the southern continent, but otherwise, this was the sum of the world. It was possible, he supposed, that she was a Darren spy, but nothing about that felt right. She was too unprepared, and the Deimos had been just as keen to kill her. Never mind that it seemed unlikely that Hegeria would be marking a girl who paid tribute to the Seventh. Frowning at the map, Killian idly traced a finger over the angry-looking sea serpent in the corner, the symbol of the Maran people. The map had been a gift to his father from Triumvir Tessia, of the Quincence years ago. One of her personal collection. He recalled her daughter Tiriana telling him, though they'd flinched a bottle of rum, so his memory of the conversation was blurry. As soon as I can find a Maran ship, the Maran don't take passengers. They'll take me. What was Lydia's connection to the Maran? Obviously they knew where this Selendor was, which meant it was likely coastal, as the Maran were never off the water for long. Perhaps an island in the middle of nowhere? An island with a Zinthier stem that terminated right outside Mudair's gates. He grimaced at that. It was common practice to encase known stems in tombs of stone, and a morbid part of him had always wondered how many corpses would be found if the tombs of the terminuses were ever opened. Most of his questions could easily be answered if any Maran ships were in the harbor, but they were both too wise and too goddamned wealthy to be incited to risk their ships and crew to Mudair's dark skies. Huffing out a breath at the time wasted, Killian rolled up the map, only to pause as his eyes landed on the edges of the paper. 3 sides were worn with much handling, but one was sliced smooth, as though freshly cut. Half a map. The thought settled on his mind, but then he brushed it away. There was nothing but ocean, or so said the Maran. and no ship that had ventured east or west into the endless seas had ever returned to contradict them. Leaving the map spread out on the table, Killian pulled on his coat and pocketed an assortment of weapons before heading out into the cool morning air. He strode through the streets and made his way to the west gate. There was a convoy passing slowly through, the wagons laden with supplies for the royal army for whatever ships had arrived at dawn. Only that which could not be transported left for purchase at the harbor market. The crowds of civilians on the streets eyed the wagons hungrily, but the 50 armed soldiers flanking them were enough deterrents to hold them back. Recognizing one of the men, Killian fell into step next to him, the soldier inclining his head. "Lord Calorian? News? Time it takes to run supplies gets shorter with every passing week." The soldier shook his head. "The 7th must have spies in our camp. For the Darren army predicts His Majesty's every strategy, and with every skirmish we lose men by the hundreds. Morale? Bad. The corrupted pick off our scouts and leave their corpses staked out for us to find at dawn. Deimos overhead all night with their cursed racket make it near impossible to sleep. And a man can't step outside of camp to take a shit for fear of the packs of creatures that roam the dark. Have you ever seen them?" The soldier shook his head. "Just their eyes. And their leavings." Sarek needed to commit to a battle while he still had the numbers to win it. But Killian knew from the messages Malahai received that the king still believed he could whittle down the Darren army's numbers through skirmishes and hunger, confident that the royal army's healers and tenders would keep it from suffering the same. Yet the enemy remained inexplicably well supplied, and it was Rufina who came out ahead in every skirmish. Despite what happened at the wall, it would be well for morale if you or High Lady Fowlorn rode with us. The man pulled off his helmet to wipe sweat from his brow. "If there was ever a time we needed the strength of the 6, it is now." They'd reached the gate, and instead of answering, Killian thumped the soldier on his shoulder. "May the 6 guide your steps. And yours, my lord." Stopping next to one of the guards, who'd been at the gate the prior night, Killian said, "Finally rustled up the nerve to open them, did you?" The old soldiers turned, eyes widening at the sight of him. "My lord," one of them blurted out, "you're alive!" "No thanks to you, sorry cowards." He waved aside their stammered explanations of rules and protocol. "That's not why I'm here. The woman that was with me. Had you seen her before?" "Not an hour prior to the Deimos attack, my lord," one answered. He was old enough to be Killian's grandfather. His nose red and bulbous, suggesting a lifetime of drowning himself in drink. "Came through a gate soaking wet and barefoot, wearing something fit for a lady's bedroom. Not walking the countryside. Spend much time in ladies' bedrooms, soldier." The man's cheeks flushed. "Not in recent years, my lord." "Which way did she come from?" Pointing across the barren fields laced with blight, the man said, "From the trees. Wasn't another cursed thing moving out there. So we caught sight of her straight away. Checked her eyes like we do everyone." Another chimed in. "She wasn't corrupted." The idea of these men doing much of anything if they did cross paths with one of the corrupted was laughable. But Killian only nodded at them before starting down the road, the mud from previous rains already drying into ruts. His eyes drifted over the ground, catching sight of a footprint in the drying earth, the size and shape matching the girl's. Stepping off the road, he tracked her back toward the trees, noting a spot where she'd stepped in the blight and attempted to wipe the slime off on the dead grass. The fetid stench of rotten eggs was thick on the air. His boots made soft crunches in the dead grass with each step as he approached the copse of pines, many of them diseased, their needles browning. The branches should have been full of birdsong, the undergrowth rustling with rabbits and squirrels, but the only sound was the whistle of the wind and, in the distance, the gurgle of water. Killian's skin prickled and he extracted a knife, following Lydia's trail until he reached the banks of the stream where he paused. The mud was marked with footprints and handprints from her clambering up the slight incline. But there were no similar markings on the opposite bank. Frowning, he followed the water upstream to the rocky outcropping where it originated. Circling the hill, he searched for her trail, for any clue as to where she'd come from. But there was nothing. It was as though she'd sprung from the water itself. Perched on top of the outcropping, Killian stared at the turbulent flow of water, knowing he needed to get back to Malahai, but something kept his feet frozen in place. Then he caught sight of the glitter of metal beneath the surface of the water. One jump had him back down on the bank, and there he pulled off his boots and coat, along with his shirt, and waded out into the water. He had been vaguely aware that this stream was warm, but this close to the source it was the temperature of bath water, with a surprisingly intense current. Picking his way out of where he'd seen the glint of metal, Killian stuck his knife between his teeth, squinting against the spray as he reached down between two rocks and extracted a pair of spectacles. The lenses were miraculously intact, albeit slightly scratched, the frames delicate but well made. Turning them over in his hands, he remembered how the girl had squinted at anything distant, clearly nearsighted. These were hers. The spectacles placed safely on a rock, Killian eyed the opening in the hill from which the water flowed. Taking a deep breath, Killian grabbed the edge of the rock and pulled himself against the current. The pressure was incredible. His body shook with effort as he searched for handholds in the cave wall, his bare feet slipping on the slick stones of the stream bed. He was considering allowing the water to push him back out when his grasping fingers found a pocket of air. Pulling himself into it, he took several deep breaths, then braced himself against the cave wall and turned. It was a small cavern, but despite being entirely enclosed, Killian found that he could see. Glimmering faintly was the source of the flow. Not an underground stream, but a black stem of Zenthier crystal. The girl had been telling the truth.
22. Lydia. Lydia walked through the streets. A shawl she'd found in the gutter wrapped around her head to obscure her face. The city, Mudair, was laid out like a pinwheel, curved streets bisected by broad boulevards that ran between the towers at the center, and the 4 main gates, all of which she was able to blearily make out with her flawed vision. Not having her spectacles made her edgy and uneasy. Up close, she was fine, but the faces of anyone more than a dozen paces away were foggy and unrecognizable, meaning she wouldn't see a threat until it was far too late. There was no helping it, though. Even if she'd been able to find a lens maker, she couldn't spare the coin to purchase them. She'd have to make do without. The city was overfull, and Lydia hardly took 2 steps without being jostled by women with their children in tow or having to step over soldiers who'd lost arms or legs in battle, the limbs apparently irreplaceable even with a healer's touch. The situation was made worse by the fact that everyone was dragging all their worldly possessions with them, on their backs or in rickety carts. The smell of unwashed bodies rivaled the stench of rot in the air, and far too many appeared to be walking aimlessly, uprooted and with no place to go. It was impossible that they could all find shelter by nightfall. And if she had been blind to all the sights and numb to the smells, she would have needed to be deaf as well not to realize that this was a kingdom at war. Talk of battles past and battles to come were on everyone's lips, names of commanders and places where skirmishes had been won or lost, whispers of an enemy that seemed barely human and of creatures so terrible they defied description. But one name was whispered more than all the rest: Rufina. They called her the Queen of Darren, the High Priestess of the Seventh God. Mostly, they called her the Corrupted One. It wasn't long before Lydia felt a chill in her own spine when the enemy queen's name was mentioned, and she tried to fight away the unease by listening to the sounds of their voices rather than to what they were saying. Keeping her head down, she quietly mimicked their accent. She had landed herself in a hornet's nest, but if there was an advantage to the chaos, it was that it gave her opportunity to blend in. Following the salty breeze of the sea and the stink of fish led Lydia to a gate in the city wall leading to the harbor, where she picked her way through the crowd and down into the market. There were only 2 vessels in port, hardly any relative to the size of the harbor, and neither of them possessed the distinctive blue sails of a Marin ship. "Excuse me," she said, tapping a sailor on the arm. His skin was a dark mahogany shade, his ears pierced with a dozen golden rings, brown hair curly and thick. "Do the Marin trade out of this harbor?" He shook his head. "Not seen one of their ships here in more than a month." His voice carried a heavy accent different from any she'd heard before, lilting and beautiful. "The Crown has been seizing all cargoes and paying below market rates, and the Marin don't have any time for such behavior." He eyed her. "Why are you looking for the Marin?" "I've friends among them." The sailor shrugged. "They're still trading out of Serlania, if you can get there. Most captains are avoiding Mudair for fear of losing their crews to conscription, never mind the vermin that haunt the skies. High Lord Hakan Kalorian's ships are constantly coming and going, but passage is more than most can afford. He's touted as a hero for risking his ships and crews, but the filthy rich bastard is making a small fortune off others' misery. Yet he pays my wage, so I can't complain." Lydia's throat tightened at the familiar surname, and she glanced around at the blurry crowds, half expecting to see Killian's tall form striding in her direction. Booking passage on a vessel associated with him seemed like a risk, but she had to find a Marin ship. It was the only chance she had of making it back to Celendriel, and that made it worth the gamble. "How much?" she asked. The price the sailor named in silver made her ill, but her ring was worth a small fortune in gold. "Where do I go to book passage?" "Ships sailing today are full to the brim," he said. "But you come back in the morning at first light with coin in hand?" He eyed her dubiously. "Then like as much, someone will find a place for you." The thought of remaining another night made Lydia's stomach sink. So she ventured down to the docks, intent on finding a captain who could squeeze her aboard. But before each of the ships was a choke point, a lineup of people passing some sort of inspection before they were allowed to board. Unable to make out what was happening, Lydia crept closer, her heart beating violently in her chest. But she needed to see. Creeping up next to a stack of empty crates, she peered around them, watching as person after person rested their hands against the bare arm of a boy whose face was marred with a livid burn. Only after a nod from an official-looking woman in white robes were the individuals allowed to proceed down the docks. "Volunteer a broken bone or a bad burn for inspections, and one of the temple healers will fix everything that ails you as compensation at the end of the day." The sailor had come up behind her. She asked, "Have they caught anyone?" "4, last I heard. So desperate to avoid their fate, they cut off their own tattoos to try to sneak past. But Quindor's nets are too fine and his rewards too lucrative. For their troubles, he rebranded them and sent them off to join the king." He spit on the ground.
It's blasphemy, if you ask me. Mudamora treats its marked ones like chattel.
Where are you from?
Gamdash, miss.
He grinned.
If you find yourself a ship, bypass Serlania and head to Revat. It is a better place.
Then he strode past the lineup and up the gangplank of the ship. Lydia chewed on the inside of her cheeks, her fear demanding she focus on the prospect of being caught out as a healer, though she knew that was not her greatest obstacle. Testing aside, passage required coin, and if she had to remain in the city, she would require the same. She needed to sell her ring so that she'd be prepared for either circumstance. Selling a ring, unfortunately, proved to be a far greater challenge than she'd anticipated. No one in the city was buying luxury goods. No one was willing to even trade for it, recognizing instinctively what she hadn't, that it was worth too much to be easily sold for currency. After hours of trying and failing, Lydia found a wall to lean against, and she slid down until she was seated at its base. "Blast it all," she said, staring at the black grime caked under her lacquered toenails. "Listen all and listen well!" A shrill voice reached her ears, demanding her attention. A young boy with tawny brown skin and a wild mop of dark curls stood on the edge of a public fountain. A small crowd gathered around him.
"The sun sets tonight at 9:30. Those who linger on the streets past twilight do so at their own risk. For those who have no home of their own, the Crown offers shelter in all 4 quadrants of the city." "They're filthy and filled with vermin and plague," someone shouted. The boy shrugged one shoulder. "If you'd rather risk the Deimos than bed down with a few fleas, be my guest. I merely tell it as it has been told to me."
The crowd grumbled, but before any more comments were made, the boy held up one hand to silence the noise. "Before you lot go making any rash decisions, let me tell you a tale that came to my ears this very morning. There were 2 casualties last night. 2, he shouted. A sorry fellow who dared to tarry on the streets after dark fell victim to the Deimos. The creatures stripped the flesh from his body and gnawed his bones until all that remained was the echo of his screams on the wind." Lydia raised one eyebrow at the boy's dramatics, only then catching sight of 2 women dressed in elaborate gowns and fur-trimmed cloaks who'd stopped to watch the proceedings. Both of them wore their hair up in elaborate coiffes, and though their faces were a blur, Lydia caught a glint of jewels on their ears. An idea formed in her mind. The boy continued, "There was a second death." He paused for a long moment, surveying his audience before shouting, "The death of a Deimos!" The crowd gasped, many leaning closer to the boy, but Lydia immediately abandoned her plan in favor of retreat. She knew this story, and if the boy described her well enough, she'd be recognized. "A man," he stage whispered. "A lone man, caught out past sunset. He walks swiftly, keeping to the shadows even as the skies fill with the shrieks of Deimos on the hunt." Lydia eased around a woman, stepping over the children sitting at her feet. "He reaches the door to his home. Safety. The sweetest nectar to be had in the dark of night. The door handle is in his grasp." But he hesitates. "Idiot," the woman muttered, meeting Lydia's gaze. "Clearly," she replied, stepping over another pair of children. "Help! Help! Help!" The boy jumped from foot to foot, shouting in falsetto. Lydia's heart sped faster. He hears a crone's voice split the air, begging for salvation from death on wings. Crone's voice? Lydia froze in her tracks, turning back to the performance.
With no regard for his own safety, he sprints through the streets, finding the crone hemmed in by a Deimos. A lesser man would run, but not this warrior. Not Lord Killian Calorian.
The crowd stirred, but the boy ignored them, climbing to the top of the fountain, heedless of the spray.
He attacks, but not even the sharpest steel can pierce the creature's hide, so he tears a door from a home with his bare hands, pummeling the creature until it flees. But more descend, circling, teeth snapping and wings flapping, so he leaps onto the back of the leader, riding it through the streets with the others on his heels.
"What?" Lydia muttered.
He herds them toward the gate, but the cowards on guard only hide behind the steel bars, watching on as he fights 5, no, 10 Deimos, never faltering despite the injuries they inflict upon him. One by one he drives them off until only the largest remains. Not content to allow the creature to flee into the sky, Lord Calorian wrests a torch from the gate and stabs the flaming brand into the creature's heart. Yet, even as the Deimos burns at his feet, Lord Calorian knows he is mortally wounded, and his only chance of salvation rests in the hands of the crone. A healer so ancient that even in these desperate times, Hegiria's temple, the boy gestured to one of the towers in the distance, closed their doors in her face.
"You can't be serious," Lydia muttered to herself. Mistaking the source of her ire, several of the women near her nodded in agreement.
"Old or not, she should have let him die,"
one of the women in the fancy dresses called out.
"It would have been no less than he deserved. This plight we all suffer, it is his doing."
The boy ignored the comments.
"Woe to those who risk the shadows of our war-torn night," he said, voice trembling loud and dramatic. "But greater woe to those who dare cross paths with the dark horse of House Calorian."
"Woe, indeed," Lydia grumbled, uncertain why she cared that the boy had gotten the story horridly wrong. Circling the crowd, she approached the 2 women who walked as though they were alone in the square, everyone else tripping over themselves to get out of their way. Lydia stepped directly in their path, and they nearly collided with her before stopping. "A moment of your time, my ladies." Lydia dropped into the awkward dip of the knees she'd seen other women doing. Their eyes focused on her, and one of them, a girl about Lydia's age with brown hair and the same dusky olive skin as Killian, said, "I've no time for street urchins." She motioned for Lydia to move, but Lydia held her ground, one eye on the guards with them. Thankfully, the ancient men looked too bored to intervene. Not even for the opportunity to own a jewel from across the endless seas? Lydia held up her ring, balanced on the palm of her hand. The black diamond caught the sun, sending bits of light dancing across her skin. "What nonsense is this? And why would someone like you have something of any value in your possession?" "It was a gift from my father," Lydia replied, trying to imitate Terriana's voice when she was telling a tale. "Given to him by a Maran sea captain who found his way to lands unknown and only barely managed to find his way back. Having lost his wealth on the voyage, this was the only thing he had left, and even then, he was loath to part with it." Which was all a lie. The stone was from mines in Selendor, and her father had bought it from a renowned jeweler in Selendriel who'd been more than happy to sell it to a senator. Eyes narrowing, the girl plucked up the ring, holding the diamond to the sun to examine the quality. "It's probably just tin and glass, Helene," the other girl said. "She's swindling you." "It's not glass," the girl, Helene, said. "You know I have an eye for these things." "As you can see," Lydia said, allowing her accent to grow thick, "I've fallen on hard times, and this is all I have to remember my father by." That part was true. So painfully true. "But it would ease my parting with it, to know it graced a finger as lovely as yours." The girl gave a soft snort of amusement. "I'm sure the coins I'd pay you would ease it more." "Only the pain in my stomach." Helene's eyes flicked from the diamond to Lydia. "All right. If nothing else, it's a story to amuse Her Highness." Lifting a jingling purse that matched her gown, the girl took out a handful of coins, eyeing them thoughtfully before plucking out the gold and offering Lydia the silver. "There's only so much I'm willing to pay for a story. Take it or leave it." It was a fraction of what the ring was worth. But what choice did she have? Lydia nodded, and the girl dropped the coins onto her palm before sliding the ring on one of her fingers. Without even a parting word, both girls walked away. Lydia's heart twisted at the loss.
"You must be either very brave or very stupid to have approached that harpy."
Lydia lifted her head to see the storytelling boy.
"She swindled you,"
he said.
"I swear she's a minion of the 7th, but it looks like the other 6 were watching out for you, because she's been known to do far worse."
Lydia bristled. "I watch out for myself." The boy held up 2 grubby hands.
"If you say so."
She pushed past him, heading in the direction of one of the main roads, which held many of the city's inns.
"What are you going to spend it on?"
the boy asked, skipping along after her. "I need to get to Serlania."
He laughed. "You and everyone else."
"I'll make it happen," she muttered. "I have to. For now, I'm going to find something to eat and a place to stay."
"Bit late for either."
The boy squinted up at the sky.
"Won't be naught left but stinking fish at the harbor market, and you'll be paying a fortune for a bowl of rat soup at any common room. And you clearly aren't a talented negotiator, so it's going to cost you all you have for a space in an inn."
"I'll manage." She threw as much confidence into her voice as she could.
"No, you won't."
He jumped up on a low wall, walking nimbly along as though he hadn't a care in the world. "What do you know?" she snapped, hating that he seemed so unconcerned while all she felt was fear eating at her gut.
"It's my business to know all the comings and goings on," he said. "It's my job."
And then create wild stories that have nothing to do with the truth, she thought. He'd been playing with the crowd. Who was to say he wasn't playing with her now?
"I can help you find a place to stay. I know people."
He stuck out his hand.
"I'm Finn, by the way. You?"
She didn't want to give her name. Killian was still looking for her. He had likely reported her, and they would know her name. "Nothing I care to share." Finn shrugged.
"Have it your way, girl with no name, but trust me, no one's going to find you a better place to stay than I am."
He held up a handful of shiny coins.
"I can tell already that you're going to need all the help you can get."
Lydia's eyes fixed on the silver. Then she shoved her hand in the pocket of her dress, finding it empty. "You little thief!" She grabbed his wrist and scraped her coins off his palm. "Is this what you're up to? Getting me alone so you can steal everything I have?" He gaped at her.
"That isn't what I meant."
Lydia wasn't listening. Shoving him hard, she snatched up her skirts and ran, ignoring people's curses as she pushed them aside. When she was far away and out of breath, she stopped, pressing her cheek against the stone of a building while she waited for her racing heart to slow. It was true that she was alone and could trust no one, but that didn't mean her situation was hopeless. If she started looking for a room to rent now, she was certain something could be found before dark. Food could wait. A day of hunger wouldn't kill her, but a night on the streets with the Deimos would.
23. Killian. Killian took the steps 2 at a time, his boots thudding against the plush carpet of the staircase, his father's parting words echoing through his thoughts. The god of war gave you the gifts needed to defend Mutamora, but what have you done but squander them? The servants moved out of his way as he passed, dropping into deep curtsies. This one time you had a chance to use your mark toward its intended purpose, and you failed. Helene's poodle bolted down the hallway, stopping to piss on a potted plant before continuing in his escape. Trimmin chose poorly when he chose you. Killian had believed him, and he'd believed the king when he said that Killian's failure was a result of the gods turning their backs on him. But Lydia had been telling the truth about where she came from, the truth about being marked last night to save his life, which meant the gods hadn't turned their backs on him just yet, and he wouldn't turn his back on her. Even now, he had Finn and his friends searching the streets for Lydia, trusting that they'd move faster than Quindor's lackeys, who'd only have the description the guards at the gate had provided. He also had them telling a false tale, hoping that the promise of a reward would have the populace of Mudair dragging in every old woman in the city for the healers to test. For now, there wasn't much else he could do. Gwen stood at the heavy door blocking off the wing belonging to the princess. "Find the healer?" she asked, shoving her blonde braid over one muscled shoulder. "No sign of her." He lied, not because he didn't trust Gwen, but because knowing the truth would only put her in danger. "I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's unfortunate for you," she said. "Here, this came first thing, but no one knew where you were." She handed him a sealed letter, and Killian suppressed a sigh as he recognized Quindor's spidery script. He cracked the wax, reading, "We need to talk. Immediately." He should have known the Grand Master wouldn't leave it alone. Killian tapped the letter against his trousers, briefly entertaining the idea of getting the meeting over with before rejecting the notion. If the Grand Master wanted to grill him, then he could damn well find Killian himself. "Get someone to go catch Helene's dog," he said, then knocked, waiting for Bryn to open the inner bolt of the door. Malahai possessed the second level of the north wing, and the walls were decorated floor to ceiling with ornately framed watercolors, each alcove graced with a bust depicting one of the 6. Sun filtered in through skylights, winking off the crystal of the chandeliers hanging above the casting rainbows across the ivory walls. Through the open doors of the rooms he passed, balconies stretched over the sea, which was steely gray and frosted with white-capped waves. There was not another soul in sight until he rounded the curved corridor. 2 more guards, Sarah and Felicity, stood outside a sitting room, and they saluted before swinging open the heavy door. "Lord Captain Calorian, Your Highness," Sarah announced, stepping out of his way to reveal a dozen ladies in waiting lounging across overstuffed sofas, their faces a study of boredom. Malahai sat in their midst, with Berkala across from her, both with playing cards in hand and stacks of coin on the table before them. "Your Highness?" He bowed. When he straightened, Malahai was already halfway across the room, heading toward the balcony. Helene cackled. "You've been measured and found lacking, Lord Calorian. Seems to be a common problem for you." Killian cast a sideways glance at her. "Your poodle is making a break for it, Lady Torrington." He probably decided that being stuffed in a soup pot was a better fate than another hour listening to your voice. She blanched and bolted from the room,
and Killian followed Malahai outside. An icy wind flew in from the ocean, and with the afternoon sun already behind the palace, Malahai was shivering in the shade. Pulling off his coat, Killian draped it over his shoulders, then stared down the 100-foot cliff on which they perched, watching the waves slam against the rocks below. "Learn your lesson yet?" Malahai asked, staring out to sea, toying absently with the hole in the elbow of his coat. "If not for that healer, you'd be dead, and our plans would be in shambles." If not for that healer, the Deimos wouldn't have caught him out in the open in the first place. But Killian decided admitting that part wouldn't improve this conversation. "And then you had to let her go." Malahai's voice dripped with irritation. "You know, assisting a rogue healer is a crime, yes? One punishable by hanging? Honestly, Killian, it sometimes feels like you're trying to get yourself killed." It was tempting to point out that he was committing the same crime by keeping Malahai's secret. But instead he said, "I didn't let her go. She escaped out of the window while I was talking to Berkela in the hallway. I spent all day looking for her. Just how stupid do you think I am? Berkela comes in spouting drivel about how she didn't get a good look at her, while your little network on the streets is apparently spreading word that she was an ancient crone. And you think I don't see exactly what you're doing?" He shrugged. "This is the problem with you, Killian. You only see the problem right in front of you, not the bigger picture. You might have saved her life by letting her go, but how many will die from injuries gained defending our kingdom that might otherwise have been saved? Sparing her won't make a difference, just like delivering sacks of palace leftovers to sewer children won't make a difference." Sewer children? His skin burned hot as his temper flared. "At least I'm doing something more than writing letters. You're so focused on your big picture, which is really just your quest for the crown, that every damned person in Mudair could die around you and you wouldn't notice." "Is that what you think?" Her knuckles turned white from her grip on the granite balustrade. "It's what I know." She dug into the pocket of her skirts and slammed something against his chest. "Perhaps this will change your mind." "What is this?" "This is my excuse for gathering the High Lords in Mudair." Frowning at the invitation, he cracked the red wax sealing it, read, then swore before tossing the heavy paper over the balustrade. "Have you lost your mind?" he snapped. "You plan to throw a ball in the middle of a city full of starving civilians on the edge of a war zone with skies full of beasts hunting anything that moves." Her eyes narrowed. "The ball is happening. I sent the invitations weeks ago, which you would know if you didn't spend your nights waiting around in the sewers. You're plotting to overthrow your father, Malahai. Something a bit more subversive than a goddamn ball would be ideal. The High Lords will never agree to it." Reaching back into her pocket, she extracted a package of letters, handing them over. Killian flipped through them, recognizing the seals of 7 houses, including his own, indigo wax stamped neatly with a galloping horse. Opening the folded paper, he read his brother's elegant script. "I am happy to accept your invitation, and I look forward to discussing your proposition in more intimate circumstances." Killian made a face and handed the letters back. "They're coming," she said. "And they, unlike you, know that a party is a perfect cover for them to bring soldiers and supplies without raising my father's suspicions. As soon as the king gets word, he's going to order you to cancel it. He already knows and has applauded my genius. I've promised to conscript the soldiers the High Lords bring and send them to him the day after the party. Never mind that they'll be riding behind you with the news that I am now queen." Killian shook his head. "We haven't anywhere close to the numbers required to provide adequate security. One corrupted finds its way into the palace, and most of the 12 houses, plus countless smaller ones, could be wiped out in the space of the night. It would be far less risky to do it all in Solania than for me to return to Mudair with those same soldiers. With how much time wasted? How many lives lost? This is the best route, and you have my word that I'll sail south with the High Lords after the party. I'm not staying here without you to watch my back." Everything she said was logical, but his gut told him this plan was a mistake. It's not the best route if everyone winds up dead. The High Lords will be arriving with a fleet of ships, and since the soldiers they bring with them won't be returning,
I intend for them to load their vessels with as many civilians as can be fit aboard. Now, perhaps you might reconsider your comment about me doing nothing for the people of Mudair, Lord Calorian." Killian was spared having to say anything as the doors to the balcony opened and Berkela leaned outside. "Grandmaster Quindor wants to see you, Your Highness." Malahai pointed a finger up at Killian, muttering, "This conversation isn't over," before gesturing for him to follow her back inside, tossing his coat over the back of a chair. "And please take some time out of your busy schedule to purchase some more fitting attire. You look like you were raised by wolves." The Grand Master of Ageria's temple was a man of middling years, tall and lean enough that his white robes adorned him about as well as they would a rake. His pale pinkish skin suggested he hailed from the central part of the kingdom, though Killian had no idea where the man had actually been born. A permanent frown marred the inked half-circle marking him as a healer, and his over-large green eyes immediately went to Killian. "Lord Calorian, did you not receive my note?" "Just now," Killian said, extracting the crumpled paper from his pocket. Quindor's jaw tightened. "A word in private, my lord." Sighing, Killian joined the man in the corner of the room, bringing a drink and a tiny tea cake with him in the hope that they would improve the conversation. "You do realize that time is of the essence if we are to find her," Quindor said. "We've received conflicting descriptions of her appearance, which I hope you can clarify for us." "She was old, gray-haired and hunchbacked. It was dark and the Deimos bit half my shoulder off, so I wasn't focused on getting a good look at her." Killian drained his glass. "Grandmaster." His attention shifted as the door opened. A servant girl carrying a tray entered the room, her head lowered as she began gathering empty glasses. "Why a man in your situation would flaunt a royal decree is beyond my understanding," Quindor retorted. "You should be hunting her down, not loitering about drinking, gambling, and—" His gaze fixed on Killian's hand. "Eating cake!" "Hunting down rogue healers isn't my—" Killian broke off, his skin prickling even as he watched the color drain from Quindor's face, his attention all for the serving girl only paces away from Malahai. "Corrupted!" the healer screamed, but Killian was already moving. He threw his heavy glass and it smashed against the girl's head, and the blow barely stunned her. Turning, she revealed eyes that were pooled black, irises rimmed with fire. "You weren't supposed to be here!" Jerking out his sword, Killian lunged toward the assassin, but the woman in the room screamed and scattered, colliding with him. One of them flung her arms around his neck. "Help me!" "Move!" He lifted her out of the way even as Berkela swung her massive blade at the corrupted. The girl ducked under it with blinding speed, whirling to tackle Malahai, scattering coins and sending glassware crashing to the floor. No. Dodging courtiers, Killian reached for the corrupted to pull her off, but she skittered sideways, holding the princess in the path of Killian's sword like a shield. "Killian, help me!" Malahai's voice shook, but her face remained young and unchanged, meaning the corrupted had yet to use her mark. The assassin had come here to kill Malahai, but had expected to flee unchallenged. His presence changed that. She needed a hostage. The rest of the guards poured into the room, several of them carrying bows that they trained in the assassin's direction. "Killing Her Highness will do you no good," he said to the assassin, keeping pace with the pair as they backed against a wall. "Let her go, and I'll show you mercy." "I don't think so." The corrupted girl was tiny, and Killian only caught glimpses of her livery around Malahai's gown. One naked hand was pressed against the princess's throat. "Clear a path for me, and I'll spare her." Killian's mind raced through his options. If they attacked, she'd drain Malahai's life before he could kill her. But if they let her go with Malahai as her hostage, the result would be the same. And catching one of the corrupted in the teeming mass of humanity filling the city would be next to impossible. "Tell them to clear the door." The assassin's voice was shrill, desperate, young. "Don't do it." The tears streaming down Malahai's face did nothing to detract from the resolve in her voice. "She came to kill me. There is no chance of her leaving me alive. Killian's heart slowed, each beat loud in his ears. Thump, thump. His eyes went to the girls blocking the door. Faces tight and weapons held at the ready. Thump, thump. To Quindor, half hidden like a child behind a tapestry. Thump, thump. To the mirror in the opposite corner, its reflection revealing the assassin with her ear pressed against Malahai's shoulder. She was watching him. "Don't come any closer," she hissed. "I'll kill her. I swear it." Thump, thump. The sword in his hand gleamed bright, the edge honed razor sharp. Thump, thump. It was sliced through cleanly. Death would be quick. "I'm sorry for this, Malahai," he said, and then he lunged. The point of the sword slid through Malahai's shoulder like it was made from butter. Her eyes widened in shock, but before she could scream, he jerked the blade out. "Quindor!" he shouted, catching the princess as she fell. The assassin swayed, eyes staring blindly. Then she dropped to the floor, blood running from one ear. Killian shoved Malahai at the Grand Master. "Help her!" Then he whirled back around, blade singing through the air as he brought it down hard, separating the corrupted's head from her neck. Thump, thump. She was only a child. Killian stared at the lifeless face, blood soaking into the carpet beneath her corpse. Only a child. Swallowing the rising contents of his stomach, he turned to Quindor, who was kneeling next to Malahai's prone form, his face withered and old, and angry. But the princess's chest rose and fell evenly, so whatever the Grand Master had to say could wait. "Felicity and Sarah are dead." Berkela stepped between Killian and Quindor, jerking her chin toward the open door. Two dried-up skeletal forms lay in the hallway like bodies of aged hags long dead, a draft catching their gray locks. "How did she get past you?" he snarled at Gwen. "There's a list of approved people who are allowed past those main doors, and the 7th knows she," he pointed at the dead girl, "wasn't on it." Gwen whispered something that he didn't catch. "What?" he demanded. She lifted her chin. "Asha was on the list. She's the daughter of the head chef. Her family has served in the palace for generations." "Shocking," Quindor muttered, going to one of the chairs on the far side of the room and sitting while he recovered. Killian ignored the healer's comment and walked over to kneel next to the corrupted's corpse. He rolled the head face up, peeling away the strands of bloody hair stuck to her skin. Recognition hit him like a punch to the gut. The darkness and flames had faded to reveal soft brown irises, the slack muscles no longer holding the wild hunger of those bearing the corruptor's mark. "I know you," he murmured, brushing her lids closed. Except the girl he'd interviewed months ago had been shy, sweet, and popular among the other servants. A faithful follower of the 6. He knew her mother, Esme, well. The cook integral to his attempts to keep Mudir's orphans fed, and Killian's stomach hollowed at the thought of informing her that her daughter was dead, and that he'd been the one to kill her. Malahai knelt next to him on unsteady legs, the bodice of her gown soaked with blood. "She was only recently marked," she said, gently touching the girl's cheek with seemingly no regard for the fact that the child had come to kill her. "A matter of days, I should think. Even if she was able to hide the changes in her eyes, the corrupted aren't known for their self-control. There'd be bodies." Killian sat back on his haunches, a sickening feeling filling him as he considered the Deimos, the way they seemed to haunt his steps in particular. "The 7th has his eyes on us," he said under his breath. "First the Deimos, and now the corrupted." Malahai nodded slowly. "It makes sense for them to hunt you. But why me? No one—" She broke off, eyes shifting to Quindor uneasily. Then in a barely audible whisper said, "No one knows about my mark." "If you think the 7th doesn't know, you're a fool. I think he knows precisely what you're up to, Highness." The corpse twitched, and both of them jumped, staring at the dead girl for a long moment. Malahai finally said, "He wouldn't bother trying to stop us if he didn't believe my plan would work." He wouldn't care if your plan worked or not, if it didn't serve his purpose to keep your father in power. Their eyes met, the gravity of Killian's statement not lost on either of them. My father treats the marked like slaves, and he's angered the six. The marked are meant to lead, not to be led. What greater confirmation of that truth do you need? Killian didn't disagree, but there were less risky ways to achieve the same ends. Cancel the ball and meet the High Lords in Solania. Mudair is too dangerous by far. No. The people of Mudair need to see that I haven't abandoned them like everyone else. Besides, I'll not be ruled by fear. Just idiocy. Rising to her feet, she said loudly, "Remove the body, and consider allotting me more of your time, Lord Calorian. I would not like this to happen again." Without a backward glance, she strode from the room. "Go with her," Killian said to Berkala, and then to Quindor. "A word." The Grand Master waited until the room had cleared before snarling, "You mad fool! The king will hear of this." Killian toyed with a half a dozen choice remarks but settled on, "She's alive. I consider that a win." "Luck." Quindor shook his head sharply. "That wound was mortal. A lesser healer would have succumbed, and then you'd have 3 corpses on your hands." "Lesser healers don't become Grand Masters," Killian said, fighting the impulse to add, "Besides, it's about time you have a taste of what you expect of the healers you send to the battlefield." Quindor's face twisted, and he turned to leave. "Wait." Killian stepped into his path. "You knew what she was, that she was corrupted. How?" The Grand Master hesitated, head turning to the corpse on the floor. "She had too much life in her." Then he shook his head. "You'll have to excuse me. I have a rogue healer to find. I trust you won't mind me questioning your guardswoman. They might remember a detail you left out." "By all means," Killian replied, knowing Quindor would search every residence Killian was associated with while he was at it. The same would go for all the ships leaving the harbor. No one would be able to board without putting a hand on whatever injured individual the temple had employed that day. And Hegiria's mark had a mind of its own. Unless it was on the back of a good horse riding at a near straight gallop to reach Abinharrow before dark, smuggling a healer out of the city would be next to impossible. "Best of luck." The Grandmaster shoved past Killian with surprising strength. Killian let him go, his mind whirling as he carefully rolled the dead girl up in the ruined carpet, then lifted her in his arms. His own mark had warned him of the danger, but Quindor had known exactly what the threat was. Egeria's temple was keeping secrets, which wasn't surprising. Identifying corrupted was a skill that could be used, and the king already used them hard enough. But was it also a skill Killian could use? Ignoring the blood that had soaked through the carpet and was now seeping into the shoulder of his shirt, he considered the advantage of having a healer watching over Malahai. The trouble was, even if one could be spared, the tattoo on their foreheads made them easily identifiable, and therefore useless for his purposes. He needed a healer whose mark was unknown, who hadn't been branded by the temple, one who could watch over Malahai undetected. And he knew just the girl. There were no coincidences in this world, not when the gods were involved.
24. Lydia. Lydia sat on the floor of the warehouse that the crown had transformed into a shelter, her knees pulled up to her chest and her face buried in her skirts. Bodies pressed against her on all sides, strangers leaning on each other not for support, but because there was no room to move. They'd been packed into the stone building as tight as they could fit, children sitting on mothers' laps, and siblings wrapped around each other as comfort against the dark. Limbless soldiers sent back from the front lines wept in the darkness, haunted by nightmares that seemed to plague them sleeping or awake. The air felt thick and unbreathable from the smell of thousands of exhalations, And it was all Lydia could do to remain calm, to refrain from clawing her way over the sick and impoverished press of people to the doors and out into the wind and rain. And the Deimos. Though the warehouse was stifling, Lydia shivered and wrapped her fingers in the wool of her dress. It's safer in here, she told herself. Yet it didn't feel safer. She felt like she was suffocating, like no matter how fast her breath came, not enough air reached her lungs. Her limbs were stiff from the forced immobility. But every time she shifted, it seemed her neighbors stole more of her space. There was no space allocated for a privy, and those who couldn't hold it were forced to urinate where they sat. The ground was damp with weeks' worth of filth, and she swore she could feel disease seeping into her skin. A few people had tallow candles lit, but rather than welcoming the faint bits of light, she worried what would happen if the filthy straw scattered across the floor caught fire. Worse, in the darkness, she couldn't help but see the misty flows seeping off those around her as time, illness, and starvation stole life from them. Many were dying. Some would likely be dead by morning. You could help them, her conscience whispered. You could save them. But doing so would ensure she was caught. If that only cost her, it would be one thing, but too many lives depended on her returning to Selindor. Guilt plagued her until exhaustion took over and she slipped into a sleep, troubled with the vision of her skin crisping and blackening and the sounds of 1,000 voices screaming, but none louder than her own. Lydia jolted awake to the heat of a flame held in front of her face, and fingers snatching at her dress, digging in her pockets. Blinded by the light, she lashed out at those around her, but her limbs felt numb and useless. "Let me go!" she shrieked, trying to move, trying to get away, but someone was standing on her skirts. "It's her," a woman hissed. "I saw her in the market today. Check her pockets." They were robbing her. Panicked, Lydia fought harder. She needed that coin. If they stole it from her, not only would she lose her best chance at making it home to help Terriana, she might well starve. Her fists connected with flesh, and the woman swore and pulled back. In a second, 3 more were on Lydia. She lost count of how many women were attacking, holding her face down in the filth while they pummeled her with fists and feet. "Help!" she screamed. "Someone help me!" No one would. The mass of refugees pressed away from the fight, a blur of faces in the dim light. Watching. "Here!" One of the hands digging in her pockets jerked out, and Lydia sobbed, knowing the fist contained all her silver coins. A boot stomped on her back, knocking the wind from her lungs, but they weren't paying attention to her now. They were attacking one another. Silver coins rained down around her, and then it seemed every soul in the warehouse descended at once, the sight of the silver igniting their desperation. People screamed and shouted, fights breaking out all over the floor. Her handful of silver had set off a riot, but there was nowhere to move. Blood pounding, Lydia fought her way out from under the mass of women, the blows landing on her body barely registering through her panic to get away. All around her, people were being trampled, little children screaming for their mothers. The faint light of the handful of candles went out, and the riot ended as soon as it started. The mass of people swirled and jostled, each individual trying to carve out new space. Lydia collapsed against the wall of the building, the stone blissfully cool against her battered face. Adrenaline continued to course through her veins as she listened for any signs the women would come after her for more. But it seemed she had been forgotten. All around her, she could hear the moans of the injured, the ragged breaths of the survivors, and the silence of the dead. Lydia clutched the wall like a lost sailor holding tight to a bit of driftwood in the storm, feeling the life all these people were shedding drifting over her, clinging to her, becoming part of her. And as it did, her injuries healed. The sensation prickling and unnatural and awful. Thunder shook the building, and she welcomed each boom because it drowned out the sounds around her. With no sense of time, the night seemed to drag on, and she forced herself to concentrate on each measured breath she took. "I will survive this," she whispered. "I will find a way out of this city. I will find the Marin, and I will make it home in time to help Terriana, in time to save my father. I will make Lucius Cassius pay for his crimes." She repeated her goals like a mantra, using the words to drive away her fear and refusing to acknowledge that she had no idea how to make them happen. Because it didn't matter. "Whatever it takes," she said as thunder shook the walls of the shelter. "I'll do whatever it takes."
25. Killian. Killian jerked awake, reaching for his sword and nearly falling off the side of the sofa. Around the heavy velvet curtains, lightning flashed. Thunder followed straight on its heels. But in the room itself, nothing stirred. Yet the anxiety racing through his chest didn't dissipate, his pulse rivaling the storm with the way it throbbed in his ears. Unsheathing his sword, Killian crossed the room, his feet sinking into the thick carpets as he approached the bed. Easing aside the curtain, he listened to Malahai's steady breathing, a flash of lightning illuminating her face, blonde hair spread out over her pillow. She stirred and Killian dropped the curtain so as not to disturb her rest any further. Rolling his shoulders, he retreated back to the sofa where he flopped down on his back, sword in easy reach, but no amount of twisting and turning made him comfortable enough to sleep. And with an annoyed sigh, he dragged on his boots and made his way to the antechamber. Unbolting the door, he stepped out, nodding at the guards on duty. "Stay inside with her," he said to Sonia. "Keep the door locked until I return." The Gamdeshian woman inclined her head. "Will you be long?" "No." Leaving behind the princess's wing, he trotted down the servants' staircase, making his way into the bowels of the palace. Feeling the heaviness of grief hanging over the halls despite nearly all being abed. The servants had taken the death of the girl, whose name was Asha, badly. Many of them unwilling to accept that she'd been marked by the seventh, most especially her mother. Esme had been inconsolable. It had required both Lena and Gwen to restrain her. The woman screaming that her child was chosen by the six, and then cursing Killian as a murderer. Even now, her voice rang loud in his ears, drowning out the sound of his boots as he approached the palace dungeon. It was empty, but the cell where he'd locked Asha's corpse was surrounded by burning candles, melted wax pooling on the floor. Resting his forehead against the bars, he stared at the shrouded corpse, guilt rising thick and sour in his gut. She was only a child. Shoes scuffed against the floor, and turning, he found Esme standing by the entrance to the dungeon, her eyes swollen. Almost unrecognizable as the woman who snapped her dish towel at the heels of her assistants, coordinating night after night of elaborate feast for Malahai and her court. He waited for the onslaught of words and accusations, but she only said, "Finn and his friends will be suffering a miserable night in this storm. The sewers will be raging. It's not the worst storm they've weathered. Still," her throat convulsed as she swallowed, eyes fixed on the body. It's no way to live. Silence clung to the space between them without even the sound of thunder to dispel it. May I see her? Killian gave a slight shake of his head. You don't want to. She's no longer whole. Esme flinched, a single tear running down her cheek. Please, I wish to say goodbye to my girl before. A sob tore from her throat, and she pressed a hand to her mouth. Before she was entombed in rock. It was what was done with the corrupted. Rather than burning them, the bodies were entombed in mortar or rock in a hole 7 feet deep, binding the soul and denying the corrupter his due, an eternity in limbo. Knowing he might have cause to regret it, Killian reached into his pocket and extracted the key to the cell. The oiled lock made no sound, nor did the hinges of the barred door as he swung them open. Her shoes made soft pats against the stone as she entered the cell, hands reaching down to the shrouded form, hesitating over the dark stains marring the white fabric. He heard her take a deep breath. Then she untucked the folds to reveal the girl beneath. Killian didn't want to see, but forced himself to look anyway, to watch while the weeping woman kissed the cold gray skin of her daughter's forehead before carefully tucking the shroud back in place. Then she turned back to him. Asha was a good girl. She wouldn't have chosen this. Couldn't have. She was already... The cook broke off, shaking her head. It's impossible. Shifting his weight from foot to foot, Killian debated his words before coughing to clear his throat. I killed one of the corrupted before the battle for the wall began. It was a story most everyone knew, but there were things that Killian had kept to himself. Before she died, she seemed to have a moment of clarity, a moment free from the seventh's hold. And she told me that she hadn't been given a choice, that she didn't want to be a monster. I don't know if it's any comfort or not, but Asha may not have walked this path entirely of her own volition. Far from easing his own mind, the notion that the corruptor could force his mark upon anyone made his skin crawl. And yet, if it were so easy, why were the corrupted so few in number? What held the seventh in check? If Asha didn't choose it, why does she deserve an eternity of punishment? Esme's eyes were full of a quiet plea. Please don't put her in the ground. It was law that he did so. To do otherwise bordered on blasphemy, and yet, a faint breeze blew through the dungeon, his skin tingling with the sense of being watched, and of being measured. It's late, he said. You should go. Esme looked as though she was considering arguing, but then her shoulders slumped and she nodded once before departing. Waiting for the sound of her footfalls to diminish, Killian stooped next to the cot on which Asha lay, gathering her up and lifting her slight form. But as he did, a piece of paper drifted from beneath her to land on the floor. Skin crawling, he set the girl down and retrieved the paper, unfolding it to reveal a message. The weak will always be tempted by the promise of strength, especially when that which has been their strength has proven itself weak. Rufina! Anger rose in Killian's chest, hot and wild, and he crunched the message into a ball before shoving it in one pocket. Lifting Asha, he carried her out of the cell and down the corridor to the room containing the trap door that led to the tunnels beneath the palace. With a torch in one hand, he balanced the girl on his shoulder, winding his way down until he could make out the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs. The tunnel opened into a small chamber, at the far side of which was a barred opening leading to the sea, an escape route built by the House Forlorn when they'd constructed this palace generations ago. There were small boats resting against one of the walls, along with crates of supplies. Placing the girl's body in one of the boats, he used the jars of lamp oil in the crate to soak her shroud. Then he unlocked the bars and pushed the boat down the carved stone steps onto the sea. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "If you want her back, then take her!" The roll of thunder from the storm grew quiet, the deluge of rain ceasing in the space of a heartbeat. The waves pushed against the boat and then fell still, the ocean smooth as glass. Killian tossed the torch into the boat, watching as the flames took hold, then shoved the vessel hard. It drifted out into the ocean, a current taking hold of it and pulling it farther and farther from shore until all that Killian could see was the glow of flames. "May the Six fight over the honor of holding your soul," he said. And without another word, he retreated into the palace.
26. Lydia.
Girl with no name?
Lydia opened her eyes, struggling to orient herself.
Hello?
A hand waved in front of her face and she blinked.
You alive?
Lydia focused on the news crier sitting in front of her, knees pulled up to his chest. What had he said his name was? She racked her brain, her wits foggy and slow. Finn. That was it. I'm alive. He squinted at her.
When was the last time you ate?
Dawn? Though calling it eating was a stretch, she'd scavenged the refuse piles along with the other homeless, forcing herself to chew and swallow the scraps of rotting vegetables and rancid meat. Keeping it down had been another matter entirely. Frowning, the boy pulled a heel of bread from his pocket.
Here.
Lydia's mouth instantly watered. I can't take that from you.
Sure you can,
he said.
Had my meal with a lord this morning. Ate like the king I am, and there's no way I can fit another bite down my gullet. See?
He lifted his shirt and puffed out his skinny belly.
Full up.
No doubt he was telling another one of his fables, but the pinching pain in her stomach had no interest in selflessness. Taking the loaf, she tore into it, each mouthful utter bliss.
Don't suppose you've any interest in a job?
Lydia lifted her head, the bread souring in her mouth. There was only one job left in the city, and she'd be lying to say that she hadn't considered it. However, the current supply far outweighed the demand, and she wasn't quite hungry enough to give up so much for a day's worth of food. I'm not a prostitute.
Do I look like a cat house madam to you?
He grinned.
Captain of Princess Malahai's bodyguard is looking for a new recruit.
I'm hardly qualified, she muttered, remembering all too clearly the number of times in the past days when she hadn't even been able to protect herself. He cocked one eyebrow.
Don't know how to fight?
She opened her mouth, then thought better of what she'd intended to say. Admitting she was incapable of defending herself seemed like asking for trouble. Not well enough to guard a princess.
Well, if you want to get to Serlania, maybe you'll find a way to fake it.
What are you talking about?
The princess is heading to Serlania after her coming-of-age ball. Where she goes, her bodyguard goes.
The idea of her as a bodyguard was absolutely ludicrous. Yet, if it meant making it to Serlania and finding a Marin ship... But I'm a girl.
So's the rest of her guard,
Finn replied.
And besides, I know the captain, and he owes me a favor or two. He'll owe me 3 if I can deliver a girl he can use.
Lydia bit the insides of her cheeks, considering her options. If she refused Finn's offer, she'd almost certainly starve to death if she wasn't killed in the Crown shelters. Yet either death seemed merciful compared to being shipped off to a battlefield to age over and over again until she eventually succumbed. By taking a position among the nobility, she'd be hiding in plain sight. When is the princess supposed to sail? She finally asked.
The ball is a month from now.
A month? How could she fake it that long? Could she elude Killian Calorian and those he'd likely set after her? It was an enormous risk, but the reward was just as great, and already her mind was racing with strategies, with ways to change her appearance. She could do this. For Tariana's sake. She had to. "I'll do it," she said. "Take me to see this captain." Finn's eyes went over her shoulder, and her stomach dropped as a familiar voice said,
I must say, that was much easier than I expected.
Whirling, Lydia found herself face to face with the very man she'd been desperate to elude.
"Hello again?"
Killian said. The alleyway behind her was a dead end, and he was blocking most of the entrance. But she had to try. Launching herself forward, she was almost in the clear when a hand latched on her arm, jerking her back. She shrieked, fighting and kicking, but his grip was relentless as he dragged her farther into the alley. Desperate, Lydia twisted and bit down hard on his forearm. He yelped and she stumbled free, falling on something that squished, the sound of Finn laughing filling her ears.
"God damn it!"
Killian shook his arm, wincing.
"Though I suppose I earned that."
"What do you want?" she demanded.
"Exactly what Finn told you," he said. "Just hear me out."
Then his eyes flicked to the boy in question.
"Finn, go sit your ass on the fountain in the square and don't even think about eavesdropping."
The news crier grinned.
"Wouldn't dream of it. Besides, I've had my entertainment for the day."
Killian waited until the boy was out of earshot. Then he said,
"Yesterday, Princess Malahai was attacked by one of the corrupted."
Lydia silently listened to the story, half her mind for what he was telling her and the other half trying to come up with a way to get past him.
"I need someone with Hijiria's mark who hasn't been branded by the temple to guard Malahai. Someone who will recognize the corrupted before they get close to her. I think that someone should be you."
The very idea of it was terrifying. Not only hiding in plain sight, but guarding against creatures that, if what he'd said was true, could drain the life from a person with a touch.
"You'll be fed the best food there is to be had in the city," he said, "paid in silver. Malahai's entourage won't be subject to Quindor's scrutiny when they board the ship to Serlania, and once there, you'll be freed to track down a Maran ship and head home."
His head tilted to one side.
"You also have my word that I'll keep your mark a secret."
"Unless I don't agree to your scheme, correct?" she snapped. "Which means it's no choice at all." Rocking on his heels, he shook his head.
"You have my word I'll keep your secret, regardless of what you choose to do."
Then Killian turned on his heel and walked out of the alley, his voice trailing behind him.
"You know where to find me."
Away to Serlania, where Lydia was certain she'd be able to find a Maran ship, which meant a way back to the Empire. But the princess wasn't departing for more than a month. What were the chances of her father surviving Vibius's poison that long? What were the chances of Tariana and her crew surviving Lucius's inquisition that long? And there was the added risk of her mark being discovered. She'd be caught, her freedom gone, and her life sure to follow. But what were the chances of her making it back home any other way? "Wait!" Lydia stumbled down the alley, rounding the corner to find Killian waiting, his dark eyes glinting with satisfaction. "I'll do it," she said.
"I know."
He gestured for her to follow.
"Let's go."
"Why are you helping me?" Lydia asked, as she followed Killian through the city. Reaching into his pocket, He extracted something metallic and handed it over. Lydia's heart leapt at the sight of her spectacles, which she immediately placed on her face. The world came back into focus.
I decided to confirm your story. Found those in the stream. And something else, too.
He gave her an appraising look.
What in the depths of the underworld possessed you to touch a Zenthier stem? Don't you know how dangerous they are? They're forbidden for a reason.
That's nonsense. They aren't dangerous if you know where they go.
Did you know?
Obviously not.
Then my point stands.
I would have died if I hadn't taken it. She blinked away the remembered fear of being underground. I was trapped in a cave with no other way out.
The old rock-in-a-hard-place dilemma.
He stepped over a puddle.
Either way, I believe you. About everything. Your mark. That you're not from here.
That still doesn't explain why you're helping me. You'll be punished if you're caught. So what's in it for you?
He shrugged. I'm oath sworn to protect the princess of the realm. To do that, I need someone who can recognize the corrupted for what they are. I'm not averse to stepping outside the boundaries of the law to make it happen.
I've never seen one of them before. How will I?
Quindor said the corrupted have too much life in them. Does that mean something to you?
Life. With so many crammed into the city, it was everywhere, seeping off of the belabored people like a mystical fog. One glance at an individual told her whether they were long for this world. Many of those sitting listlessly against the walls of buildings so faded as to be barely distinguishable from the stone. Killian, by contrast, was vibrant with it. Vital, strong.
Do I look well enough?
He asked, catching her staring. Her cheeks warmed. The theory makes sense to me, though I would have to see one of them to be certain.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
An understatement. On the assumption you don't intend to inform the princess or the rest of her guards of the true nature of my role, I feel it necessary to point out that I'm lacking the skill set required to protect anyone, much less someone of her significance. How do you propose to convince them I'm an appropriate choice? One side of his mouth curled up with a hint of a smile.
By telling them so?
And if they question you?
My gut tells me that won't be a problem.
Most men use their minds to make decisions, but you follow the advice of your innards?
Daily.
His half-smile turned into a grin.
They follow a twisting path, but I find they always deliver. My brain is less reliable.
It took her a second, but then she snorted and shook her head, the jest reminding her briefly, painfully, of Terriana. You'll be lying to them, and in doing so, putting them at risk.
Telling them the truth makes them complicit, which puts them at equal risk.
He exhaled a long breath.
2 of my guards were killed with their weapons still sheathed. They didn't see the threat, which meant they didn't have the chance to defend themselves or Malahai. You can give them that chance.
How do you know I won't just run at the first sign of danger?
Because I've seen you in action. You're resourceful, you're not a coward, and you possess a certain quality that I consider integral to join Her Highness's squad.
Which quality is that?
Selflessness.
His eyes met hers.
It's the reason why I'm still alive.
Lydia tore her gaze away, unwilling to tell him that she'd no intention of risking her life for girls she didn't even know. Her father needed her, Terriana needed her, which meant that until Lydia made it back to the Empire, the only life she intended to protect was her own. Killian led her to the wall encasing Mudair and up a narrow set of stairs onto the battlements. 50 feet above the ground below, the view of the city and surrounding country was incredible. Mudair's footprint was tiny compared to that of Selendriel, which was to be expected given it was a fortress city. The wall was shaped as a 5-pointed star and was thick enough that a pair of horses could have drawn a cart along the length of it. There were 4 gates. 3 were at the end point of highways leading west, north, and south, and the 4th led to the harbor, which lay outside the confines of the wall. The harbor itself was smallish, but was the only breach in the towering white cliffs. The palace sat on the edge of the cliffs, with a wall of its own separating it from the city. And in the center rose the 7 towers of the God Circle, the faces carved into them seeming to watch her and Killian as they walked, making her shiver. The land surrounding the city was brown and barren, broken up by copses of trees almost large enough to be called forests. In the far distance, mountains loomed, so tall as to be capped with white despite it being summer. Yet it was the veins of black running across the landscape that drew her attention, and she remembered stepping into one not long after she'd crawled out of the stream, how it had been slimy and smelled of rot. Even as the thought crossed her mind, the wind blasted her in the face, carrying that remembered stench with it. That smell! She pressed a hand to her nose. What is wrong with the land?
There's a blight spreading down from the mountains. It's rotting the earth, and with the tenders all working to feed the king's army, there's nothing to be done about it.
What's causing it?
Depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you. Killian turned his head to regard the blight.
If you believe the king, it's a punishment for our lack of faith in the 6. But
he gave a slight shake of his head.
I don't think it's that. The gods don't interfere directly like this. Their work is done through those they mark.
Like her. And him.
We've always known about the corrupted, and it's believed that their powers are the only mark the 7th bestows. But maybe that's not the case.
Lydia frowned, recalling what she'd read in Treatise of the 7. You think the 7th has different marks? Ones no one has seen before? Pointing to the blight, she added, You think a person did that?
It's a theory.
If that's true, couldn't someone marked by Yara stop it? Couldn't they drive back the blight? The goddess Yara had dominion over the earth and all the things that grew upon it, those she marked able to make plants grow and thrive even where they should not.
It's possible.
His gaze shifted to the palace.
But we'd need one willing to try.
How many of them are there?
There used to be close to 300 in Mutamora.
This time his gaze flicked west to where the war was being fought in the shadow of the mountains.
But not anymore.
It wasn't long before they passed over the south gate. But instead of taking the stairs down into the city, Killian kept going, his eyes on the dozens of miniature palaces in the district below. Like most of the structures in Mudair, they were built with a dark gray stone, their faces elegant but austere. Compared to the airy and open patrician homes of Selendriel, these structures seemed grim and claustrophobic, entirely closed off from the elements by glass and stone. All the properties were walled and gated, but no smoke rose from chimneys, and all, as far as she could see, were devoid of life. Where are we going? She asked.
The Calorian Manor. My brother is in Serlania, so the place is empty and therefore a good location for us to chat without unwanted listeners.
He leaned over a parapet.
District was under guard until recently, which is why there are no squatters. But it's only a matter of time.
Then he slung both legs over the edge and dropped out of sight. Sucking in a sharp breath, Lydia leaned over the edge and saw Killian standing on a rooftop below, hands shoved into his pockets as he tapped one foot impatiently.
Madman, she muttered, then eased out onto the ledge.
lowering herself until she dangled from her fingertips before letting go. She stumbled as she landed and would have fallen if he hadn't caught her by the elbows.
You'd make a poor burglar.
How tragic, she snapped, pushing her spectacles up her nose. Is this it, then?
That one.
He pointed across the distant street at a stately structure. Galloping horses wrought into the gate, barring the entrance.
Follow me.
He leapt off the roof onto a balcony and then onto the wall surrounding the home, walking along it as easily as a cat until he reached the end and dropped to the ground. With him pushing on her heels, Lydia managed to scale the wall, which he easily climbed. Then they crossed through the neglected gardens toward the main doors. Inside, the heavy drapes were drawn, but even in the dim light, it was obvious that whoever had decorated the home had excellent taste. The wooden floors were laid in a complex pattern and polished to a high shine. The walls were adorned with large pieces of art, and the furniture was carved from what looked like fruit wood. The air smelled faintly of varnish, but also stale, as though it had not been stirred in some time. There was a large portrait hanging between a twin set of staircases, and Lydia gave a slight smile as she recognized a much younger version of Killian, flanked by his older brothers, mother, and father standing behind. He looked a great deal like his father. Tall, with dark hair and eyes, skin a dusky olive hue. His mother, by contrast, was fair and rosy-cheeked, with reddish blonde hair and a kind smile.
The artist took license,
Killian said, waving a hand at the painting.
She's the only person in the world whose temper I won't tempt.
She's beautiful.
You don't notice that when she's chasing you down the hall shouting threats.
He led Lydia through the corridors and into a large room where he flung open one of the curtains to give them light. Her eyes immediately went to the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, taking in the layer after layer of crystal that must glitter like stars when it was lit. There was a table at the center, on which rested a large roll of paper. "Why are we here?" she asked.
Because if we are to work together, I need the whole truth from you.
Reaching for the paper, he unrolled it, resting a pair of knives on the edges to hold it flat. It was a large map, the land masses detailing those she'd only seen once, when she'd been spying on Marcus and Lucius. Like that map, judging from the symbol in the corner, it was of Marin make.
We are here,
he said, pointing to a dot labeled Mudair on the western coast of the large northern continent.
Now where is Selendor?
The Marin had kept the east and west secret from each other for all of recorded history, and while it was obvious why they'd kept the east ignorant, it was unclear to her why they'd kept the west equally so. Had it been to prevent these people from braving the endless seas? For if they successfully voyaged east, the Empire would surely learn of their origins? Or had there been a greater reason? Lydia didn't know, but right now truthfulness seemed in her best interest. "Do you have a pencil?" He held one up.
I came prepared.
Eyeing the scale on the map of the West, Lydia flipped it over, and she began to draw. An artist she was not, but her father had provided her with an excellent education which had included geography. The empire grew beneath her hand, the vast central continent, then the islands. And as she drew, she spoke. "I was adopted at a young age by my foster father, who is head of the patrician family Valerius. His position gives him a seat in the Senate, which is the body that governs Selendor and its provinces. He is the equivalent of one of Mudamora's high lords, though there are a little over 300 senators.
Good gods,
Killian muttered. And here I thought 11 plus a king was bad enough. The arguing must be endless. It is nearly all they do, though they prefer the term debate. She finished her outlines of the land masses and began shading in the topography. Only men may inherit in Selendor, and as my father has no son, the Valyrius fortune and seat in the Senate must go to his nephew, Vibius, who despises me. The story poured from her lips, and her pencil never stopped moving until she said, So you see, it was either die in an underground chamber or risk the Zenthier path. Killian was leaning back in his chair, elbows resting on the padded arms. Why in the name of all the gods would you want to go back? He sat forward abruptly. Don't get me wrong, I can understand not wanting to be here, but there are better places. Gamdesh, for instance. It was time to tell the rest of the story. The part that haunted her night and day. Because I have to go back. Her hand shook, and Lydia labeled provinces in order to hide the tremor. I made a mistake. I was careless, and it has cost people their lives. Will cost more people their lives if I don't get back to rectify it. A single tear landed on the map, and she brushed it away with irritation. As I'm sure you've surmised, the Marin travel within the Empire. They have a treaty with the Senate that allows them autonomy, although they are beholden to the Empire's laws whenever they are within a port. As religion is outlawed, they, by necessity, kept their worship of the Six a secret. Biting her lip, she said, My best friend is Marin. She confided in me her people's secrets, and when her mother refused to help me escape my betrothal to Lucius, she gave me a book. Treatise. Of the Seven. Killian finished. I'm quite familiar with it. Why would she give you that? I don't know. But I was careless and didn't hide it as well as I'd thought. Vibius found it, knew who'd given it to me, and he gave it to Lucius, who used it as grounds to search Marin ships in port. What they found on the ships was damning. The crews were detained, questioned about the maps detailing the dark shores, and tortured when they refused to reveal their route across the endless seas. Eventually they were executed. Once Lucius won the consulship, he used his power to send the Navy after dozens of Marin ships, including my friend's ship, the Quincence. It was towed into Selendriel's port the morning he tried to murder me, and I know he has Terriana and her crew, and if I don't get back— Wait. Killian held up his hand, interrupting her. The Quincence. This Lucius Cassius is holding Terriana prisoner? And her mother, Triumvir Tessia? She blinked. You know who they are? That's akin to asking if I know who the gods damned Sultan of Gamdesh is. Of course I know who they are. Never mind that they've sat at my family's dinner table more times than I can count. He was on his feet, pacing back and forth. This is why you believe the Marin will take you back? Lydia had known Terriana and her mother were important, but from the way Killian was talking, they sounded almost like royalty? Shaking away the thought, she answered, For the sake of so many of their people, I have to believe they'll bend their rules and take me as a passenger. They need to bloody well do more than that. They need to rise up, fight to get them back. A strangled laugh tore from Lydia's throat. I think I've not conveyed the magnitude of the threat. His eyes narrowed. Convey it, then. This, she darkened the border and then labeled the area, is Selendor. It's the controlling nation of the Empire. The heart of it, if you will. It wasn't large. Smaller than Mudamora was, by contrast. Killian stopped his pacing. And what is the extent of this nation's control? Of the Empire? She gestured at the map. All of it. His gaze lifted from the map. The entire eastern half of Wreath is controlled by one man. One man, with his eyes set on the west, she said. One man, with an army of over 200,000 strong. And if he can force the Marin to bring the legions across, I assure you the threat will be very real. Which is why I need to get back, not only to save Terriana, who is like a sister to me, but because I can prove Lucius has broken the law. He will be stripped of the consulship and of power, and maybe it will be enough to stop the Empire's progress west before it even begins.
And what will happen to you? Nothing good.
It doesn't matter. Don't you see, all of this began because of me. I have to stop it.
Killian's eyes were distant, as was his voice when he muttered,
There are no coincidences.
Then his gaze focused on her.
A month feels too long for you to wait. We need to get you back sooner.
If there is a Zenthier stem...
He gave a rapid shake of his head.
No. For one, there isn't a Genesis stem within a day's ride of Mudair. 2, if there were, it would be entombed, as are all the known Genesis and Terminus stems across nearly every nation of the West.
She stared at him in horror, and he nodded.
You might have escaped that underground cave, only to find yourself in a tomb with no chance of rescue.
But why?
He shrugged. No one likes another nation having easy access within one's borders, and to leave the Genesis stems open would be negligent. A child could wander across one and no one would ever know what happened to her.
It made a certain amount of sense, but she still felt like pounding the table in frustration, because if there was a way here, there must be a way back. Taking a deep breath to steady her anger, she said, I sold my ring for enough to gain passage on a ship. I was going to try today, but
I told you that Quindor has...
I know, Lydia interrupted, and it doesn't matter anyway. I was mobbed in the shelter and they took all of my coin. And now... She broke off, the memory of all those hands holding her down, sending a wash of panic through her.
You stayed in one of the shelters?
I didn't want to waste my coins on an inn, though in hindsight...
I'm sorry. If I'd known, I'd...
Killian broke off.
The cost isn't an issue. If we can sneak you past Quindor's testers.
He dug into the pocket of his coat,
then swore, Gods damn it, Finn, of all the days for you to pick my pockets.
More digging in his other pockets produced a handful of coins mixed in with random items, a pair of dice, a crumpled scrap of paper, a single cufflink shaped like a horse. Plucking out the coins, he pushed them into her hands, tossing the rest on the table. She stared at the coins. But you need me to guard the princess until she's safe in Serlania.
I do. But Terriana is my friend, and it seems there is much more at stake than Malahai's life. Besides, her safety is my responsibility, not yours.
Lydia stared at the glittering coins, all of them stamped with a scorpion, except one dull piece of silver, which was stamped with a bird of prey. A falcon. She traced a finger over the tarnished silver. Something about it familiar.
Are you able to control your mark?
He asked.
I know it's possible. I've seen it done.
I don't know. I've never tried. She'd been afraid to even make an attempt.
Only one way to remedy that.
Killian extracted a knife, the edge glittering. Pulling up his sleeve, he sliced it across the back of his forearm, blood immediately welling to the surface. It ran in little crimson droplets down the back of his hand, making soft splats against the floor. He held out his arm to her. Lydia eyed the injury, remembering how it had felt to let go of her life to bolster his. How her heart had fluttered. How it had become hard to breathe. Though logically she knew this injury wouldn't cost her so much, her hand still shook as she reached out,
because so much more than her own life hung in the balance. Be brave, she silently commanded herself. Then she wrapped her fingers around his muscled forearm, holding her breath. She could feel it, feel the injury, feel the insistent tug at her core to right the damage. No, she resisted. But it was like fighting the urge to breathe. You're shaking. They'll suspect if you act this way. Focus. Her chest hurt. Everything hurt. Breathe, Lydia. If you don't get back, no one will ever learn the truth about what Lucius has done. Lydia, do this or Lucius wins. Breathe. Gasping, Lydia snapped open her eyes to find Killian staring down at her. His arms the only thing keeping her upright. Are you all right? He demanded, and only when she nodded did he let her go. He held up his still bleeding arm. I'm not sure we can consider that a total success. Eyes stinging, Lydia turned away. Do not cry. You will not cry. I need to get home. Killian was silent for a moment. It's your choice. Delay a month and have the certainty of reaching Serlania, or go now and risk a performance like this one on the harbor docks. Which was the better path? Killian scooped the coins off the table, but instead of repocketing them, he took her hand and pressed them into it. You don't need to decide right this moment. Think on it, but while you do, we'll carry on with our plan. The sound of a door opening made them both jump. That will be Finn. Sure enough, the boy sauntered into the room. My lord, he said, bowing with finesse. Mistress Lydia. Perfect timing, Finn, Killian said. Take Lydia to the barracks and get her introduced. They're expecting her. Was my agreement such a sure thing? Lydia asked. Finn laughed, and Killian shrugged. Good instincts. They'll give you what you need. Finn. He jerked his chin at the boy. Give her a story that won't invite questions. I only speak the unaltered truth, my lord. Killian snorted in amusement, but there was affection in his gaze. The sort, Lydia thought, that one had for a younger brother. Protective. I need to be at the palace. He turned to go, but Lydia stumbled after him. Killian! He turned, and she caught his bleeding forearm, holding it for a heartbeat. Thank you. Then she trotted over to Finn and followed him out the door.
27. Killian. Hours after he'd left Lydia in Finn's capable hands, Killian could still feel the sensation of her long fingers wrapped around his arm, of the pain receding as his skin knit together, leaving not even the faintest of scars behind. The only proof the injury had been there at all was the blood staining the linen of his shirt. What do you think of this color? Malahai asked, holding up a scrap of finely woven wool in front of his face. Killian frowned at it. Seems a strange choice for a gown. For you, Killian, not for me. She frowned. Have you been listening to a word I've said? The honest answer was no. The room was full of ladies, all of them agonizing over what they'd wear to the ball. Several dressmakers were in attendance, along with their assistants, and samples of fabric and lace and gods knew what else were floating around the room. With so many present, there wasn't a chance he'd leave Malahai's side, but remaining had meant offering his opinion on things far outside his area of expertise. Malahai huffed out a breath of amusement. This is why your mother still has to send you clothing. Killian's cheeks warmed. She does not. This will do fine. Malahai handed the sample back to the waiting tailor. Black embroidery, of course. Nothing else will suit. The jewelers have arrived, Your Highness, Lena announced from the doorway. Are you ready to meet with them? Yes,
Malahai replied, and moments later 2 older women entered with 2 boys behind, a large chest suspended between them. Curtsying, the woman showed Malahai tray after tray of jewels, only moving on to the other ladies after she'd made her selections. "I've already acquired something new, thank you." Helene's voice dominated the room, demanding everyone's attention. "With a piece like this, I need nothing else." "Lovely," one of the jewelers said. "Might I take a closer look, my lady?" Helene pulled the ring she was wearing off her finger and handed it to the woman, who'd already extracted her magnifying glass. Holding the ring up to the sunlight, she examined the gemstone, turning it this way and that. "Exquisite work, my lady. And this color, I've never seen anything like it. Where did you acquire it?" "A Marin captain brought it back from across the seas." Killian's ears perked, as did those of everyone in the room. "Someone has been telling you tales, my lady," the jeweler responded with a nervous laugh. "The mark of a good salesman, yet you've never seen anything like it." Helene's eyes were fixed on the gemstone. "And the Marin do have their secrets." She smiled. "And all for a handful of silver." "Let me see it, Helene," Malahai said, reaching out a hand. The other girl dutifully plucked it out of the jeweler's hand and brought it to the princess, who slipped it on her own finger. Killian stiffened as he recognized the ring as the one Lydia had worn, the one she'd sold in an effort to flee the city. "It's beautiful." Malahai tilted her hand back and forth to admire the glitter. "I couldn't say no to the poor girl," Helene said. "She was desperate to sell it, and I know your highness values charitable actions." Killian ground his teeth, trying to keep his mouth shut, but it was a lost cause. "Charitable?" He gestured to the jeweler. "How much would you say this ring is worth?" The woman accepted the gem back from Malahai before conferring with her colleague. 500 gold pieces for certain, Lord Calorian." Then she rubbed her chin. "And if research proved it to be as unique as I believe it to be, upward of 1,000 gold pieces. And all for a handful of silver." Leaning forward, Killian said, "That's not charity, Helene. That's extortion." The girl's cheeks reddened, and she snatched the ring back from the jeweler, shoving it on her finger. "She offered it to me. If I hadn't bought it, no one would have." "You swindled her. You should have given her the coin and let her keep the damned ring. You took advantage of her desperation to decorate your finger." "I can't be giving away coin to every girl who begs it of me." "Why not?" "Enough!" Malahai climbed to her feet. "You two are like a pair of barn cats. I can't even have you in the same room together." Killian ignored her and said to Helene, "Sell it to me and give away the coin. Or keep the gold, if that's what your conscience tells you to do." "I'll do no such thing." 500. "No." 1,000. "You are intolerable, Lord Calorian," Helene replied. But Killian didn't miss the glint of greed in her eye. 1,500. "Your wealth doesn't impress me." 2,000. His brother Seldred, who managed the family's finances, was going to kill him for this. Everyone in the room was staring at them, courtiers, jewelers, and guardswomen alike. Helene's jaw worked back and forth, warring between her desire for the gold and her pride. Finally, she smirked. "For the opportunity of swindling you, Lord Calorian, how can I say no?" Bending over the table, Killian took up a sheet of Malahai stationery, scribbled the details, and then signed it before pushing it over to Malahai to witness. Then he handed it to Helene. "The bankers of Ciliana will make the transfer. Should help ease the sting of your father cutting your allowance." She threw the ring at him and stormed out of the room. Killian shoved it in his pocket, not sure of what sort of madness had possessed him. Only that any amount of coin was worth getting it off that Harridan's finger. "I don't know what's gotten into you, but clearly you need to step away," Malahai muttered. "Come with me." Abandoning the sitting room, He followed Malahai out into the corridor to find one of the guardswomen approaching.
"The letter came for you with the supply caravan, my lady."
Taking it, Malahai motioned for Killian to follow her down the hall to her bedroom, where she latched the door behind them and opened the sealed letter. Her eyes scanned the contents. Then she grimaced and handed it over. "Dearest daughter, it has come to our attention that the cursed creatures plaguing Mudair's skies have taken to attacking ships within its harbors, a clear attempt to disrupt supplies intended for our armies. In response, I have ordered all vessels bearing goods destined for the front to make port in Abenharrow, where they will be met with an armed escort. As to your request that we seek aid from Gamdesh, I forbid you to do so. It makes us look weak at a time we can least afford it. And do not think for a moment that the Sultan won't take advantage while our backs are turned. Keep your faith, Father." Abenharrow was a fortress a day's sail south of Mudair. If ship captains could sell their freight there for gold with no risk of Deimos attack, they'd have no incentive to sail north to the capital. "Nothing will be coming into the city now," Killian muttered. "This is dire." "We've been at peace with Gamdesh for over a century." Malahai took the letter back. "They are our allies. It's madness not to ask the Sultan for aid." It was and it wasn't. Mudamor's navy had been decimated during the last war with the giants of Eoten Isle, along with subsequent civil war that had followed on the heels of the assassination of King Derek Falorn. Only a handful of ships had been built in the intervening years, and the king had already conscripted their crews, leaving the vessels to languish in Solania. Asking Gamdesh for aid would signal to rival kingdoms and privateers alike that Mudamor's shores were undefended and ripe for the picking. There are always risks to admitting weakness. I'm going to do it anyway. Turning to her desk, she sat down and picked up a pen. By the time my father realizes what I've done, it will be too late for him to punish me for it. Killian snaked the pen from her hand. I've a better idea. Let me write to Kyra. Princess Kyra was the general of Gamdesh's armies and the Sultan's favored daughter. Killian knew her personally by virtue of them both being marked, but also because his brother Seldrit was married to the Sultan's niece. Kyra could and would influence her father, but the fact remained that Gamdesh was on a totally different continent and any aid they sent might not arrive in time. Mudair needed to find a way to fend for itself, to feed itself. Frowning, Killian bent over the desk and scribbled a few paragraphs describing the woe, the need to evacuate, the lack of vessels to do so. Not a direct request, but Kyra would understand. It feels like the walls are tightening in on us, Malahai said, shivering. Like Mudair's a prison, and soon to be a tomb if something doesn't change. A thought that had been niggling in the back of his head came to the fore. An idea he knew that Malahai wouldn't agree to easily, if at all. Then let's escape for a few hours, he said. Trust me? Malahai cocked one eyebrow, then shrugged. With my life. Opening the door, he stepped out into the hallway. Lena, come here for a minute. The young guardswoman followed him back in, raising an eyebrow when he shut the door. I need your clothes. Pardon? Both Lena and Malahai said the word at the same time. You're the closest in size, so... He waved his hands back and forth between them. Switch. Malahai needs a disguise so we can sneak out, and you will stay in here as our decoy. Have you lost your mind, Killian? Malahai was eyeing him suspiciously. What exactly do you have planned? A surprise. Now change clothes. Both girls retreated behind a screen. A few moments later, Malahai emerged dressed in uniform, Lena following in a silk wrap. She swiftly braided Malahai's hair, then perched on one of the chairs. What do you want me to do? Stay in here until we return. He gestured at the side table, which had a basket of fresh fruit. Eat, lounge, pretend to be a princess. Just don't open the door. Malahai, put your hood up. The stables were quiet, few horses remaining giving the expense of feeding them. Two of them were Killian's. His black brute of a war horse, Surly, and his dappled gray mare, Seahawk.
Surly turned around to face the back of his stall at the sight of Killian. But Seahawk stuck her head over the door and whinnied loudly. "Hello, beautiful," he said, kissing her on the nose. "Care to go for a ride?" Half my court would sell their souls to hear those words from you, and you say them to a horse? My horse has no expectations beyond being fed. Unlike your conquests. His hand stilled on the animal's neck. It bothered him more than it should that Malahai believed the rumors about him. Not that he'd done anything to dissuade her from her belief in them. Denying a rumor only gives credence to it. His elder brother Hacken had told him years ago, back when Killian still asked for his advice on anything. It's likely only some lovesick milkmaid or dowdy courtier making up stories to impress her friends. It'll blow over. It hadn't blown over. But Hacken had been right about denying it being fruitless. Not even Killian's own father had believed that the rumors that his son spent his nights chasing skirts were anything less than the sixth sworn truth. A groom appeared, sparing Killian from the conversation. "I'll saddle her myself," he said to the boy. "If you could ready Her Highness's mare for Lena, please." It was a matter of minutes before both horses were ready and outside. "Remember, Lena is a terrible rider," he said into Malahai's ear before giving her a leg up into the saddle. Malahai dutifully bounced like a sack of potatoes as they trotted through the city. But once they exited the west gate, she pulled back her hood. "Race? To Hammond's Rock?" he asked, naming the landmark. The princess only dug in her heels. Their horses' hooves thundered against the roads as they galloped west, neck and neck, though that wouldn't last. Hers was the faster mount, and Malahai was less than half his weight. But Killian had been riding before he'd learned to walk, so he cut left, taking a shortcut. Behind, Malahai laughed as she followed, both of them leaping rickety fences and crumbling walls as they plunged through the farmland, scaring up birds as they went. The land should have been lush, crops rising high in the summer heat and livestock dotting green pastures, but instead it was brown, empty, nearly barren of life. "This is your fault. You let the corruptor and his marked in." Shoving the thought out of his mind, Killian glanced backward. Malahai was gaining ground. Her braid had come loose, and her golden locks trailed out behind her. Her amber eyes locked with his, and she grinned, her expression fierce and defiant and honest. A fighter. So different from the facade she put on for her court. The face of the queen this kingdom needed. "Try to keep up, princess," he shouted, and dug in his heels. Seahawk surged forward, plunging between an abandoned farmhouse and a barn. Both had been looted. Broken furniture and mud-soaked clothing littering the yard. The barn had been partially burned, scorched planks of wood reaching skyward like blackened fingers. The gate on the empty pig pen swung open and shut, and against one of the posts sat an abandoned doll, its eyes seeming to track Killian as he passed. Where's its owner? He wondered. Is she safe with her parents somewhere in the south? Or is she trapped in Mudair's walls like all the rest? Is she even alive? Faster, he wheeled his horse, as if it were possible to outrun his own thoughts. Malahai surged past him, racing toward a spot where the wall had crumbled. Killian kept straight on, Seahawk gathering herself beneath him and then vaulting the obstacle, her stride lengthening on the far side as they flew across the empty pasture. One more fence stood between them and the road, and beyond loomed Hammond's Rock, the granite glittering in the sun. There was a ditch between the fence and the road, and he tugged on the reins to slow his horse's pace, not caring to risk her breaking a leg. "I'm not going to let you win, Killian," Malahai shouted, pulling alongside him. "And you're cooking me lunch as my reward." "Malahai, slow down," he shouted. "There's a ditch." She either didn't hear him or didn't care. His skin abruptly began to prickle, everything coming into sharp focus. "Malahai, stop!" The wind stole his voice, carrying with such a fetid stench that made him gag. "Gods, no! Malahai!" he screamed her name. "Don't jump!" Her head whipped around, and she sat back, hauling on the reins. It was too late. Her horse leapt the low fence, Malahai losing her seat and toppling backward, barely missing the wall as she fell to the ground. Killian flung himself off Seahawk's back as she slid to a halt, running to Malahai's side. "I'm all right." She brushed away his hand as he tried to help her up. "My horse." A desperate, frantic whinny split the air. They both stumbled to the wall, leaning over the rough-hewn blocks of stone. Filling the ditch between the wall and the embankment of the road was a river of black slime, and in the center of it struggled the horse, already up to her belly and sinking fast. Malahai screamed. Killian was already moving. He ran to Seahawk and extracted a length of rope from his saddlebags. Leaping over the wall, he slid down the bank to the edge of the blight, forming a loop, which he tossed over the mare's head and drew tight. He scrambled back up the bank and over the wall, fastening the other end to his saddle. Malahai caught hold of Seahawk's reins, urging her to pull. "Keep it taut." Sprinting back to the wall, which was nothing more than rocks that had been stacked on top of one another, Killian shoved his weight against it, sending the rocks rolling down the gentle slope. He slid after them and pushed the rocks into the murk, swearing as they sank into the spongy earth. The mare's nostrils flared in desperation and exhaustion, her eyes rolling as she struggled. "Easy, easy." Killian stacked more rocks to create enough of a bridge that he wouldn't sink himself, then picked his way out into the black flow. "I won't let it have you." He stretched out his fingers toward the mare's nose, reaching for the reins. The rocks were sinking beneath him, the sludge rising up his boots. "Come on, lovely. Try. You need to try." The horse stretched her nose toward his hand and Killian lunged, catching hold of the reins. "Pull!" he shouted, scrambling backward, lending his strength even as Malahai urged his horse on. The mare squealed and struggled, and for a painful few moments, Killian thought it was a lost cause, that whatever sickness the corruptor's minions had put into the earth was too strong. Then the horse began to shift, creeping forward inch by inch. When her neck and shoulders were free, Killian dropped the reins and reached for a stirrup, his boot heels digging deep into the ground as he hauled the horse free. The mare collapsed on the bank, sides heaving even as the rest of her trembled. "Malahai, ease up!" He was unbuckling the girth and pulling off the ruined saddle when Malahai slid down the bank. "Is she all right?" "I don't know." Taking the saddle blanket, he used the side that had been pressed against the mare's back to clean off the sticky mess, feeling her legs for any sign of a break. "Just exhausted, I think." In silence, they cleaned up the animal as best they could without water, and, when she finally struggled to her feet, led her up the embankment and through the gap in the wall. Only then did Malahai say, "Did you know it was this bad?" Killian shook his head. "I haven't ridden out this far in some time." And with the flow of refugees stopped, the only news came via the Royal Army's supply caravans. None of them had spoken of this. "Do you think my father knows?" "Yes." "I don't know. Can't be stopped." His hands paused where they'd been rubbing the mare, trying to scrape the filth from her chestnut throat. "The tenders might be able to do it, but they're all with the army." His gaze shifted to Malahai. "I can't." Her voice was wooden. "Even if I'm capable of doing something to push the blight back, I can't do it in the space of an afternoon. I have to be out here daily, and everyone would know it was me. I have to leave to join the other tenders with the army, and that would be the end of my plans. I could sneak you out. No one has to know. He'd know. Maybe so. But your father can't do anything about it without risking everyone discovering that he has been lying to the entire kingdom, which we know he won't do. He can kill me. He will kill me. I won't let him." Malahai shook her head. "I can't risk it. What is it that your father said? That even the marked are fallible?" That Killian was fallible. And yet thousands of people were starving. we're trapped with little chance of rescue. If this blight reaches the walls, it might eat its way under them. They'll collapse. He eyed the slow-flowing ooze. Perhaps that's its intended purpose. Maybe it is. But what are we supposed to do about it with my father in power? Malahai's hands were balled into fists. Until he's removed from the throne, anything we might do is just spitting into the wind. Only a month, Killian. Then I'll be queen, and you'll be in command of the royal army, and we can finally fight back against Rufina. We can win. And then we can make Mudamora strong again. And until then, we do nothing? Yes. The muscles in her jaw stood out against the skin of her face. Because to do something might get us caught. It's not worth the risk. And I know this is killing you. That you feel terrible enough about the suffering of our people. That you think it's your fault. That you're willing to do anything to try to help those who've been hurt most. But I need you to believe in me enough to understand that this is the right path. Clouds were rolling in overhead, promising rain, if not snow, the wind whistling through the dead grass. The sun descended in the west, illuminating the Liratoras with a red glow, as if the kingdom beyond, Darren, were the underworld itself. The shadows the mountains cast were long and black as the blight, reaching in their direction. They needed to get back to the relative safety of Mudair. But not yet. Try. Killian jerked his chin at the blight. Fix some of it. See if you can drive it back. Then at least we'll know whether it's even possible. She stared at him, silence hanging between them. That's why we're out here, isn't it? Not to escape for a few hours. Not to... Malahai broke off, shaking her head. But before Killian could put much thought toward what she'd intended to say, the princess picked her way back down the bank to the edge of the stinking stream of blackness, leaving him to lead the two horses. She walked along it, following one of the branches, eyes fixed on the shifting murk as it slowly narrowed until it was little more than a grasping finger of rot. There she paused. She pressed her hands against the earth, and Killian watched her eyes grow distant, the grass around her hands turning green and lush, growing taller and taller. But the blight did not recede. There's no life in it, she whispered. There's nothing in it to grow. Pulling her hands back, Malahai rose, and Killian's heart skipped at the first doubt he'd seen since she'd brought him into the fold of her plans. Killian, she said, I can't fix this.
28. Lydia. Finn brought Lydia back to the same house where she and Killian had sought refuge the night of the Deimos attack. They stopped up the street from it, and Lydia eyed the blue door apprehensively. Does Killian own this property? Finn frowned at her.
Of course not. Don't you know the marked can't own property? His brother owns it. Though you won't be finding Lord Calorian, he put heavy emphasis on the title she'd failed to use, here often. He stays with Her Highness. But this is where her bodyguard lives when they aren't on duty.
Lydia flushed at her social misstep, wondering if Killian had noticed, if he'd cared.
Your story is this, Finn said. You were the lover of a...
No, Lydia interrupted. Pick something else.
Fine. You are the niece of a ship captain who was supposed to be delivering you to family members in Serlania. You were on your way south from Axbridge when your uncle decided to make port in Mudair. He gave away your place on the ship to a paying passenger, leaving you here with nothing but the clothes on your back.
Lydia started to argue that the story seemed improbable. Then she thought of Vibius and said instead, I've never been to Axbridge. What if they ask questions I can't answer?
No northern girls in the guard, so it's not likely. And besides, none of them will pry.
Giving her a sideways glance, Finn said,
The girls in the guard, they aren't High Lord's daughters, if you get my meaning. They understand not wanting to talk about your past. Besides, Your story is the same as everyone else's. You're just trying to survive.
Finn opened the unlocked door without knocking, and Lydia followed him inside, an eerie sense of déjà vu coming over her. It was brighter now, the sun filtering through the panes of glass over the door. The wooden floor gleamed with polish, the drops of blood long since washed away. Finn took a sharp left, leading her down a narrow hallway toward the sound of female voices.
"Good morning, ladies," he said to a trio sitting around a large dining table. "I'm delivering your newest recruit. This is Lydia."
The girls all lifted a hand in greeting, introducing themselves. One, a sturdy girl with pale, freckled skin and sandy blonde hair, stuck out her hand, which Lydia awkwardly shook, clenching her teeth as she felt a slight pull on her insides, her mark taking over. But the other girl didn't seem to notice.
"Gwendolyn. Gwen, to those who know me. I'm the day lieutenant for the guard, but I'm home today because something I ate played foul with my innards. Not much good to Her Highness if I'm constantly bolting off to the privy, right?"
I think I solved that problem for you, Lydia thought to herself, giving Gwen an amused smile as the other girls laughed. Gesturing for Lydia to take a seat, the girl waved a hand at Finn.
"Go flirt with the cook and get yourself fed."
Finn scampered off, leaving Lydia alone with the girls.
"Eat," Gwen said. "It's a bit picked over, but you'll get your fill at dinner."
Perching on one of the benches, Lydia scraped what remained on the serving platters onto a clean plate. The meat was dry and salty, the unfamiliar vegetables bland, and the bread dotted with what she sadly expected were weevils, but the food tasted like the finest meal she'd ever had in her life. A young woman with russet skin, short brown hair, and large hazel eyes poured her a glass of water, which Lydia guzzled down. "I'm Sonia," she said, her voice holding the same accent as the Gamdeshian sailor Lydia had spoken to in the harbor. "You're from the north?" Lydia's palms prickled with sweat. "Axbridge." "High Lady Falorn's stronghold." Sonia nodded. "Mudair is the farthest north I've ever been, but I should like to visit one day."
"Too cold for your summer blood, Sonia," Gwen said. "You'd freeze solid."
Sonia ignored the comment. "Even in Gamdesh, the High Lady is a legend. Have you met her?" High Lady Darina Falorn. Lydia remembered the woman from Treatise of the Seven. Not only was she marked by the same god as Killian, she was also the former king of Mudamora's younger sister. She governed over the north of the kingdom, and the book detailed an incident where she'd held back the enemy nation of Gendorn almost single-handedly by holding a narrow pass until reinforcements arrived. Because it seemed a safe answer, Lydia said, "I've only seen her from a distance." "Ah." Sonia rubbed her chin thoughtfully, then shrugged. "Perhaps one day I'll have the good fortune. I hear she is as beautiful as she is fierce."
"Quit fantasizing about northern girls and go get some sleep," Gwen said, nudging Sonia with her elbow. "I'll show Lydia around."
Scooping the last scrap of food into her mouth, Lydia followed the other girl around the house, which was 2 levels and square, the middle boasting a large courtyard with a well at its center. There was a rack of dulled practice weapons and several straw dummies that someone had painted frowning faces on.
"Bit quiet today,"
Gwen said, drawing up a bucket of water from the well.
"There were lots of comings and goings scheduled at the palace, so some of the night girls stayed on for that, and they'll likely nap in the palace barracks rather than coming back here."
"If the palace has barracks, why do you live here?" Lydia asked, following her into a small chamber with a large copper tub and a smoking stove.
"I suppose a northern girl like you is used to female soldiers, especially given your High Lady is the most famous living warrior in the kingdom," Gwen answered. "It's not such a common thing here, and less so the farther south you go."
"Ah," Lydia frowned, her question not precisely answered. Are you not allowed in the palace barracks, then?
We are. That's where we started, but we had some trouble with the men misunderstanding our presence, and the healers got tired of fixing their broken hands.
Gwen laughed, the sound echoing through the room as she poured the water into a large kettle, which she set over the flames in the stove.
The princess was of a mind to evict the men, but the captain had other plans.
Oh?
Some sort of nonsense about us needing time away, that if we stayed at the palace, we'd always be on duty.
Gwen shrugged.
I reckon it would be worth it given the inconvenience of traipsing back and forth across the damned city twice a day. But I suppose he knows of what he speaks.
He stays there, then?
Mostly. And he's her sworn sword, so don't be getting any ideas about distracting him.
Lydia's cheeks burned hot. I have no interest in...
Didn't say you did.
Gwen gestured for Lydia to follow her back out into the courtyard, where she retrieved another bucket of water.
I'm only saying, don't find yourself discovering an interest. We have rules, and that's one of them. Start making eyes, and you'll be dealing with Berkela, and she's got a heavy hand with the strap. Or so I've been told. Got no interest in men myself.
It won't be an issue.
Excellent. Now, why don't you set to filling up that tub while the water heats, and I'll get you some clothes. You aren't to be wearing your uniform when you're off duty, but it will do while you launder that dress.
Though Lydia had never done an ounce of labor in her life, there was something soothing about the methodical process of drawing up water and filling the tub. The water in the kettle boiled, and she used a folded towel to lift it off the fire, pouring it into the tub and then filling it up again. After stripping off her filthy dress, Lydia soaped it in a bucket, then rinsed it as best she could, though it would take further scrubbing to rid the fabric of the stains of her ordeal. She poured the heated water into the tub, shivering as her spectacles went foggy with steam. Setting them aside, she picked up a bar of soap that smelled faintly of flowers, then stepped into the tub. The warm water reached up to her knees, and she settled into its depths. The chamber was dark and windowless, the only light the faint glow of the stove next to her. Steam rose from the water, filling the air, but rather than soothing her, it felt stifling, suffocating. "It's just a tub, you idiot," she whispered. "Get clean, get out." Her hair was a tangled mess and needed to be washed, so she closed her eyes and slid down, dunking her head. But the moment the water closed over her, a snarling golden dragon appeared before her eyes, Lucius's laughter echoing in her ears. "I can't breathe!" Lunging up, Lydia gasped and sputtered, clinging to the edge of the tub. "It's not real! It's not real! It's not real!" The words did nothing to steady her racing heart. Retrieving the soap, she washed her skin with shaking hands, digging grime out from under her nails. The wood in the stove snapped and popped as the fire consumed it, each sound causing Lydia to twitch like a skittish horse. Every time she blinked, she saw the baths in Celendrial, the sconces on the wall, that damned table with its decanter of Atlian wine. Her breath came in ragged little gasps, her hands shaking as she rubbed the soap in her hair, building a lather. Get out, instinct told her, even as logic reasoned that she was being ridiculous. "Lucius is on the far side of the world," she muttered, "and so is Marcus. They can't touch you, and when you do get back, it will be them who pay. You'll make them pay. You'll save your father and Terriana, and all of this will be over." A bang sounded behind her, and Lydia screamed, spinning in the tub, certain she'd see Lucius, certain she'd see the legatus, his eyes full of resignation, reaching for her throat. But it was only Gwen, her eyes wide, arms full of clothing.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I knocked, but you didn't answer."
"It's fine." Lydia could barely get the words out, her breath coming in great, heaving gasps. Setting the clothing down on a stool and a pair of boots on the floor, the other girl walked to the door to the courtyard and opened it, the steam rushing out even as cold air rushed in.
Sorry, I know better than to startle a girl in her bath. It's my fault, but try to breathe.
Lydia couldn't find the air in her lungs to answer, her chest so tight it hurt, her body shivering despite being immersed in warm water. Gwen crouched next to the tub, resting her hand over top Lydia's. It was warm, comforting. A choking sob tore from Lydia's chest, tears flooding down her face, and then the other girl had her arms around her, holding her tight.
It's all right, she said. You're safe here, understand?
Nowhere is safe. Gwen chuckled soundlessly, but Lydia felt it against her cheek.
Maybe not, but here you're as safe as you can be. You see, we don't just guard Malahai's back. We guard each other's. What you've joined here is a sisterhood who protect their own. You're not alone.
Fresh tears flowed down Lydia's face, but the aching pain in her chest eased. When her breathing steadied, Gwen reached down for a bucket of water, which she warmed with some from the kettle, saying nothing as she rinsed the soap from Lydia's hair, then picked up a comb and went to work on the tangles. A sisterhood. Part of her yearned to belong to such a thing. To be surrounded by girls who were her friends in truth, not spies set to achieve the ends of men. There was a strange sort of autonomy in that, something she might never have appreciated if fate hadn't put her in this place. This time you are the liar, she reminded herself. Nothing Gwen or the other girls thought about her was true. Not who she was, where she came from, or even the skills that she possessed. Yet as she rose from the tub, Gwen handing her a piece of toweling, Lydia found her heart aching to be friends with these girls in truth.
29. Killian. Killian hadn't believed the day could possibly get worse. He'd been wrong. Grandmaster Quindor was waiting for Malahai when she and Killian had finally made it back through the palace gates. Both of them sodden from washing the horse off in the warm waters of the spring and dusk heavy in the sky. Take him to the council chambers, Malahai told the servant who met them at the palace entrance, the woman giving her mistress a wide-eyed once-over of her ruined guardswoman ensemble. Tell him that I'll be there in a few moments. Now, freshly attired, she and Killian strode through the palace corridors, flanked by her bodyguards. Do you know what this is about? He asked under his breath. Malahai only shook her head, waiting for Sonia to announce her before stepping into the council chambers. I hate to think, Quindor said, turning from his appraisal of the table. What your father would say if he learned you were gallivanting about the countryside in these troubled times, Your Highness. I wish to see the spread of the blight, Grandmaster. Malahai circled the large table, taking her father's seat, the scorpion of House Rowan's glittering above her head. It was easier for me to do so in disguise. Surely others could have been sent to assess the problem. Quindor seemed to briefly consider sitting in one of the High Lord's chairs, then clearly thought better of it, choosing instead to hover near the table. Killian sat between them in his brother's chair, not caring whether it was his place to do so or not. My kingdom, Malahai said, resting her elbows on the arms of her chair. My problem. Quindor inclined his head. I didn't realize you'd taken such an interest in rule, my lady. Perhaps you might address the state of the crown shelters. They become quite the source of illness. Better than a night with the Demos. It's just a slower way to die, my lady. We haven't the resources to treat them all. Malahai's jaw flexed. I'll address the issue, but I don't think that is the reason for this visit. So perhaps you might get to it. I've had a trying day. Of course, my lady. It's a matter of finances. Malahai huffed out a breath. Why am I not surprised? What do you need the gold for? As you know, Highness, the marked are typically brought to Mudair for their training, Quindor said. Due to the city's current predicament, we've chosen to keep them in Sterlania until they are ready to join the king's army. But the cost of passage has become prohibitive. What else? You know full well the crown will bear that expense. The Grand Master hesitated, and Killian knew that whatever subject he intended to broach would not be well received. Well? There was an edge to Malahai's voice that suggested she was of the same mindset. There is a matter of the cost of procurement. Silence. The temple bears the cost of compensating families, Malahai said. It's not a crown expense. Desperate times make the people less generous, Highness. The coffers grow thin. We're at war, Grand Master. Everyone's coffers are thin. Indeed, Quindor sighed. However, what I'm referring to is the external sourcing of marked healers. Malahai shook her head. I don't know what you're speaking of. Your father asked me to make arrangements to procure marked from other kingdoms, and agree to fund the cost. What do you mean, procure? The princess's voice was acidic. Quindor was silent, but Killian knew. And it took every ounce of control he possessed to keep his mouth shut. Explain yourself. We've had a long-standing agreement with King Urkon of Arenoquia, the healer said. Arenoquia has no king, Malahai interrupted. Urkon is a clan lord, and a corrupt one at that. Even so, Quindor's tone was delicate. He's been facilitating arrangements in which Arenoquian families are compensated for allowing their marked children to come to Mudamora for training. Spots of color appeared on Malahai's cheeks. You mean Urkon's been selling marked children? And you've been purchasing them? Highness, you twist my words. I don't think I do. Malahai was on her feet. You're talking about buying children, about slavery. And if you think I'm going to provide the funds for such a venture, you are sorely mistaken. Highness, the king approved the transactions. You are in no position to flaunt his. My father won't be king forever, she said. And he isn't here. If I hear even a whisper that you flaunted my orders in this, I'll have you kneeling before the headsman, and whatever punishment the crown might visit upon me won't be enough to reattach your head. Quindor blanched. That's sacrilege. Maybe, spit Malahai, but so is what you're doing. She turned to walk out, and Quindor reached for her, quick as a viper. Killian was faster. He knocked the slender man back. Don't give me a reason, Quindor. Fools! Don't you see that there is no other choice? Without healers, Mudamora will lose this war. The seventh will triumph. And you think he does not triumph when we engage in such behavior? The princess demanded. They've been marked for this fate. To withhold them from it would be blasphemy. I'm not listening to this. Malahai stormed out of the room. Killian moved to follow, but Quindor caught his wrist, his grip painfully tight. Hegeria marked them for a reason. It is the will of the gods that they use their gift to serve. To do otherwise would be courting the seventh. Killian met his gaze, horrified and fascinated by the fanaticism within them. The king believed that it was Mudamora's lack of faith that had brought this war upon them. And maybe he was right. But Killian couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't Quindor's sort of faith that would allow the corruptor to win.
30. Lydia. It was an evening unlike any Lydia had ever had. The group of girls responsible for protecting Malahai during the daylight hours had returned just before dusk, all of them chattering about Killian sneaking the princess out wearing a guard's uniform as disguise. They both came back as foul as thunderclouds on a sunny day, the girl whose uniform it had been said. So I expect things didn't go quite as intended. Also, they were both filthy and soaking wet, hence my attire. She gestured at the servant's livery she wore in lieu of a uniform. Probably because he didn't give her that ring, one of the other girls said. My gods, 2